All right.
It's 5:01s. Can we take a roll call, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.9D1, 54957.6, and 54956.9D2. Thank you. Can we take a roll call, please, City Clerk? Can we take a roll call, please, City Clerk? The- It's 5:01. Can we take a roll call, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed in their.
It's it's
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matici,
here.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matici,
It's 5:01. Can we take a roll call, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Griffiths,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matici,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed in their under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.9D1, 54957.6, and 54956.9D2. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely to tonight's council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect, despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we are able to truly practice the principles of democracy. On this election day, I'd like to thank city staff for working with the LA County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk to coordinate several vote centers in Torrance to make voting easier and more accessible more than ever before. Speaking of civic-minded, the Torrance Youth Council will host a time capsule opening ceremony at Delthorne Park on this Thursday, November 10th at 10 a.m. Find out what is unearthed from 1996 time capsule. The community is invited to join virtually at Torrance, CA as the city goes Facebook Live from the event. Also join our new group of young leaders as they bury a new time capsule filled with memorabilia, photos, and notes for future Torrance Youth Council members. The new capsule will be open in 25 years, in the year 2047. Some of these young Girl Scouts might be sitting up here. As we move into the agenda again, thank you for everyone for joining us tonight in person and viewing on our website, Facebook, YouTube, or city cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, it's going to be a few minutes plus, we'll accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda, consent items. Just give you a heads up, we'll be taking a lot of items out of order, so this part is going to happen after all the public hearings. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting, are entered into the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not. You will, however, still be able to speak once the list has been exhausted. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker. This is, once again, this is in the items 7 during oral communications. You'll have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period of up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. Now I'll repeat that again once we get to the public hearing section. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications number 2, which will also allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once during this meeting, so either oral communications 1 or 2. Next is the flag salute and invocation by Councilwoman Lewis and Councilman Matucci.
Please stand for the flag salute. Hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Dear Lord, as we gather once again to make crucial decisions for the people we represent, I ask that you give us guidance, knowledge, and patience. May we work together in unison for those common goals and always put the well-being of Torrance first. Amen.
Thank you both. Now we're on to item 3, Report to City Clerk.
Your Honor, the agenda was posted on Tuesday, November 1st, with a revised agenda posted on Friday, November 4th.
I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Torrance, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communication. 8C, Public Works. Approve amendments to Measure R funding agreements with LA County Metro. 9B, Finance. Accept and file general fund budget update and provide direction on future SST priority project funding. 9E, from the Citizen Development Enrichment Committee. Accept and file meeting minutes and review the city resource contributions to Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display. 9.8, City Manager approve Friendship City program policy and approve pursuing friendship segments with cities of Hwasong, South Korea, and Changhua, Taiwan. 9.9, City Attorney, Community Development General Services, accept and file Torrance Municipal Airport noise abatement airport operations update and review and provide direction on the implementation of landing fees. 10A, Community Development, consider appeal of Planning Commission denial of precise plan of development to allow construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 132 Via Alameda. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA per guidelines section 15303. 10B, Community Development, conduct public hearing, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code by establishing mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, RSO, and review and discuss Skyline Mobile Home Park update. And lastly, 10C, from Fire, conduct public hearing to adopt resolution of local amendments to 22 and 2 California Code and adopt ordinance adopting 2022 California Fire Code. Actually, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcement. I will start out with the first one. To honor our veterans, the City Council, in conjunction with the Social Service Commission, proclaimed November 6th through the 12th as Military Veterans Appreciation Week here in the city of Torrance. This week is dedicated to those who have served in the armed forces, past and present. This is a celebration to honor our veterans for their patriotism, love of country, and willingness to serve and sacrifice. Last month, the Social Service Commission sponsored the Torrance Veterans Appreciation Luncheon and Resource Fair. City staff worked to coordinate an in-person celebration as it had been celebrated virtually during the pandemic. Through this event, our local veterans were connected to many resources available to them and reconnect with other veterans. In honor of this week, the Social Service Commission and Torrance Cable created a video honoring our community's veterans. The video has messages from the mayor, that's myself, the commission, community, and even a story and song from Navy veteran and Torrance resident Leon Silverman. The video can be viewed from Torrance homepage at www.torranceca.gov. There's a banner front and center. Just click to learn more. On behalf of the City of Torrance, thank you to all veterans. We appreciate your service and sacrifice and wish you well this Veterans Appreciation Week and Veterans Day. Next up, Councilman Kaji, you have 2 orals.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to request that staff bring back an item regarding the creation of a new city logo. The item should explore the possibility of encouraging the public to participate in the creation of the logo by conducting a contest. The logo would accompany the city's redesign efforts centered around the Torrance arches found on the My Torrance CA app and other physical locations around our city. Do I have council concurrence?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's a 7-0.
Okay. Next item. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to request that staff prepare an item regarding a hydrogen fuel cell bus and simultaneous hydrogen refueling project. Toyota Tsusho, the trading company arm of Toyota Motor Corporation, has proposed converting some of our Torrance transit buses to hydrogen fuel. The company is seeking a grant from the California Energy Commission to pay for the conversion of the buses. In addition, I would like a letter of support from the City of Torrance to be included in the grant application to the State of California. Do I have council concurrence?
7-0.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Did you have one more?
Yes, thank you. The City of Torrance continues to experience a significant amount of development activity, and along with several other cities, mandates by state housing law is pushing an increase in housing units. In an effort to recover a portion of the additional ongoing cost of municipal services brought on by new development, I'd like to request that staff research and bring back an item for council to consider the formation of a community facilities district. This proposed special assessment would cover costs such as increased maintenance of parks, public safety, and streets. Additionally, it would only be applied to prospective commercial, industrial, and large multifamily properties. Do I have council concurrence? Seven?
I'm
Okay,
counting. I think I got a 7-0 unless someone tell me no. Okay, 7-0.
I think so. Thank you
I'm
very
trying to make
much.
sure that we're clear on this, Rebecca. Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. This afternoon, I had the pleasure and opportunity to meet with Girl Scout Troop 19155 and present them with their Inside Government and Finding Common Ground badges. Troop members reside in the North Torrance and Central Torrance service units and others. The majority attend Torrance Unified School Districts such as Wood and Torrance Elementary and Home Middle Schools and others. The girls range from 4th grade to 7th grade, which makes them juniors and cadet scouts. They have participated in food drives for local food banks, helped at the Madrona Marsh on Volunteer Day, donated supplies to local animal shelters, and recently donated to the Gentle Barn, which rescues farm animals. I'd like to commend them for their commitment to making positive impacts in our community through many of their service projects. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, and thank you, Girl Scout Troop 19155. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As the city liaison to the Torrance Sister City Association, their organizations asked me to make a couple of important and exciting announcements. The Torrance Sister City Association is looking for highly motivated Torrance residents who are high school sophomores through college freshmen, 19 years old and younger, to serve as cultural ambassadors to the Student Cultural Exchange Program. Since 1974, the Torrance Sister City Association has sponsored hundreds of students to represent the highest qualities of American youth in Kashiwa, Japan, our sister city, for 3 unforgettable weeks in July. Applications are available on the Sister City website at torrancesistercity.org. And there is a deadline for getting applications in of December 19th, 2022. It's a fantastic program. If you're a student in that age group, I highly recommend you do it. The students who've done it in the past find it to be one of the most memorable things that they've done in their young lives. Second item that they have is asked me to announce is that they're also looking for an adult leader to go with these students for the 3-week trip to Japan. So we're looking for a adult leader who is at least 26 years of age at the time of the trip, which is in July of 2023. The leader must reside or work in Torrance, have a background working with youth in at least one of the following areas: education, counseling, behavioral sciences, or youth activities, and chaperone for school trips. If this is something that you're interested in being the adult leader for our student exchange program, for next July, please, again, go to the Sister City website, torrancesistercity.org, for more details. And lastly, they've asked me for another announcement, and that is that they're once again looking for someone to be an English teacher in Japan. If you're interested in making 4.8 million yen per year, you figure out how much that is, but it seems like a lot to me. The Torrance Sister City Association is seeking qualified applicants for a one high school English teacher to work in Kashiwa, Japan, the sister city of Torrance. A minimum 1-year contract runs from August 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2024. The contract is renewable for a maximum 3-year assignment. Another fantastic opportunity for somebody who's interested in a cultural exchange and working in Japan. And I see we already have a volunteer. We'll go ahead and please put in your application on the website at torrancesistercity.org. 4.8 million yen for a year. That's a great opportunity for somebody to get paid and have a wonderful experience in our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Griffith. You probably didn't know you were going to get a volunteer at the same time you make the announcement.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, Mr. Porkchop, you're signed on. We're now moving on to item 6, community matters. Items 6A through 6F will be adopted with one motion. City Clerk, when we have number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-105, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Lieutenant Hector Bermudez upon his retirement from the city after 27 years of service. The next is resolution number 2022-106, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Police Sergeant Dennis Brady upon his retirement from the city after 26 years of service. Resolution number 2022-107, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Sergeant Eric M. Williams upon his retirement from the city after 21 years of service. Resolution number 2022-108, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Officer Richard Gable upon his retirement from the city after 23 years of service. Resolution number 2022-109, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Police Officer Russ Shaver upon his retirement from the city after 22 years of service. And the last one, resolution number 2022-110, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Police Officer Jeffrey Marcoeur upon his retirement from the city after 20 years of service.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to adopt resolutions 2022-105 through 2022-110.
I move to adopt resolutions 2022-105 through 110.
Second?
It's fixed.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 6G. And I'm going to go to the podium. When I get there, then we'll let the council start with item 6G.
Whereas in 1977 through 1978, the Torrance Youth Council celebrated youth by gathering symbols of that period and placing these symbols into the time capsule to make a mark on the history of Torrance, and
Whereas during the dedication ceremonies at Delthorne Park, this time capsule was buried with the guidelines to be unearthed in the year of the 75th anniversary of the incorporation of the City of Torrance, and
Whereas, in accordance with those guidelines, the 1995-96 Torrance Youth Council set forth on their own celebration of youth, past, present, and future, by unearthing the time capsule from its predecessors and earthed a new capsule with items that symbolize the youth of the day, and
Whereas the 1995-96 Torrance Youth Council left specific instructions that this time capsule would be unearthed in the year 2021 on the 100th anniversary of the incorporation of the city of Torrance. And
Whereas, due to the pandemic in 2021, the event was postponed. Now, as we move forward post-pandemic, the current Youth Council will be continuing the tradition of youth, past, present, and future on November the 10th by unearthing the time capsule left by their predecessors and installing a new time capsule that will represent Torrance youth of today. And
Whereas the community is invited to attend this historical event and support the youth within our community as they make their mark on Torrance history.
November 10th, 2022, I guess I'll come down now. Youth Celebration Day, past, present, and future in the city of Torrance, and urge all residents to support this day by remembering their own youth and taking time to celebrate. Signed this 8th day of November, 2022. I'm going to invite Kushi Sharma, Youth Council Chair, and Summer Fan, Youth Council Vice Chair. Do you have a few words you want to share with us?
Thank you so much, Mayor and the Council, for giving the Youth Council the opportunity to unearth and put a new mark for the Youth Council of this year in the history of Torrance.
And we really do invite all of you to come and watch it at 10 a.m. at Delthorne Park.
Super. Let's take this here and get a photo here. Let's see, which one do you want to hold this? Okay, why don't you come in the middle? There you go. Okay, let's go on to the next proclamation. This is for Torrance Education Foundation Month.
Whereas the Torrance Education Foundation was founded in 1992 by parents, teachers, school administrators, business leaders, and community leaders to engage the Torrance community in bringing needed resources to support the excellent teachers in our Torrance Unified School District. And
whereas the Torrance Education Foundation is the vital link between the Torrance community and our children's educational success. And
Whereas a financial investment in the Torrance Education Foundation is a direct investment in the future of our community. Thanks to TEF, students in our schools benefit in immeasurable ways. The annual support provided by the foundation, grant making, and initiatives has provided significant funds in the past 5 years. Their efforts have totaled more than $6.5 million for academic programs at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. STEAM-focused projects are also supported, which provide enrichment and exploratory learning in science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. TEF also provides grants and grant-making workshops to student groups, PTAs, and PTSAs, and to teachers that cultivate new educational opportunities. And
whereas the Torrance Education Foundation will again provide its Western Association of Schools and Colleges and National Collegiate Athletic Association accredited summer programs for Torrance students. This includes all grade levels through its South Bay Enrichment Academy summer school for both enrichment and academic advancement. And
whereas the Torrance Education Foundation is proud to be the trusted recipient of donations from thousands of Torrance families, businesses, and community members for giving support of all Torrance Unified School students and schools. And
Whereas the Torrance Education Foundation invites all members of the community to attend the TEF annual fundraising event on the 21st day of April 2023 to help raise funds to continue the outstanding partnership with Torrance Unified School District.
Now therefore I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Torrance Educational Foundation Month in the city of Torrance and encourage all citizens and businesses to join the Torrance Education Foundation for the betterment of our students and schools. All schools in Torrance Unified School District benefit from contributions to the Torrance Education Foundation. Signed this 8th day, November 2022. And now we'll have someone here on behalf of Torrance Education Foundation, my predecessor, Mayor Patrick Fury, give a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. If I could ask one of our board members and perhaps Councilmember Shake to join us here as well. Thank you, Mayor Chen, and members of council for acknowledging the Torrance Education Foundation and proclaiming November as Torrance Education Foundation Month in the city of Torrance. This is the month we start our campaign, and the campaign is to raise funds to enrich the educational experience of the children of the Torrance Unified School District. I am so honored to be the chair or president of the foundation this year. Joining me is Mary Hoffman, a longtime board member, as well as Council Member Assam Sheikh, who is also a longtime board member. We work tirelessly raising funds, and as an example, just a few weeks ago at the Sketchers Walk, we were successful in raising almost $210,000 for the specific school organizations in our district. We also had a comedy night in honor of former councilperson Jean Drevno for her memorial scholarship, and we continue on. But this year, our emphasis is going to be on the arts program, and we're looking to enhance an arts program for the pre-K through second grade level, as well as the middle school students, along with all the other things that we provide funding for, and our summer school program, which allows people to matriculate maybe a little bit earlier than they would have. So thank you again, Mayor Chen. Thank you, council. Thank you, everybody who's listening, everybody in here. And I ask you, please support the Torrance Education Foundation. It's an investment in our future.
May I ask the entire council to come down?
How do we do this?
I don't know. You have it upside down. No, I got you.
What's wrong with that picture?
Okay.
They have an arrow here pointing this side up.
No, go ahead, come down since you're already here.
Hi, John.
Ready? Tell us where you want. Okay. Councilman Griffith, step up.
Good, right here. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
All right.
This is fun.
I know. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. This is another new one. Usually he gives these out. We all settle? All right. We're now taking item 10, hearings out of order for item 10A from community development. Oh, my bad. Did I miss one? My bad. We will now take item 9A out of order from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the city. Thank you so much for taking 9A out of order this evening. I have with me tonight several members of the Downtown Torrance Association to present an update on their work in the past 6 months. They have been working hard in partnership with the city to breathe life into the downtown revitalization plan, specifically in exploration of the recommended strategy in the plan to form a business improvement district. With Council's acceptance of this update, I would also like to request approval of funding from Facility Equipment Automation Plan, or FEAP 798, Inception of a Downtown Action Plan, in the amount of $10,500 to assist with consulting or legal services to initiate the data gathering process for forming a business improvement district in the downtown. With that, at this time, I would like to introduce Lori Brandt, co-owner of the Red Car Restaurant and Brewery, to lead off the presentation and ask that each speaker after Lori introduce him or herself as they address their slide. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Honorable Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity, as by the slideshow, and introduce what we had done in the implementation of this business improvement district. I'd like to introduce the folks who worked on it. There's a few of them here tonight, but then there's a few of them who are not here. Unfortunately, Julie Randall, who I think you all know, who runs Street Fair Antiques, is ill, and so she wasn't able to make it. But Dr. Deborah Alexander is here, and Luke Mulderick is also here. So they're going to come up and they'll give you their title and their business so you have an opportunity to know exactly what they do. But at this time, I'd like to go ahead forward with the slideshow if we could. Go ahead, please. Thank you. This group got together to work on this to explore the feasibility and benefits of establishing a business improvement district in the downtown Torrance area, which the format of this would have been presented to the Downtown Torrance Association through the DTA. Okay, go ahead, please. Next slide. So we recruited working group members. We brainstormed in groups from May until I think we made a motion to move this forward in October. So for those last 6 months, we evaluated business improvement districts, businesses based on property owners or business owners, to achieve the priorities that we have established. We met with consultants to clarify which group we felt that would be most beneficial for the downtown Torrance area, and then we developed recommendations for the DTA. Okay. Adam Schwartz is going to finish the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Schwartz. I am a fourth-generation property owner in downtown Torrance. My great-grandfather was Sam Levy, one of the first business owners in the city. Now there's a school named after him, and now 4 generations later, I'm here to continue fighting for our downtown area. And I get the great privilege of being able to talk about what we want to do down there, what our actual dreams are, and what we will be able to achieve if we are able to invest in ourselves and have a business improvement district. First of all, it's about promoting internal flow in downtown, getting people to stay and walk around and patronize multiple businesses. What you see currently is people go, they park right in front of the business that they want to go to, patronize it, and then they leave. And you hear, oh, there isn't parking and stuff like that, because a lot of people are just have blinders on when they're coming to downtown Torrance. This is unfortunate. We can be so much better with this. We can get people to move, to really discover these areas. Anytime we have an event in downtown Torrance, I always hear, oh, look at this amazing street. I've never been to this part, never gone over here. And that's such a shame. We need to encourage these people to get out, spend their money, and really get to know and love our area. Because when they do, they love it. Our second priority is promoting a clear distinction of the downtown area. If you recall in the previous documentation, talked a lot about a sense of place, basically being what is downtown Torrance. If you say Old Downtown Torrance, what does that mean to you? Us stakeholders here, we know it well, but even a surprising amount of the people in our community don't. This includes making signs, showing what businesses are in what places. I love the idea of even having a couple archways, because you can go right past downtown and never know that you were right there. In fact, my father has told me that he lost out on a bunch of business meetings because, as you know, our downtown is set at an angle to catch our daily breeze, and people couldn't even find it. I mean, thank goodness now for GPS that people can come in, but we need even more to encourage both locals and people across the South Bay to come and stay in downtown Torrance, and when they talk about it, to have people know what they're talking about. Third is to develop a mixed business community based on the downtown Torrance identity, strategies to create intentionality in our downtown. This is very important because for decades, we haven't been very well invested in. So we have a lot of offices, storage spaces, stuff that doesn't help downtown Torrance really come together and be this thriving, walkable destination that it could be. We need to be proactive in what kind of businesses we come down there to make sure that we have good, family-friendly businesses that the whole community can come together and enjoy. This will be a big topic next week as well. Fourth, new slide, please. Fourth is to create multi-mobility hubs. Parking. Parking is always an issue when you hear and talk to people about downtown Torrance. We have a parking lot. It goes down a couple levels. A lot of people, unfortunately, do not feel safe there. And we have other lots nearby, but people don't know about them. People think it's far away. We need to be able to work both with the city and with private landowners to actually increase both the amount of parking and also the visibility of that parking, so we can have tons and tons of people coming to our downtown area and spending their money. 5 is a layer of local security. This is something I just touched on as well. It can get really dark at night in downtown Torrance. We've been dealing with some issues with lights down there. That is getting resolved bit by bit, but we need to make sure that when these people come here, they feel safe. Downtown Torrance has not always been the safest place. It's had times where it's been unfortunately kind of seedy, but we are doing so much great work to revitalize that, to bring that sense of safety, but we can take that even more. Number 6, this one's huge, is promoting engagement in downtown through community events. As you've heard, we have our monthly street fair that brings tons of people. We also have super successful holiday events. We had an amazing Halloween event where people were packed shoulder to shoulder. It was honestly amazing. I would love to see an event like that crowded, and have even more of a footprint down there. People want to have events in downtown. I've talked with some business owners who have had, unfortunately, a very difficult time working to get areas shut down to have a proper event. It's definitely one of those things where if you build it, they will come. The downtown area is perfect for walkable, dense events like this. And finally, number 7 is attracting more people to live in downtown Torrance. Strategies that promote multifamily housing and mixed use. I own a mixed use property in downtown, over 100 years old. It's been in my family, and my tenants love it. I have a tenant who lives right upstairs from where they work in our local tattoo shop, and I just think that's fantastic to actually have the opportunity for people to live and work in the same space, to exist as downtown Torrance people. And we have that, but we can do even better with that. All of these things we have, but forming a business improvement district will allow us to invest in ourselves. Thank you so much.
I got to follow that. Luke Moldering from Buckingham Investments. If I get the next slide, please. Great. So I'm here to talk about how a business improvement district can help to bring some of the things that Adam was talking about into fruition. So essentially, creates a mechanism to bring in revenue, to provide agreed upon improvements beyond that coming in from the city and what we feel as business leaders and folks who patronize the community would benefit. Business Improvement District requires a management district plan, which is created by the members of the Business Improvement District, which clearly states how the revenues that we generate are collected and what they're used for. So that's helpful because we'll have a plan. You know, we come together as business leaders and we create the plan and then we execute, which is great because we'll be more organized. Which speaks to the third point, which formalizes the creation of an entity from the business and property owner community around Old Torrance that has a unified voice and influence on the city. So hopefully, you know, we'll be more organized and efficient in your eyes. So when we come to you for help with the events and things that we put on in Old Torrance, our voice will be a little bit more heard. And who's up next? Okay. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, I'm up here to talk a little bit about the nitty-gritty of the different kinds of business improvement districts, and I'm sure there will probably be questions about that later. But what we looked at in our the group's months of study is the different types of business improvement districts that there are. And this slide shows how business improvement districts were created by laws. And the first one was the 1989 Parking and Business Improvement Area Law. And that really focused on businesses assessing themselves to form these business improvement districts. And those were created under the 1989 law. It's created by city authority. In 1994, the business improvement district law was changed to allow property owners to be included as well. So the downtown area is looking at possibly a combination of these, both business and property owner. And they may be able to have a combination. There can be an overlay. They could even include residential property owners as well if they're part of this mixed use where they're condominium owners that live within that commercial area as well. So as Luke mentioned, there's a management district plan that has to be created, and that plan includes the district name, the geographic area, so they would need to define the boundaries, the types of businesses or the properties that are being assessed, the benefits and the purposes of the assessment. So that has to clearly be spelled out in the management district plan. So those that benefit are those that pay in, and those that pay in are those that benefit. And then the term of the business improvement district, whether it's for a year, which I think is the 1989 law has to be re-upped every year. Under the 1994 law, it can be for a longer period, for 5 years or 10. And then they also need to include in the plan the method of calculation and the total annual assessment. And they need to list the businesses or properties within the district, and then any other supporting information required by the group or that is requested by the city council. And with that, I think we have one more slide, and I'll ask Lori to come back up. Actually, this is Deb. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Dr. Deborah Alexander. I am doctor and owner of Torrance Optometry for the past 28 years in downtown Torrance. We are not inventing the wheel. Obviously, this has happened very successfully in other cities in the area. Some examples of other cities that have successfully implemented business improvement districts, and we've seen their growth, are Long Beach, San Pedro, Old Pasadena, downtown Burbank, Newport Beach, and downtown LA and the Riviera.
So in conclusion, if we could go to the next slide, please. As a business owner for the last 22 years and a property owner, I feel like the next steps that we should all look at is having skin in the game for both entities, like Fran had mentioned. So we would ask that the city retains a consultant to guide us through the process so we make the right choice so we can implement something and we're effective in our implementation. The working group will recruit major property owners. We've actually talked to Kirk Rosberg, he's a property owner as well. And then you just heard Adam speak as a property owner, and we'd like to get some more property owners too, along with the businesses. So like, as I said, that everyone has skin in the game. A steering committee that can review the 3 to 5 scenarios, business, because we really would like to look at other people since we've only heard from a few cities that have done this. So we would like to see businesses or property-based bids that have been successful, footprint of a bid assessment, bid zone, and also their assessment rates, and then the analysis on the revenue and ability to achieve the improvement and priorities. Recommendations from the steering committee to the DTA with action or no action. And here we are. So thank you for your time. I appreciate anything and everything as far as consideration on this project. Thanks.
I think that ends the presentation. Are there any questions from the council? I see Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank Ms. Fulton and her department for being so supportive, but mine is more of a comment in that the success of this partly is the people that are supporting it. And there's so much support and enthusiasm behind this. And there's a sincere goal to beautify downtown Torrance, but also make it sustainable. And I just want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Thank you to the working group team for your efforts on this. I'm a little bit of a broken record on this. I've been involved with the Downtown Association for many years, attending their meetings and trying to encourage some movement in a positive direction for downtown. And obviously, the council passed a whole package of ideas to help the redevelopment of our downtown in a positive way, and we have those steps in place. And really, in my mind, this business improvement district is the piece that's missing that will really help us to move forward. And I've been saying now for a long time that we need to get this piece in place and moving, even if it's not fully planned out. Let's get it started, start some revenue collecting, start on a small scale. Doesn't have to solve every problem initially. It can always be modified and grown. And I'm just 1,000% behind this. I want to see our downtown get developed in the way we've been discussing, and now we have a plan to do that. And I'm really anxious to see this move forward, and if there's anything I can do to help make that happen, I'm here to do it. So thank you all for your efforts on this issue.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. First off, I want to thank every single member for the working group team to bring this item. Thank you for doing that. That's a lot of hard work. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of hope, and I'm very excited to hear more information about it. I just want to know why the music was not taken into consideration, just out of curiosity, if anybody wants to say anything. Are you thinking about bringing music, any kind of music in the Torrance downtown area?
Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. Can you clarify, are you referring to music on like streetlight poles or music events?
Live music.
Live music
Live
events.
music, yes. Live music.
Luke Moldering, Buckingham Investments. Yeah, so basically, what we're hoping to do is get some better systems and processes in place so that the events that we already have in effect can be more efficient and more well managed, and then we can also look to talent budgets and things like this for those specific events, and then look to expand into other events. And also we've talked in the past about maybe bringing some art into downtown and helping to support art in general, and just kind of building a culture around music and art in general.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think this item focuses on, putting in some money for consultants to start looking at the makeup of the business improvement district. I think the programming will be part of the product probably in the future on what else to do to, I'll call it, liven up downtown Torrance, if you will. And Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a statement. I don't believe that people in the city realize Fran Fulton and everything that she does for economic development in the city. The city has gone understaffed because of the pandemic, and it has made her just gain some extraordinary partnerships, not only for the downtown business area, but all of Torrance. And I just wanted to express gratitude not only to Fran, but for those community members and business owners who understand that Fran really is a one-person show here in the city of Torrance, and to help her advance the city in the business district. And I just wanted to express thanks and gratitude to you and all of the wonderful partners that you have definitely brought on board to help us out with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, any other questions or comments from the council? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak? And I think there's someone who already put their name in.
Yes, Your Honor. James Henry.
I have a handout on this item. I have two questions on this item. How did the city arrive at the amount of $10,500 to cover the expenses to establish a downtown business improvement district? And the other question, what entities are receiving the money to establish this district? The money's coming out of the city's general fund.
The amount, the $10,500 has been allocated already in a special project budget for a downtown plan. And also that amount was initially proposed in a quote from Civitas Advisors, who we've used before for establishing our tourism business improvement district. And that is really to gauge the feasibility to gather data on the property owners. So in reality, if we continue down this path, we may actually need more money than that, and potentially seed money to help the business improvement district get off the ground, which we have done in the past also with our tourism board and with our another group that we had as well. So that answers the question. Yeah, I think the auto dealers, we contributed as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think the second question is, what entities are receiving the money to establish this district? I'm just reading his.
Consultants that we would hire, either a legal firm or an advisor that would help us. There's a lengthy process that you have to go through, especially with the property districts, because each property owner has to be notified. And then it has to go through 3 different council meetings and public hearings. There's a legal process.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else from the public?
Yes, my name is Audrey, and I just wanted to mention that I'm pretty familiar with the way bids work in Los Angeles, and I just hope that you will consider that often, you know, the security that's hired to maintain law and order in the bids, in the business improvement districts, are basically typically like deputized to harass people, to cite them, to threaten them, to intimidate, and most often bids are weaponized against unhoused people and poor people. And I hope you will make sure that doesn't happen with your bids if you go ahead with that.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Spatz, and I was wondering, because I didn't hear the word historic or historical value of our downtown, just wanted to say that I would enjoy seeing how the committee that's going to be doing this work will be leveraging our historic value of downtown Torrance. I know cities like Orange with Orange Circle, they've done things successfully. I go there for holidays. Let's see what they can do, but focus on historical leverage. I think that'd be great.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Porchop. A couple of months ago, that was a dude here, was gonna open a store in downtown Torrance, no consultation fees, no $10,000. You rejected the dude. There is empty stores in downtown. Nobody goes there. The dude wants to open a store. You suggested him, we like your store, but go and open someplace else. Now, here is a suggestion from Porchop. All these business owners, what you're spending, the taxpayers' money, they can go and open a store someplace else where they make money, when the taxpayers doesn't have to support their business with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can go and open another store someplace.
Thank you, Mr. Porkchop. The microphone works fine.
I noticed that they always turn down, by the way.
Are there any other comments from the public? If not, I'll take it up to the council. I'll take a motion to accept and file the Downtown Torrance Association update and approve funding to establish Downtown Business Improvement District.
Motion to accept and file the Downtown Torrance Association update and approve the funding to establish the Downtown Business Improvement District.
Seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now taking item 10, public hearing, out of order. Item 10A from Community Development Department. Let me go down and read this. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10A. A recommendation of the Planning Commission that City Council deny the appeal and deny without prejudice a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda, and a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council uphold the appeal and approve a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. This item was last heard on September 27, 2022. Since that meeting, the project appellant, who is also the appellant, has made design changes to the project. Therefore, the public hearing will be conducted as follows. So please hang on in here with me as I try to be as clear as possible. Staff will begin with a presentation on the design changes. Once again, design changes made to the project, and respond to any questions the council may have. The appellant, this case, I believe, is the people who are making the homeowner, if you will have 15-minute period to speak and make a presentation on the design changes made to the project and respond to any questions the council may have. Afterwards, the public will have opportunity to make public comments, up to 2 minutes per speaker. After that 15-minute has concluded, the speakers that already spoke at the prior meeting held on September 27th are allowed to speak again during the public comment period, but only on the design changes made to the project. Once again, I repeat, the discussion tonight is on the design changes to the project. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the appellant will have a final 5-minute period for rebuttal. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Mayor Chen,
Yes.
I have to recuse myself for this item.
Okay.
I'm recusing myself for this item for the record because I was in the planning commission when that was brought in the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sheikh. Okay, for the record, Councilman Sheikh has left the council meeting. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. Tonight, we have a presentation on the agenda item to consider and appeal the Planning Commission's denial of a precise plan development to allow the construction of a new 2-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. As you previously mentioned, this item was last heard by the City Council on September 27th. Slide, please. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the revisions made by the project, as viewed from each elevation, which include lowering the portion of the roof at the rear of the residence, adding a skylight on the front elevation, the placement of windows at the rear and south elevations, and a new retaining wall along the rear property line. Slide, please. This slide shows the front elevation of the residence as viewed from Via Alameda, with the revisions bold in the red color. On the front elevation, 2 skylights are aligned to each other and placed below the topmost ridgeline. Slide, please. This slide shows the rear elevation of the residence, with the revisions bold in red color as well. The revised project features a lower ridgeline and roof edge at the rear of the second story. The lower ridgeline of the roof edge are positioned 1.5 foot and 6.17 feet below the topmost ridgeline, respectively, thus reducing the appearance of height and bulk at the rear. When viewed from the rear elevation, the lower ridge measures 23.89 feet in height, compared to the previous design where the topmost ridge measured 25.39 feet in height. The lower roof maintains a 4-12 pitch and standing seam metal roof that are consistent with the project design. There is no change to the overall height of the proposed residence. The revised project also features new window placement along the rear elevation. The bathroom on the second floor now features a horizontal window with a raised sill, compared to a previous design that had a vertical window with a low sill, thus reducing the potential of causing a privacy impact. Slide, please. This slide shows the south elevation of the residence as viewed from 133 Via Alameda, with the revisions bold in red color. On the south elevation, the bathroom window on the second floor now features a square window with a raised sill, compared to the previous design that had a vertical window with a low sill. In addition, a bedroom window on the second floor has been reduced in width, and a new clear story window is placed below the lower ridge. Slide, please. This slide shows the north elevation of the residence as viewed from 145 Via Alameda, with the revisions bubbled in red color. As noted earlier, the revised project features a lower ridgeline at the rear of the second story. There is no change, as previously mentioned, there is no change to the overall height of the proposed residence. Slide, please. This slide shows a close-up of the site plan along the rear property line with the area of the revision bubbled in red color. At the top are the residences located at 400 and 404 Via La Soledad, and at the bottom is 139 Via Alameda. The revised project removes an existing block wall located in the rear yard and adds a new retaining wall topped with a lattice fence along the rear property line. The new wall is situated entirely on the subject property and has 2 sections that follow the lengths of the property line abutting 400 and 404 Via La Soledad. The wall sections measure 30.83 feet and 41.90 feet in length, for a total of 72.73 feet in length. Slide, please. This slide shows a close-up of the retaining wall along the rear property line. On the left are the properties located at 400 and 404 Villa Soledad, and to the right is 139 Villa Alameda. The project plans indicate a new wall measures 5 feet in height, and the lattice fence measures 3 feet in height. However, the project plans do not provide height dimensions for the visible portion of the wall retaining the earth bank, nor provide the existing or finished grade level on either side of the wall. Staff has included a condition of approval that a detailed plan and section sheet for the new retaining wall shall be submitted with the building plan set for review and approval prior to building permit issuance to the satisfaction of the Community Development Director should the project be approved. The plan shall identify the existing and finished grade levels on either side for the full length of the wall and shall demonstrate the retaining wall and footing is situated entirely on the subject property, and that the retaining wall and lattice fence do not exceed the permissible overall height. Slide, please. In closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission is that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt the resolution denying without prejudice the project. And this is a recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council uphold the appeal and adopt the resolution approving the project. And with that said, Your Honor, thank you, City Council, for your time. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Does anyone from the council have any questions from the staff presentation? I don't see any. At this moment, should we have the appellant come and give their presentation first? You will have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I could, can we pull up our slides as well, please? Great. Thank you. Good evening, council members. Appreciate your time. I realize you have a full agenda this evening, and I appreciate your attention to this matter. My name is Spencer Kallick, and I represent the Kim family, local residents for many, many years. We were before you all about a month or so ago on this project, and as you likely remember, this is a code-compliant project. We are not asking for variations, deviations, variances, nothing like that. This is a code-compliant project, and in fact, your city staff has found as such. And you sent us back and said, you know what, we hear you. We also know you have some neighbors who have, some input, who want to see changes made, and you gave us 3 very specific comments that you wanted us to address. We heard you loud and clear. We've gone back, and we have a presentation this evening that addresses those 3 comments. Next slide, please. So just briefly, the reason we're here that you know is the Planning Commission considered this before, and unfortunately, they made the wrong findings. And that's not a matter of my opinion. They actually used the wrong city code and the city standards to figure out how to deny this project. So unfortunately, we don't like to do this, but we had to appeal the project because your Planning Commission just got the facts and the law wrong in coming to their decision, which is the reason that we are here today. But the project that is before you actually, is very respectful of our neighbors, very respectful of light and air and privacy. And in fact, the changes that we made that we're going to talk about now do so even more so. And so again, at the last council hearing on this item, you asked us to adjust 3 things, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3. Roof height, balcony sill height, and height of the rear fence. Next slide, please. So Councilmember Griffith, we heard you at the last hearing, and you proposed changes to the rear roof height to reduce the scale of the home. And so we heard you, and we went back, and we looked at it closely, and we made changes. We've now lowered a substantial portion of the west facade by 6 feet and 2 inches. Removing that portion of the west roof line would further reduce visibility of the roof line from 400 Villa Soledad. Next slide. Councilmember Matucci, you asked if it might help to raise the sill height on the rear balcony to help with privacy. And as a reminder, because I don't think you've been in the weeds as much as we've been on this recently, that balcony is set back over 40 feet from the rear property line, so it's quite far back. We reviewed whether raising the sill height provides any impact on privacy, and candidly, the short answer is no. And if you can go to the next slide. Given the sill height and the angle, essentially, when a person is standing on the balcony, they would have the same view with or without the 6-inch raised sill height, and they would not be able to see into the windows. Basically, you look straight into the roof of the neighboring property from that balcony. Next slide, please. And the third item, raising the rear wall height to address view impacts from the balcony. As noted in this slide, with the wall height materials raised 2 feet, visibility from the balcony into 404 Villa Soledad will be further obscured. Thus, the applicants determined that raising that sill height of the balcony would still provide no benefit, and instead, privacy concerns can be addressed by raising the rear wall height that we're going to talk about next. Next slide, please. So the number 3, again, Councilmember Matucci, I appreciate your input. You requested adding a 2-foot engineered wall covering to raise the overall height of that back rear wall to 8 feet in an effort to further protect privacy. And as noted in the slide, we did that. And so the project plans you see before you have addressed that concern and that request that was made of us. Next slide, please. So overall, what you have before you is a project that is code compliant and that has taken your specific requests back, not just looked at them and said, no, forget about it. We actually took your requests and we acted upon them. And frankly, appreciate your working with us and staff working with us to make this what we think is even a better project. Next slide, please. So our client has implemented 2 of the 3 measures to address privacy, view, light, and air concerns. And as can be seen, in addition to privacy impacts that have been further reduced, light impacts are additionally reduced, as you see here. This home, as proposed, would not cast any shadows on 400 Villa Soledad. So I want to try and keep this as simple as possible, because I know you have a long evening ahead of you, and you're going to hear, because I appreciate a number of neighbors who have differing opinions or who feel as though we're trying to do something that is not in compliance with code. And I hope that you will call upon us, but also upon your city staff, who will tell you the project before you is fully compliant with city code. Again, no variances, no special deviations, no nothing that we are asking for special approval for you all. All we're asking is to approve our project. And quite simply, this project complies with current city code. We understand there may be folks who aren't happy with what the city code says or may not want a project like this in their neighborhood. And I understand that. But at the same time, we don't want to be penalized, our client doesn't want to be penalized for doing what any other property owner in the area could do, which is go to the city code, read what it says, comply with it, work with city staff for almost over a year now in earnest to get this done. Come before you all now for I think this is now the 2nd or 3rd city council hearing. I appreciate your time, and listen to your changes, take them back, take them seriously, put in the hard work to make those changes, talk to our neighbors, get their input. We're not going to be able to make everyone happy. We understand that, but we have sincerely listened to you, and we are before you asking for your approval this evening. So before I end my moment here, what I wanted to say is I know you're going to hear from a lot of folks. And again, this is a code-compliant project. We're not asking for anything special. We've listened to you. We are asking for your approval this evening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any comments at this moment or questions from the council to the appellant? Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, and I wanted to ask a specific question on the block wall that's proposed. I see that the wall is moved back to the property line further to the west, and it looks like it will require the removal of the existing 4 trees that are currently there? Am I envisioning that correctly?
The short answer is yes. Part of actually, at some point, those trees were cut down in the last number of months, not by our client, but we don't know whom. What I can tell you is yes, we are going to have the retaining wall be fully on our property, on our client's property, and as you heard staff say, that will be a condition of approval to ensure that it is 100% on our property.
And then the wall to the north, between your property and the property to the north, it looks like the current wall is mostly on your property. It is all on your property. Is that wall going to be demolished and replaced? Or I don't see anything here talking about a new wall, and I'm not quite clear on how that's going to.
My understanding is that the only wall that's going to be replaced is the wall essentially in the back that was the subject of our last conversation, where it was asked that we raise that to 8 feet.
Okay, so then the existing wall on the north side then would have to be extended to hook up to the new wall, I'm guessing, but otherwise the wall remains essentially the same as it is.
And fully on our client's property, not going on any other property.
I see that. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilman.
Anyone else from the council have comments or questions? If not, we will transition comments from, we'll call the quote-unquote opponents, but it's really the public.
Thank you very much.
We'll take comments from the public.
Judy Brunetti.
Good evening, Judy Brunetti, Riviera Homeowners. The revisions to the original plan at 139 Via Alameda do not resolve any issues. The staff report says the roof line has not been significantly lowered, and it has not. The 8-foot surrounding wall replaced by a 5-foot wall with lattice work is better, but the retaining wall is a huge construction project that will also dispute property lines on 2 sides. Some windows on the east wall have been changed. 2 windows have opaque glass, but there are still 10 windows on the east wall, 8 with clear glass. During the day, this would be a privacy problem, and at night there would be glare from these windows. The revised project, 139 Via Alameda, violates nearly every restriction of the Hillside Overlay Ordinance, 94.6.1. It's too tall, the FAR is too big, it negatively impacts the light, air, and privacy of Via Alameda and the homes on Soledad. Also, the second floor has not been revised. The second floor is larger than the ground floor, so this is not the least intrusive plan as required by the Hillside Ordinance. The 370 square foot balcony deck on the roof of the first floor has also not been revised. It was not mentioned at the last meeting, and there are no pictures of either the east wall or the balcony deck in the original packet. The Planning Commission did not make a mistake when they unanimously denied this project. The CDD offered no objections to this project, saying it complies with the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. The difference is the Planning Commission considers and upholds the ordinance, while the Community Development Department does not consider or discuss hillside restrictions, only R1 code. The Homeowners Association and the residents ask, why is the city not enforcing their own ordinance? Why allow the CDD to permit these huge homes to be built? Listen to your constituents, maintain this lovely neighborhood, and deny this project. Thank you.
Michael Duarte.
I think he's got 10 handouts. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Michael Duarte. I'm the owner of 404 Villa La Soledad. And the design changes that have been performed by the appellant are de minimis and insignificant. This seems like a complex issue, but it's very, very simple. There are 6 requirements that are required by the Hillside overlay according to the Torrance Municipal Code. And the last thing they got to prove is that there's no unreasonable hardship to the project. They cannot prove that in this particular case, and the appellant in this case has the burden of proof in this case. And with all due respect to the planning staff, the conclusions that you've drawn are completely not supported by the evidence. The Planning Commission got it right in this case. They found that 3 were not met. They found that there was not an unreasonable hardship pursuant to the Torrance Municipal Code. And all you council members have come to our house. I provided you with photos, and you're going to see there's photos with the changes, and you'll see there's nothing that changes anything when it comes to taking away our privacy, our view, light, and air is a different issue. And the evidence shows that the project is clearly intrusive, negatively impacts multiple neighbors, not just my house, but the other houses in the neighborhood. The balcony is 370 square feet, which is larger than our living room, creates a tremendous issues and cannot be overcome by the de minimis changes that have been taking place by the project. The 5-foot fence with a 3-foot lattice does nothing to protect our privacy. We have to look at an 8-foot wall and try and satisfy a second-story home, which violates the Hillside overlay. And the very simple solution here is to have the project.
Tom Newman.
Yeah, hi. For some reason, the planning department doesn't recognize the Hillside overlay ordinance. When I moved in here some time ago, my real estate person, spelled it out very clearly. You can't do this and such. You really have to be respectful to your neighbors because they have a right to their views. This is frankly too big. And if you look back at their, what we call in the architectural world, swindle sheet, I'm talking about the one that shows the light shadow survey. Light, the sun casts shadows in different ways during different seasons at different hours. They showed you one static view, and that's not representative of what people are going to experience. Thank you.
I see that Councilman Griffiths has signaled that he wants to speak.
Yeah, I apologize. I should have said this up front. I wanted to just disclose the fact that I did visit all 3 properties surrounding this project, except for the property directly to the south, and I also visited the project property as well, including the backyards of all properties, so I could personally see the views for myself. I did this after the silhouette was changed and certified last Thursday, and so I will be making my decision on this tonight based on the facts I'm hearing tonight and the photographs that are provided here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Forgive me, I thought we had made those disclosures at the beginning of the last hearing, but I too had the honor of meeting with several of the property owners, including the properties to the west and the property to the north and the property across the street to the north as well. Walked the neighborhood, and I want to thank all of you that spent time with me, Miss Kim that spent time with me. Additionally, I had the opportunity to go up a ladder to where it was placed at the height and position of the balcony as well. So I'll be making my decision based on the evidence tonight, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to disclose that I did visit the property at 139 Via Alameda. I also visited the homes at 145 Via Alameda, 400 Via La Soledad, and 404 Via La Soledad. I was not brave enough to climb the ladder.
Thank you. I know there's some concern from the public. We will get back to the public. I'm just letting them make their disclosures. Councilman Matucci.
Yes, I also want to disclose that I did visit a few of the properties and neighbors and the subject property 3 times. And I'll make my decisions based on the evidence from those days. Thank you. And tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
I would also like to disclose that I joined Councilmember Matucci in visiting the subject property, as well as the 2 properties on the street below, the property to the north. I did not visit the property to the south, but I'll make my decision based on the information provided tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the public hearing. Comments from the public.
Connie Smith,
We're still going through the folks who submitted their names in a list. She has 10 handouts.
I'm Connie. 3 revisions have been made to the 2-story proposal at 139 Via Alameda since September 27, 2022. These changes have all been extremely minor. The adjacent properties to 139 would suffer under this project, especially our family home to the north. Here are some examples that relate to our home regarding this proposal, which defy the Torrance Municipal Code, Section 91.41.6. There are 10 windows proposed on the north side of 139, where the existing house has only 3. Only 2 of the 10 windows have frosted glass and do not open. This would create a major privacy issue for our family during the daytime, cause a glare issue from the 10 windows at nighttime onto our 2 bedrooms and bathroom. Not to mention the increased noise emanating from open windows, which includes a second 2-story kitchen window facing our bedrooms. The front of our house, its south sides and backyard would be draped in shadows. Refer to the recent photos 1 through 5 of our property that were handed out. Living at our humble abode would be like living in a cold, dark dungeon. We're concerned about a major mold issue developing both inside as well as outside of our residence. Our plans to have solar panels placed on the south side of our house will be nullified. Our air, light, privacy, and view of the sun and sky are most definitely impacted if 139 is allowed to build their 2-story dwelling with a balcony deck. The house is out of character with most of the neighboring homes in height, style, shape, home type, and materials used. It does not integrate well into the existing neighborhood. It's our feeling that the few plan changes made is like throwing a dog a bone with not an ounce of meat on it. The Torrance City Planning Commission unanimously voted this project down this summer, and with good reason. We implore you to fully uphold our Hillside overlay ordinance and deny this appeal.
John Canulo,
Good evening, and thank you for each one of you coming out and taking a look at the property and the situation that we have at hand. That property's been in the family since the mid-1960s. All the properties in the area have been family properties for a long period of time. The big thing is that we just recently, last week, saw some new vertical uprights closer to our home than before. It was the first time we've seen them. The workers were there putting them up. So that was something that we had never experienced before. And most of you had not seen that because you were there prior to that happening. Secondly, this petition you've received, this has over 160 signatures of people that live in the immediate area that are struggling to understand why the ordinance is not, why is it still an issue? These people are homeowners in the area. They've been there a long period of time, some perhaps newer, but I just want to make sure that you understood that this was just something that took a very short period of time to gather that many signatures. I'm sure we get even more. The other thing is, of course, that it's going to change the whole dynamic of the area. Everyone currently there has been going through this process over and over, and they're struggling to understand why it's a continuous thing like this. Hopefully you'll have some answers for us tonight. Other than that, anyone here that opposes or wants to maintain the Hillside ordinance, you'll see the green stickers on us. If they care to stand, at least you can see that we do care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I will ask my question later. Any more comments or questions from the public on the changes made?
Hello, this is Porchap. I try to speak correctly. Believe it or not, I live in this area. I'm in the hillside overlay with my ugly house. But what I would like to tell you, I'm not the one who should criticize the design here, because everybody seen my house. But also, my godfather was an architect, a very good one. And he taught me when we were talking, having a beer and cigarette, about design. So my only objection is, this thing is ugly. This is like shoe boxes piled on shoe boxes. You know what I mean? If these people who speaking behind me, their problem is how many windows and how many whatever, how many inches the heights, they should think about the design. I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt anybody's feeling, and you all seen my house, all the policemen seen my house, all the firemen seen my house. You have picture of it, and this is just ugly for a new house. I mean, just think about it. You know what I mean? We're talking about design here, right? Design. Okay, this is a secret. I bought a house in Torrance for a stepping stone to move up to Palos Verdes. But they have an art jury there. It wasn't there like Porchap gonna buy a house there and paint it pink. So I told them, Palos Verdes, screw you. I'm staying in Torrance. And I'm happy because I'm in the overlay thing, so my next...
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public?
His name is Joe Buck. I have two comments. One, the item 10A, supplemental number 1, which I think all of that material was submitted at least 24 hours ago. I see nothing out there. May I assume that all of you received a copy and had an opportunity, enough time to read the material in that supplemental number 1 for this? Thank you very much. The second thing is I would very much like to thank all of you, council members, to taking the time to come and look at that property. Unfortunately, one of the changes that occurred after everyone but Councilman Griffiths appeared and looked at the property and at the flags. After all the rest of you looked, those flags were moved Now, whether they got higher or not, I have no idea, but they got moved closer to where they're much more imposing. I don't want to ask you to go back there to look again. I would ask you to say,
Use the mic, Joe.
use the microphone.
We heard him.
Oh.
Come on, tell him what to do.
Well, let me ask, did you all hear me? Yeah,
We
okay.
heard you, sir.
That's it. Anyway, thank you very much for giving it careful attention, but unfortunately, some of the time that you spent there is negated because the flags are different after you left and they're more imposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? You don't have to be on the list if you want to make a comment. You have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. My name's Don Reinertz, and I live in the Hollywood Riviera area. What I see in this process is a huge dysfunction in how the projects are being selected. The Hollywood Riviera ordinance has some requirements for residential development. That's in section 7. There is an option to not follow those requirements if you submit a precise plan. And that was a very smart thing to do because some of those requirements can't apply to all properties. The problem is that option of using a precise plan has turned into a massive loophole which has completely nullified all of the requirements in 41.7. And I think the reason that you've got a community development director saying that we have no objections, and the reason you have a planning commission and residents saying we have objections is because the residents and planning director saying, what was the intent of the Hollywood Riviera development? And the community development director is saying, look, as long as there's a precise plan, you can do anything you want if it's within R1. And you're going to continue to have this problem over and over again unless the city council provides guidance to how you want to follow those instructions about residential development. Because right now, you're completely nullifying everything about residential development that appears in the ordinance. And if you look at how the whole overlay district has developed, you see the signs that in the old days, we followed those things. So this is an unprecedented departure right now from what was done all along.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments? Councilwoman Lewis, you have a question or a comment? I was going to at least let the appellant have their final 5 minutes.
Okay,
before-
I just have a quick question for staff.
Okay.
This will be either to Oscar or Director Ramirez. I've heard several folks come and say that this project does not comply or it violates the Hillside ordinance. Could you walk me through if it does violate the ordinance, how, and if not, also how?
Councilwoman Lewis, thanks for the question. Yes, so through the process, staff goes out and makes recommendations for the project. At the time of the analysis, it was determined that there was no substantial adverse impact. And that's what the recommendation to the Planning Commission was at the time. Essentially, the Planning Commission felt otherwise, so that's why they felt that they went and denied the project. But in terms of a lot of the comments that were brought up today, whether two-story houses are allowed in the Hillside Overlay District, that is not true. They are allowed. They have to go through a process, which this is a precise plan process for a two-story house. So essentially, it is going through the proper steps. and ultimately the decision whether there are substantial adverse impacts would fall on your honorable body here.
Okay, and then my follow-up question, speaking of adverse impacts, has the Planning Commission had the opportunity to see the revisions in this plan, or did they make the decision based on the original submittal?
Councilwoman Lewis, yeah, the decision was made on the prior design. The Planning Commission has not seen the current design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That was actually my question. So, okay, if none other, I'm going to go back to the appellant to give them their 5 minute before we consider a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but what I would say is I understand that you sit here this evening, you have a policy decision to make, right? Do you want to essentially listen to a number of neighbors who I understand are your constituents and have every right to come up here and to provide their opinions? Or do you want to say, you know what, we have ordinances, we have rules in place. They may be needed, there may need to be amendments in the future to clarify things, but as of right now, we have before you a project that, as you heard from staff, is fully compliant with city code. No special deviations, no variations, no variances. So, unfortunately, my client has gone through this process in earnest, has received a lot of negativity as a result of really just following what's on the books. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, but what's before you is, what went to the Planning Commission was in compliance with city code, and your city staff found as such. What came back to you about a month and a half ago was also in compliance with city code. But we heard you, the specific feedback from the neighbors, heard specific feedback from specific council members. We went back and we made the changes that you specifically asked us to make. We looked at it closely. We didn't cut any corners. We did, we went over and above. We hired a certified surveyor to come out and do the story polls and to do the views and to relook at the property lines, not because we were trying to fully fast one anyone, but because you asked us to and because staff, quite candidly, went above and beyond to make sure that every I was dotted and T was crossed. And so what I would ask for you this evening is not to send us back to the Planning Commission, not to drag this out any longer. I'd ask you to say, you know what? These people follow the rules. They did what city staff asked them to do. They did what's written in the code. They came before this. And then on top of that, they actually went back. We gave them some feedback as council members. They went back and they made those changes because they wanted to hear exactly what you said and they wanted to react to that. So again, my ask this evening is to approve the project as submitted to you all this evening and a vote in favor of the project so we can move forward and appreciate all of your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sir, I do have one question that I'll ask now. There was changing at the flags. I'm not sure that was clarified why the change. Maybe you can share that with us.
Yes, happy to answer that question. One of the questions that was asked of us, or one of the requests of city staff, because of the concern about height, was to have a state certified engineer come out and certify the heights of those poles. And so the height that you all saw and those poles you all saw is reflective of the design that's before you this evening. And it was, again, at the request of staff, we didn't just put them up and say, take our word for it. We hired a third party state licensed engineer to ensure those heights were correct.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. My question to you is, I need someone to walk me through the silhouette certification that we have in our supplementals. And the sub-question is, have you had the opportunity to see these documents and review them? These are the ones that were submitted tonight from the public comment about silhouettes.
Councilmember Lewis, we have not seen what was presented to you all this evening. What I can tell you is that we have done what I would call is industry best practice of looking at the view silhouettes. We didn't just take the thing that was most advantageous to us. We actually took the worst case scenario, which is what city staff asked us to do, And so what's before you in our package, quite candidly, is the worst-case scenario of what the view silhouettes would be.
Okay, thank you. And because I'm seeing two different things here, and I just wanted to clarify. And I have not gone out there again because I don't need to, because I'm taking all of the information that we're discussing tonight to base my decision. But I'm seeing some silhouettes and some pictures, so I'm just hoping that someone can walk me through what I'm seeing, even though the height and location certification says that there shouldn't be any adverse impact for lighting.
I appreciate that, and again, I haven't seen what's been presented, but what I can tell you is we're only able to go off of, quite candidly, what city staff has asked us to do, and recognize architectural practices of how you, and engineering practices of how you certify these things. And so, we didn't go to someone to tell us, hey, give me the answer I want to see. We went to a, like, again, state licensed engineer to ensure that what is before you this evening is certified by someone who's been certified by the state, not just what we want you to see, but what actually is going to occur on the property.
Okay, and I'm just looking at this. I've seen one of these in our public supplementals, so I'm sure they'll be posted, if they are not already, to the website so you can actually see the pictures that we're viewing. Staff, did you have something that you wanted to add? I think, Mr. Santana?
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. Our community development staff will clarify or provide a brief overview of the silhouette certification process.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, Councilwoman Lewis, yeah, so the silhouette is supposed to represent the bulk and massing and the roof lines of the proposed project. Essentially, they would hire a contractor to put up the silhouette and then hire an engineer to certify that they actually do follow the proposed plans and heights. The photographs that were presented to you that were submitted do appear to be from the prior silhouette, as staff received the silhouette certification on November 2nd, and the photographs that were provided were from, I believe, prior to that, as late as September 28th and October 19th. So I believe these were done prior to the revised silhouette going out.
Okay, so in the pictures that I'm looking at, which would be the 145 via Alameda that was taken on 9/28/2022 at 4:46 p.m., I'm seeing the existing structure, and then I am seeing the, I guess that would be the tie-off design for what would be the proposed balcony in this picture. Am I looking at that correctly, Mr. Santana? Right here?
Councilwoman Lewis, I believe that's the front of the house, and it's representing the front roof line, proposed front roof line. So this is, I believe, the shadow being cast on the adjacent property.
Okay, so is it usually the practice, now that there have been some changes, to have the silhouette certification revisited? Because it does look like that there would be more adverse impact from this picture than originally designated in the certification. Is that correct?
Well, Councilwoman Lewis, the recertification occurred as there was revisions to the proposed project, but that was, I believe, at the rear of the proposed silhouette, or the proposed project. I believe the front, it's possible that that would remain, but I would have to double check.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, the rear was done, the front elevation was not certified?
No, Councilwoman, the entire silhouette was recertified.
The front and the rear after the changes were submitted?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you please remind us of the Hillside overlay regarding two-story structures?
Sure thing, Councilwoman Kalani. So the process for a proposed two-story structure in the Hillside Overlay District, an applicant would apply for a precise plan of development and go through a public hearing process to present the project in front of the Planning Commission, make the necessary findings and approve it or deny it. Ultimately, it would go through an appeal process if they chose to. But again, this is the Hillside Overlay is an overlay, but the base zone is the R1 zone, which the R1 zone does allow up to 27 feet in height, up to 0.6 FAR, 2 stories. But again, anything over 0.5 FAR and anything as proposed as the second story would have to be approved by the Planning Commission or the City Council.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the council? I think Is Councilwoman Lewis, you have a question, or you're making the same motion Councilman Griffiths is making?
Not just quick, I just want to follow it up
Okay.
from Councilwoman Kaylani's question. So how far above the FAR are the resubmitted plans?
I believe the proposed floor area ratio did not change, and it's at 0.55.
I'm sorry, 5.5?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
It's 0.55, and whether they are allowed to.
The zone allows up to 0.6, but anything over 0.5 FAR must be approved by the Planning Commission or City Council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I'm about to take a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second it.
Start voting, please.
Councilman Kaji would... Okay, I thought I saw your name popped up. Go ahead.
Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Sheikh recused.
All right. Well, how does the council wish to proceed? I'm waiting for my screen to refresh. Okay, Councilman Kaji.
I withdraw my request.
Okay.
I didn't even make it.
All right. Let me go down. How does the council wish to take action on this matter? Councilman Griffith?
Hang on just one second. Before I make a motion, I just want to make a comment. As you've all probably heard me say this many times, I've been on the council for over 8 years, and prior to that, I was on the Planning Commission, and I've seen many, many, many Hillside overlay cases. I appreciate everybody's involvement and work on this project, from staff to the project folks, as well as the residents in the neighborhood. I find that the changes that are made were basically inconsequential to any of the issues that we were concerned with. I appreciate the desire to try to make changes, but in my opinion, they are not sufficient to make me change my decision to deny the project. So I'm going to motion that we go along with the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and that City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution denying without prejudice a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family resident on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Sheikh recused and Mayor voting no.
I think the decision's been made, so it's denied.
Would you like me to read the resolution?
I think we need a number and title for a resolution.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-111, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, denying without prejudice the precise plan of development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 1, Article 41 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-111.
I had a statement first, ma'am, sir.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have a statement before the second?
Yes, pardon me for interrupting your motion, sir. I just wanted to address the Kims for a moment and their design team. I do appreciate the willingness for the design team to change the design of their new home. I'm quite sure it's been a very strenuous and interesting experience. And I am also fully supportive of the Kims building a home on the property that they bought, just not a two-story home. So I just wanted to make that very clear to the Kims. It's not that we don't want you to be, continue to be a resident of Torrance. We just want you to abide by the overlay. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Second the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake recused.
Thank you. I think someone want to get Councilman Shake back in. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we start out 10B. Thank you. 8:57, and we are back from a short break. We're now moving on to item 10B from Community Development. Now is a time and a place for public hearing on agenda item 10B, an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code to add Chapter 17 entitled Mobile Home Rent Stabilization and Mobile Home Owner Protections to Division 4 of the Torrance City Municipal Code. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Over the last year, residents of Skyline Mobile Home Park, which is known as a senior park restricted in age to 55 or older, have been reaching out to the city voicing their concerns regarding what they consider to be excessive rent increases, inadequate park maintenance, and insufficient communication with park management. As a result of these issues, on January 25th, 2022, the City Council directed staff to research and analyze potential rent control for the mobile home parks within the city. On April 26, 2022, this item was presented to the City Council. During this meeting, the City Council directed staff to further analyze and draft a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, or RSO, for review and consideration. On June 14, 2022, a draft RSO was presented to the City Council. At this meeting, the City Council approved a 90-day postponement on the RSO to allow the ownership of Skyline Mobile Home Park time to work cooperatively with the city staff to address issues raised in the staff reports. Additionally, the City Council directed staff to provide an update on the collaboration between the representatives for Skyline Mobile Home Park and city staff within 60 days, which was presented to the City Council, which was presented at a City Council meeting of August 9, 2022. Upon conclusion of this meeting, staff was directed to bring back the RSO for consideration of adoption by the City Council, which took place on September 13, 2022. In addition, the City Council did not move forward with the adoption of an RSO as the property owner submitted a proposal outlining a number of commitments it would initiate and/or enact in response to the residents' concerns. Further, the City Council directed staff to return within 60 days with an update on the progress made by the property owner on the submitted proposal. Additionally, at the October 11th City Council meeting, Councilmember Shake requested that the RSO be reintroduced at the same time as the Skyline Mobile Home Park update with the following two amendments. 1, limit the annual rent increase to 4% plus the local rate of inflation, or 10%, whichever is lower. And 2, allow the property owner to raise space rents to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold, transferred, or conveyed to a new owner. As a quick summary, there are 10 registered mobile home parks throughout the city that have a combined total of 1,086 mobile homes. There is no current legislation in place that imposes percentage caps on annual rent increases for renters of mobile home spaces within Torrance. While there are presently 2 rent stabilization measures enacted by the state, neither of them apply to mobile home parks within the city. Since the September 13th City Council meeting, the park representatives have reported that they have either enacted or initiated all of the commitments outlined within their submitted proposal. Additionally, since this date, staff has continued to reach out to Assemblymember Moretta Thank you, Moretta Suchi's office. My apologies. Requesting that the Assembly member either carry legislation amending AB 978 to cover all mobile home parks in the state or create similar legislation for the mobile home parks within Torrance. If it is the desire of the City Council to move forward with the RSO, it has been updated to reflect limiting the annual rent increases to 4% plus the percentage change in the average annual April to April consumer price index for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area, as well as allowing the property owners to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold, transferred, or conveyed to a new owner. Additionally, the RSO would create a registry of mobile home spaces, establish a base rent, establish a process to allow mobile home park owners to petition the city for fair rent adjustment, as well as establish an appeal process for any city decision on a fair return adjustment. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, I just want to share some process before we go into the questions and answer part of this item. I'm going to ask everyone in the audience, whether you're up speaking or you're not speaking, let's respect the person who is speaking and do not yell over them or shout over them, and just give them the respect whether you agree with them or not. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard for each of us to hear the speaker. So that's why I'm asking. Please do not yell from the background or from your seats, to really respect each of the speaker. With that, does anyone from the council have any questions or comments to staff? I don't see any, and let's go to the public.
Assemblymember Almer Tucci.
And I'll be a reminder, there's 2 minutes per speaker, and the mic will just cut off after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Assemblymember Al Marathucci, and I am proud to represent Torrance in the California Legislature. And I'm here to support the mobile home park residents, not just at Skyline, but throughout the city of Torrance. And I'm here to support their call for a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. Last week, I had an opportunity to meet over 150 Torrance residents last week, living at Skyline as well as some of the other mobile home parks in Torrance. These were overwhelmingly seniors living on fixed incomes, many who have lived in Torrance for decades, raising their families here, their kids, products of Torrance schools. We all know that mobile homes are among the last remaining affordable housing in the South Bay. And I believe we have a responsibility as elected representatives of this community to do everything we can to preserve that reducing pool of affordable housing so that we can keep these seniors in their homes rather than have them living on our streets. At your September City Council meeting, several of you, I think it was Mr. Griffiths, that specifically asked the question, why did the state not include mobile homes in the anti-rent gouging provisions of AB 1482? And so I'm here to answer that question as your state representative. Mobile homes were specifically excluded from AB 1482 at the request of advocates for mobile home residents statewide, precisely to avoid what the new owner of Skyline is trying to do now, to jack up the rent to the maximum allowable amount every year. The mobile home advocates told me that they prefer local control through local rent stabilization ordinances rather than another statewide measure like AB 1482.
Assemblyman, your time is up.
I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Chen.
Are you asking?
I have a comment and question, if that's okay.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh, go ahead.
Mayor Chen, can I entertain a motion to let our assemblyman to finish his thoughts? I like to give him a chance to finish his thoughts. I think that's important, and I think he deserves that. He's our elected representative.
Well, I appreciate your request, but I'm going to hold this to 2 minutes per speaker because otherwise we have no process here to go by. I respect the assemblyman. I told him and everyone else ahead of time there was 2 minutes, and I'm just going to stay with that. Thank you.
Can we entertain a motion and see if that flies? I mean, can we request a motion?
It's the mayor's call to do that unless
unless there wants to be an override, but I would advise as legal counsel that you treat everyone equally, whether they're elected or not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith, you got a comment?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to address a comment that was directed towards me. Assembly member, thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts on this. And it was a question that I am very concerned about, and why did the state exclude mobile home parks and subject them to unlimited rent increases? I would love to hear that answer, because it's something I've been asking for quite a long time. And considering the fact that you voted for 1482, I would like to hear your explanation of why you did that to the detriment of the mobile home users or residents.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths. Again, as I stated earlier, the mobile home residents were specifically excluded from AB 1482 at the request of the advocates for mobile home residents. They were concerned that having a statewide one-size-fits-all measure that didn't take into account the more local circumstances would not be the answer, and that's why they actually opposed, the mobile home resident advocates opposed AB 1482 until they were taken out of the bill. The original bill included mobile home residents, and I believe there was a representative of the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League, GISMO for short, that can perhaps add further light to that. But that is the reason why they asked, they actually told me, I had a meeting with them 2 weeks ago, and they stated that they strongly prefer having local rent stabilization ordinances rather than a statewide measure, because they're concerned that if, even with, we're seeing this actually play out here at Skyline. The owner of Skyline is proposing to abide by the terms of AB 1482 by increasing the rent, up to 5% with a cap of 10%, depending on the CPI. And that was precisely what the mobile home resident advocates were afraid of. That, and in contrast, there was a subsequent bill that was passed, AB 978, that set a much lower rent increase of 3%, capped at 5%. And that was seen to be more appropriate for, these mobile home communities, many of whom, as we all know, are seniors living on fixed incomes. Seniors living on fixed incomes cannot afford the 10% increase every year. And that's why they were not included in AB 1482. And that's why I'm asking you to support a local ordinance. If you choose not to take action with the local ordinance, that I may have to consider introducing a statewide solution.
I appreciate your explanation. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I want to finish my comments.
Oh, okay.
however.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
I appreciate
just yet.
the assembly member responding to my longstanding concerns, and I'm not asking for any further dialogue. I just want to finish my comments now. And that is that I don't think we'd be here today if 1482 had included mobile home parks, and the renters in the Skyline and any of our mobile home parks would not have been subjected to almost 17% increases in rent because of that exclusion in 1482. And to say that 1482 would be a one-size-fits-all for mobile home parks, it's a one-size-fits-all for every renter in California. So I don't buy that argument, and so I'm disappointed. I wish that the state, and I wish you would introduce legislation to protect mobile homes statewide, because I think the state failed the mobile home residents by excluding them in the first bill, and you could have voted no on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffith. I don't know, Councilwoman Lewis.
I do. I just have a couple of questions, if you will. Do you know of any amendments being considered to amend 1482? I mean, the sunset date is in 2030, which is 7 years, which is a very short time frame.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge of any efforts?
I'm not aware of any efforts to amend AB 1482. That law was specifically designed to address the rent spikes that we've been seeing statewide, especially in the large urban communities as it relates to apartment tenants. That was a major fight in and of itself. But again, you know, the mobile homes were specifically taken out of AB 1482 at the request of the mobile home residents. So in effect, what I'm suggesting here right now is that the mobile home residents, you know, told me just 2 weeks ago that they want a local RSO, but if they can't get a local RSO, then they may have to look to the state for, you know, subsequent or renewed legislation. You know, the highest priority of not only the legislature, but also of the governor, that, you know, I think it would be, you know, fairly easy to convince my colleagues that mobile homes are, you know, as I stated earlier, one of the last pools of affordable housing that we have, especially in high-priced markets like Torrance, and that, you know, I think the legislature would be very receptive to reopening this discussion on whether we need to have further protections for mobile home parks.
Okay, and then my last question is, could you help me with some history behind why the mobile home advocacy group at the time opposed being included in 1482?
So again, they were concerned that the provisions of AB 1482, the limit of 5% in rent increase plus the consumer price index to be capped at 10%, that would, you know, in their experience, having fought for many of these local rent stabilization ordinances, their experience has been that owners of mobile home parks tend to respond to any of these RSOs by preemptively increasing the rent to the maximum allowable level, you know, where, you know, they're sophisticated business operators. They want to get the returns, that they want to maximize the returns when and how they can. And so the mobile home residents advocates saw the 5%, 10% cap in AB 1482 as being too high. And again, that's why I contrast AB 1482 to what was in the subsequent legislation that was specifically tailored. You know, it ended up being just one mobile home park in Orange County, but that was a 3% rent increase per year, capped at 5%.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Kaji, you got a comment?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for your overview, Assembly Member. Since you mentioned AB 978, which was specific to a single mobile home park straddling Anaheim and Fullerton, that was introduced by Assembly Member Sharon Quirk Silva. Are you suggesting then that you'll introduce legislation that will go back to those limitations of 3%, maximum 5%?
You know, I haven't had a chance to have, you know, do my due diligence in terms of you know, having discussions. I just met with a representative of the owner of the Saunders Group this evening. You know, I have also had opportunities to have discussions with the advocates for mobile home park owners in the past. I would like to, you know, do my due diligence and hear from all sides before I decide on what course of action to take. But I am sympathetic to what the mobile home resident advocates were saying, that the 5%, 10% cap, you know, is too high for seniors living on fixed incomes, that there should be, you know, there should be something more appropriate. Again, you know, I think, you know, all of us as policymakers, We want to try to tailor the solution to the problem. AB 1482 was tailored for apartments, where Councilman, I know that you're in the real estate business. You know, and I know that that the market for apartments are different than the market for mobile home parks. It's not like we're building more mobile home parks in the city of Torrance. And so I think a lot of the arguments that would apply, against either RSOs or, well, we're not talking about rent control, so I wouldn't even go to rent control. But I know one of the most common arguments made, against any kind of, rent stabilization is that it would be a disincentive on building more, say, apartment units or building more mobile home parks. In this case, I think because we're not faced with that situation, because we're dealing with, an overwhelmingly seniors living on fixed income population, that calls for the need for more protective rent stabilization numbers than what was provided in AB 1482.
Well, Assembly members, since you've reached out not only to the owners at Skyline, but also to the other mobile home residents in the city of Torrance, and since you represent us at the state level, I think it would be disingenuous if you didn't provide those residents with a commitment from yourself if you do see this as a glaring defect in 1482 or 978, that you do provide them with that type of assurance, because I think what we've seen from Sacramento has been an erosion of local control over our own planning and developments here in the city of Torrance. The imposition of state law that now makes it by right available to any homeowner to add an ADU, the imposition of housing requirements on the city, also the creation of housing on commercial retail. That's all by mandate from Sacramento.
Yeah.
And we at the local level are losing local control. So I think to suggest, through this discussion that now suddenly, it's all the responsibility of local control to meet a statewide issue that impacts seniors on fixed income, I think is disingenuous. And I'd suggest that as our representative, you meet with the other assembly members, state senators, and the governor to move it forward. So while I appreciate your presence tonight, I think for myself and the other members, after meeting with the residents, we'll
against, SB 9, SB 10, a lot of those encroachments on local control, and that is why precisely I know how much this council, this body cares about local control, and that's why, I think this is a prime opportunity. If you want local control, you need to step up here, and if you can't, then the state may have to step in.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. In fact, I would like to emphasize what exactly you are saying. This is an opportunity for us to tell everybody that we have informed a few weeks ago when we pulled ourselves from League of California Cities. Our message to them was, we do not want state control. We want to have our local control. With having this in place, first of all, we will be unique with our own conditions. We will propose or suggest something that will be unique and very cohesive what we want in Torrance. It will be beneficial to tell what our words and our actions are, because we just took an action, like I said earlier, that we pulled ourselves out, and that was a message that we want local control. And having mobile park, have an RSO, a compromisable RSO between the investors and also the tenants, it will be beneficial for our future investors, especially the one that I'm proposing, that will be, in fact, a unique RSO that will be benefit to both the communities. So that's why I think it was good that AB 1482 was not passed, because this is an opportunity to champion on that and propose our own RSO that will benefit to the community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in fact, Councilman Sheikh, thank you for your comments. You know, when I talk to my colleagues in the legislature about why they can continue to pass all these bills that's taking away local control, you know, especially as it relates to the affordable housing crisis, their response is always that, well, it's because the cities are not stepping up. And so here you have an opportunity to step up and to protect your residents.
Anyone else from the council? If not, thank you, Assemblyman. And we'll go down the list.
Jennifer Lamarck.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and council members. My name is Jennifer Lamarque, and I'm here representing LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn. On behalf of the supervisor, I'd like to first commend Councilmember Sheikh for bringing this item back for consideration tonight. As the supervisor said when she was at your meeting in September, government must do everything it can to preserve the last bastion of affordable housing in our county, our mobile home parks. Tonight, you have an opportunity to help do that by approving the proposed ordinance. We know that many of the Skyline residents are still paying mortgages for their mobile homes, in addition to the ground rent that they pay every month. That means that the rent increases that they're facing jeopardize their ability to stay in their homes. These seniors need your help. They want to stay in Torrance, the city they bought their homes in and plan to spend the rest of their lives in. The supervisor urges you to pass this important rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Jared Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jared Gonzalez. I represent Western Manufactured Housing Communities Association, WMA. Tonight, I asked you to do what you did last time, which is reject rent control. It's the right thing to do. There's no citywide mobile home rent increase problem in Torrance. There was an issue at one park. The park owner made meaningful concessions, and it's always best when park owners and residents can work things out along with the city. Further, the same park put in place a safety net, a subsidy program for those who cannot afford rent increases. If you vote for rent control, you're applying a one-size-fits-all policy for a widespread problem that doesn't exist citywide. And then there are the unintended consequences. The cost to administer the ordinance is enormous, hundreds of thousands of dollars. A rent control ordinance also forces park owners who don't always raise rents to raise them to the maximum allowable rents because they have to keep up with operating costs. And rent control divides communities. It pits park residents against park owners, which isn't something that's happening citywide. What you see here today will be the norm. You did the right thing the last time this was up for a vote, and I ask that you do the right thing again and vote no on rent control tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm going to ask the public to please respect each of the speakers, as I shared with you earlier. Yes, the city clerk's going to call 3 at a time, so it'll cue you up so you know when you're the next person.
Irene B., Sally Osborne, Deb Osborne.
Good evening, thank you. I am not Irene. With your permission, I am going to read, she could not be here this evening. Is that okay?
You're already here, so
Okay.
let it roll.
So this is from Irene. She's one of the homeowners at Skyline. She's 81 years old. What is a wrongful death? the death of a human being, that death caused by another's negligence or with intent to cause harm. Many of us, and I am sure some of you, have heard about the size of lot rent increases preventing many home sales from happening. The homeowner is eventually evicted for inability to pay lot rent. The landowner grabs it free and clear most of the time. The person evicted moves into a car or on the streets until death, too proud to tell family about lack of income. Or they die from lack of medication while paying increased lot rent. Some relatives will eventually find out, and the owner, his company, and all of you will be sued for wrongful death because you had the opportunity to establish an RSO that could have prevented the eviction and failed to do, choosing to cater to the owner. Your negligence of seniors' needs makes you culpable. Is a property merger to Rolling Hills in the works? Inquiring minds want to know. Best you have someone in the city look into this. If we don't see the RSO established and an end to your catering to this business owner, rather than the residents, it will be your downfall, and we, the seniors, will see to your eviction from office via the ballot box or recall petitions. Please do not underestimate the gray power. Respectfully, Irene.
Sally Osborne.
Hi, can you hear me? I've lived at the park 14 years, and I've spoke before you twice already about my situation. Retiring from Torrance Unified School District a year ago after 20 years in special education. And I just felt I'd bring that up again because when I retired, I knew I could afford where I was going to live, and it was my forever place. And so this is my speech. Oh, my speech. Be wise, be kind, and be fair. Before you know it, you will be us.
The new owner at Skyline Mobile Home Park follows the letter of the law in terms of his proposal obligations, but good park management is so much more than the few items he indicated he would do. In a volatile situation such as this, we need a third party to keep everybody accountable because everybody is accountable to somebody. There continues to be gaps in communication and in the knowledge base of mobile home park management as evidenced by a turnover in management staff within the last few months. Unfortunately, a lack of trust with the new owner and his team continues. Until trust is established, we will need help having the homeowners and the park owner live together in an agreeable manner. I know this is not a situation that the City Council wants to be placed in, but at this point, 1 year later, the problem with the owners continues and the situation remains untenable. We need an RSO because we need to keep them accountable. It's not all about numbers. It's a lot about numbers, but it's not all about numbers.
Your Honor, can we please remind the public that if there's seats available, they should take seats. We should keep all the aisles and exits open.
Sure.
Thank you so
sure.
much.
Yes, please, the audience, take a seat and continue to be respectful of all the speakers. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Bernice Rose, Mark Van Klooster, Joyce Smith.
Good evening and thank you. I've lived in Torrance for close to 40 years. I worked here 30 plus years off and on. 5 of my grandchildren graduated from this Torrance school district. My daughter was the school teacher in Torrance for 29 years. I want to stay in Torrance. I love Torrance. But if these increases continue, I won't be able to afford Torrance. Please help with this rent stabilization program. Listen to us. Like one of the other girls said, You're all going to be our age at some time. I'm 85 years old. It's no time to start picking up my stuff and moving. I am blind in one eye and can barely see out of the other. I get injections every 3 months, and I'm quite comfortable where I live. If I had to move somewhere else, I'd be crawling along the floor trying to find out where I'm going. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Van Closter, and I live in Skyline. From what I hear, please don't punt this to the state. We need you guys. We need all of you. I mean, I live with a lot of very dear people, and I've learned to appreciate them. This is a human cost. This is a life issue. It's a life and death issue. Please don't punt it to the state. The state may take 2 or 3 or 4 years, and you're talking about local control. This is exactly the type of issue that we should tailor as we see fit. Now, we can accommodate local control through what the fair return for the owner, but reasonable and fair for what the people can pay. So please don't punt this away. Human lives are at stake. A lot of costs are at stake. I hear they're suffering each day. I hear it in weeks. I hear it during the meetings. What are we going to do? Are we just going to punt it a few years down the road? I mean, don't punt it, please. Have some compassion. Have some sympathy. We need you guys. Thank you.
My name is Joyce Smith. I'm 75 years old, on fixed income, and a resident in Skyline Mobile Home Park. My husband and I owned our own television production company for 22 years. He died in 2009. When he died, I lost my business, my home, everything. I had to move closer to my son in Torrance. The only place I could afford was a mobile home. A 1971 mobile home is all I could afford. I used his life insurance. Thank God he had licensed life insurance. I used his life insurance to buy that home. I used his life insurance to fix it up, from a new roof to new plumbing to everything in between. I used all the money that I had to fix that house, and I was very careful reading that lease that I signed. There was nothing in that lease that said I was going to have to pay this amount of money ever. We need your help. We really need your help. We need a local help. We can't wait for a state help. We just can't. The rent increases came as a shock to all of us there. We found that we were the only seniors that were not protected by some type of rent stabilization. When we finally got a meeting with Mr. Saunders, he blamed it on his taxes going from 187 to 400 and some thousand. And why are we responsible for his mistake? He should have researched it much more. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he knew what was going on. Investors don't do that. We just need your help. We need your
Clay Hodge, Mary Jo Bartik, Jeff Pollock, and Eula Barrett.
Good evening. My name is Clay Haig. I operate Torrance Mobile Home Park over on up there. Anyway, I've been in this business for 36 years, and I understand the rent control game. And I can tell you that once rent control comes into effect, you got to go by those rules and not by the fair market rules anymore. And what has happened in that 36 years is the courts have gotten involved, and case law now guarantees certain things to folks that own mobile home parks. One of them is they get a fair return on their investment, and that includes the expenses associated with that business, like property taxes that go up. The courts guarantee that that park owner should get that money plus a fair return on that investment. Case law also says that if the rent control is assumed to be at a market rent from the beginning, and if not, a park owner, an existing park owner, is allowed to raise that rent to market, and then you can regulate it. And that's called the Vega versus West Hollywood decision. So if, in a situation like ours, where we're at $300 to $500 below market, if this ordinance takes effect, maybe we'll come to City Council and say, we're going to do a Vega application, and we're going to ask you to raise our rents $500, and then you can regulate it. And you know what? The court said you have to do it. If you don't, then the city has to suffer those consequences. So what I'm asking you to do tonight is vote no on this, because a public policy is supposed to achieve a desired result. This rent control ordinance will not achieve that result of keeping rents low. Thank you.
Jeff Pollack. Only a Torrance-based rent stabilization ordinance will keep the control of the mobile home market in the city of Torrance. Only from Torrance will that happen. And only a Torrance RSO will give us transparency over things such as pass-throughs that we are not going to get without that. You should be asking yourself, why are the other the property owners actually fighting this tooth and nail when they actually are charging market value already? Why do they oppose an RSO? Because they want to charge even more. When they purchased our mobile home, they did due diligence to count their beans and figure out how much they're going to raise their rents, but they didn't count on the humanity of the people that live there. Lastly, I want to say that the Torrance RSO protects all mobile homes within the city of Torrance. And while there may be more people here from Skyline, this is true, but we are only one quarter of all mobile homes in the city of Torrance. And they are also suffering under property ownership that can be purchased outright by a predatory owner, or are already facing large increases already. So I beg of you to consider a rent stabilization for the city of Torrance, for Torrance citizens, not for property owners that don't even live in Torrance.
Was there a Mary Jo?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratage. I'm the Vice President, one of the Vice Presidents for the Golden State Manufacturers Homeowners League, GSMOL. We've been assisting mobile home homeowners for the past 60 years. And we've been getting important laws passed, and this year we passed 3 more new bills. These are for help to protect these vulnerable homeowners. We had 3 laws passed this last year. In the last couple of years, we've had 3 different rent stabilization ordinances passed. The first one was the County of Los Angeles, and that was in 2020. And then we passed one for the city of Santa Ana, large city of Santa Ana. That was in 2021. And then we had one just recently in the city of Pico Rivera. And please pass a reasonable rent stabilization that will help keep these homeowners from becoming homeless. This is because of the, I would call it, greed of the certain park owners. Not all of them. You have some very good park owners. A good example of reasonable and strict RSO is one that was enacted for the 8,600 mobile homes in the unincorporated areas of Los Angeles County, passed by the County Board of Supervisors, limiting the amount of increases to 75% of the CPI or 3%, whichever is greater. In no event shall a rent increase exceed 8%. This is the LA County RSO. It gives the park owners a fair return on their investments. It's not being challenged, although we have had some challenge and they lost in court. So thank you very much for your time.
Ula Barrett. Once again, I'm standing before you and begging you to adopt a rent stabilization ordinance for Torrance mobile home parks. You give lip service to affordable housing and preventing homelessness. Mobile homes were affordable, but you are letting the real estate pirates force us out of our homes at big losses with nowhere to go. Everything in California is no longer in our price range. Over 100 cities and several counties in California have enacted RSOs. Why is this so difficult for you? We're not taking money out of your pockets. We have shown you that it would have a small fiscal impact on the city. We are your constituents who voted for you. You should have our backs instead of coddling out-of-town bandits that do nothing for our city. Even the taxes go to the County of Los Angeles. Today is election day. Look at the state of our country. Reagan started this with his trickle-down theory. Give to the rich corporations and they will pass on the money to their employees and the consumers. Obviously, this didn't work. It's a trickle-up theory. The rich become super rich and the middle class is disappearing. Soon you will only have the wealthy and the homeless in California. You can stop the migration of the middle class and the baby boomers by adopting an RSO now. Thank you.
Looks like we've exhausted those who submitted speaker cards. Do we have anyone else from the public? Please, again, you have 2 minutes per speaker. Stay on topic and be respectful for each person.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. Skyline has been a senior park for over 60 years in Torrance. We seniors, pensioners, and handicapped people cannot just pick up and move. We cannot afford to buy a Torrance home, and rents are too high. We do not have choices. We purchased our trailers expecting to live our last few years in Torrance, the city we love and have lived in for many years. We are tied to Torrance through familiar infrastructure, family and friends. I personally need to be close to Torrance Memorial Hospital and my 4 critical care doctors and my 62-year-old son, which helps me. We, the people who live at Skyline, eke out a living on Social Security and a small pension. Where do we go if we can't afford to stay here at a senior park? Myself and my family went to Torrance schools and worked in Torrance for many years. Where do we go? Mr. Sanders had choices. We do not. Mr. Sanders gave a detailed written description of the cost of taxes and insurance and price before he signed the contract. He has 10 other mobile home parks. He has experience. He knew what he was doing. He knew that Skyline was a community of seniors, people on fixed incomes. Mr. Sanders had choices. We do not. We have endured over a year with 2 rent increases and constant worry of losing our homes. Where do we go? Thank you, Torrance City Council members, in advance for your support and consideration. Please grant us a city-managed RSO to even the playing field.
Hi, Ron Feldman. Last time this large group of homeowners and myself were here, we poured our hearts out to the council members for over 2 hours. When we were done in less than 2 or 3 minutes, the council members said that the owners of the park had submitted a fair proposal. I understand that they have a right to make a profit, but couldn't we at least try on your end to suggest a compromise, maybe 4% plus CPI with a maximum of 8 or 9%, something that would be reasonable for people on fixed income? Nobody even considered that. We were shot down, poured our hearts out, and no was said. So please reconsider. Thank you.
So first, the lack of compassion in this room is overwhelming and unnerving. Of course you're kicking this to the state because that's what you did with the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You said you can't create a civilian oversight commission because of SB 2. But the lack of care that you have for elders in this room who are at the verge of losing their homes is absolutely disturbing. Because the reality is that housing is a human right. And I don't mean the tiny homes and homeless shelters that you put homeless people into. I mean actual homes that that are fit for human beings and people deserve to live in. Because housing is a human right and rent control is a gateway to that. And you should all be supporting these people in the room who are asking you for something very basic, to allow them to stay in their homes. It is absolutely ridiculous that this is something that has to be discussed and something that has to be discussed again. I encourage you to vote yes.
In all the discussions, you've all thrown around you've all thrown around percentages, 10%, 5%, 3%. Let me tell you what 19% is. Our rent was raised last year $197. This year, on top of that $197, my rent will be raised $119. In 2 years, my rent will go up $316. That is a large amount. And if you add it up, that's close to 30%. It's not 5, it's not 7, it's not 10. You guys have got to help us and fix the numbers because this is ridiculous. Nobody, not even you guys, are making 30% every year more than what you were probably making last year. And that's what you expect us to do. Sorry, we can't do it at this age. You know, we all relaxed, we all saved up, we all did what in investments, and things are not going good in this country right now. Things are going down, and you guys have got to help us, and we got to help you, because you want to stay there, you got to help us. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mazzara. I'm with the ownership group of Skyline Mobile Home Park. First off, I want to address something the assemblyman said. Owners looking to maximize profits. It's not the case in this situation. We just want to make a profit, is what we're trying to get to here. Historically, do we see rent increases like this forever? No. We're looking to get to a point where we're close to or at market. I'll give you an example. We had multiple parks, one of our largest parks in Huntington Beach last year. Over the summer, rent increases were sent out. CPI was approaching roughly 9%. Over the summer, those increases were 4 to 5% for those residents. So once we do get to a point where we're able to turn a profit, we can certainly back down and ratchet down some rent increases. But we understand we're going to take some time to get there. You know, our position at this point is, I think, pretty simple. You know, we left the last council meeting after speaking with you under the impression that we had an agreement. Councilmember Griffiths asked to come back in 60 days for a check-in to see where we were, and we made sure we put pedal to the metal to make sure that we adhered to everything we possibly could have. We have sent you guys all evidence of that. We have emailed each and every one of you, I believe. Michelle has had that as well, and all we are asking here tonight is give our proposal a chance. give the subsidy program a chance, and let's stick with the agreement that we had. So I thank you all for allowing us to be here, and thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
My name is Neil Iacono, and my wife Susan and I are recent residents of Skyline. And I wanted to make a comment about AB 978. That was a bill that was enacted to ensure a fair rent for people living in the park. That half of the park was located in the city of Anaheim, the other half in Fullerton. The owner of that park is Mr. Sanders. And that bill was passed specifically, signed by the governor in July of 2021, retroactive back to February of that year. And that was the reason for that. The same applies here. He's the same owner now at Skyline. And as an example, when my wife and I moved to Skyline, we were in escrow, and we had an approved offer that was accepted by the seller. And it included a site fee, which was not high at all. It was $954. And yes, it was raised to what was called a market rate. And I still don't know what goes in to determine a market rate for a 55 and older park. But at that time, our specific rent went up from $954 to $1,967, an increase of $1,013. We've received a notice where our rent, beginning in January of next year, will go up to over $2,150. It's not that we can't be there at that park. We owned a single-family residence in the city of Torrance for 46 years. We raised a family of 3 children. They attended schools in the city of Torrance. We've just sold our property to a young family and a mother, an expectant mother, with the first child. And
Sir, your time is up. Sorry. Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Dr. Alia. I'm a primary care physician here in Torrance. I trained at Harbor UCLA, which I'm sure that all of you are very familiar with. I just want to echo my colleague that the lack of compassion here towards our elders and our seniors is astounding. And frankly, I've seen in many of my patients that lack of housing kills people. Lack of housing kills people. They don't have places to store their medications. They don't have a place to rest, to recover from illnesses. So if you do not pass this RSO, you will kill people through lack of housing, okay? And the lack of compassion really reminds me of multiple times when myself and my colleagues have come and advocated on behalf of the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who was killed by Torrance police, and when you refused to create an oversight commission. You have a chance to change that here. Vote yes on the RSO. Thank you.
Man, I just want to remind folks that we have to stay on topic on this item. We're talking about RSO, all right? Please.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you already spoke.
I know, I wanted
You already
to.
spoke, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
The last speaker was absolutely on topic. Just because Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name is uttered does not make it off topic. The lack of compassion that you've shown in that case and to this whole room, to all of the residents here, and, you know, like I've been here for these meetings, when many of you have stated that, oh, gee, we have compassion for you as renters of this property and homeowners, but, you know, we have to have compassion for the owner to make his profits. Like, it's just overwhelming to me. How can you not hear yourself? The lack of compassion is overwhelming. The faces that you're making are very sad and upsetting, and watching the speakers that come up and the things that they say and your reaction to them. I encourage you to do the right thing, but yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. My name is Peter Grandili, and I've been living in Knowles Lodge since the 80s. And first I was under Kettler Corporation, and then it was Court and Scott, who've had quite a few, they've been sued quite a few times for many violations. But I do agree with many of the people on the council. I really feel that the state really dropped the ball in protecting us, with an RSO, for the mobile homes. But I was thinking for a compromise, because we have nothing in the city of Torrance to protect, people that are like 65 and older. I've been living in my home for 30 years, and I'm disabled, and I don't know where to go now, and I love my home, but it's like I got $100 raise, and my blood pressure's gone way up, and next year I'm going to get another $100 raise. I'm disabled, I'm 65, and maybe I do agree that the state dropped the ball in helping us, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think you should bear in mind, though, that we have no protections at all, especially people that are 65 and disabled. And I've been living in my house for 30 years. And so I was thinking that if you could come up with an RSO for people low income that are 65 and older, that would be something that would be really legitimate, and I'm not here to tell you guys are bad people. I think you're doing the best you can, and I really do think the state dropped the ball. But, you just have to be mindful that we have no protections at all. And right now I'm just begging you for my life because I'm 65. I have myalgic encephalitis, similar to COVID long haul, and I'm going to die.
Sir, your time is up. We got it. Thank you. I understand. I think the lady in the back was walking up when she got intercepted last time.
That's good too. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Deanna Yu Lewis, and I'm from another mobile home park called Skylark. My heart bleeds every time when I see how much rent they're paying. We are not doing too bad. I wish to sum up some key issues we mobile home owners are facing right now. Number one, we live in fear every day because there is no law to protect us from extreme rent increase. Number two, the so-called property value is a real hoax. Who would be interested in buying a mobile home from a mobile home owner if the rent is the same as or higher than the market price? One does not need a brain to figure that out, right? Now I want to point out the difference between I cannot and I don't want to. If council members vote yes to the RSO, that means you understand the seriousness of the issue. You can fix it, and you want to fix it. Conversely, if council members vote no to the RSO, there are two indications. Number one, you do not understand the matter. Number two, you do understand the matter, you have the power to fix it, but you just don't want to fix it. The outcome of the issue is foreseeable and disastrous. Homelessness is the word. There are 10 mobile home parks in Torrance. You may not need our votes, but we do need yours. Council members, do you have the power to fix this? Do you want to fix this? Please remember, what goes around comes around. Please let conscience be your guide. Vote yes on the rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Hi. At the beginning of this meeting, you opened with some kind of prayer that you stated that you're here to do what's best for the people of Torrance. And I just think, just like for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, you guys pick and choose who you're going to do the best for. And it seems like you are talking out of both sides of your mouth. And if you mean to only keep some of your residents safe, you need to state that, because this is not, you are talking out of both sides. It just baffles my mind at how you present yourself as caring members of the community and then do this.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I'm also a resident of Skyline. I will say that first and out. I understand your side as well as ours. Yes, people need to make a return on their investment. We want businesses to come to Torrance. That's how we're going to make this a wonderful city. And for it to continue to be a good city to live in is having businesses come here and support us as well. I happen to work for a wonderful business here in Torrance, and I make 3% raise every year. I'm not yet retired. But I am a home owner. I am not a renter of a building like the 1482 is for renters. I pay maintenance, I pay property tax in addition to my space rent. To have a space rent that's the same as 1482 does not take into account the fact that I pay more than a renter would pay. In this case, we need your help. We need you to make the precedence of this RSO at the local level to show other cities that have, large cities that have this problem. There's places that don't have our problem, but we do have the problem here in Torrance. There are no other affordable places for people like myself to live and to own a home. We need your help. Yes, a compromise. 4% is a compromise. We wanted 3, they're offering 5. Help us out. We beg you, please.
Hello, I'm Errol Mata. Hopefully I won't screw this crap up. You know, I see a lot of hurt here coming out and talking, and I don't see too many answers or fixes, things, you know, spitballing back and forth. Nobody seems to be throwing any answers out there, or maybe this, maybe that, you know, numbers, anything. It's just we're getting shuffled back and forth here. The gentleman came out here representing the mobile home park, and he said, yeah, eventually, you know, he'll be able to calm the price down, but we're the sacrificial lambs here. We're the ones getting, you know, sacrificed. Is it, maybe I'm talking out my butt, excuse me, I was gonna say something else, but why couldn't we be the selfish people here and say, let's grandfather these people in that were here before Sanders took over. Grandfather them in because they have no choice. We have no choice. We signed, we live here, we thought we were gonna die here. That's what we hoped to do. Somebody that comes in and buys the trailer after I die or sell it or whatever, he knows what he's getting into. We have no choice. We're pushed into it. That guy has a choice. So why can't we do something like that? I mean, some ideas. Let's get ideas going here. But we don't hear anything from you. I haven't. We need your help. And we're getting shuffled off. And eventually, you know, some of us are going to pass away sooner than later because of this stress, because we're going to be thrown out, moved to Idaho on the pension we have.
Thank you, sir.
So what you're considering is a landlord who says we must make a profit. Residents who say we want shelter that we can afford. A landlord who wants to make a profit, and people who are saying we want to have enough money to feed ourselves. We need enough money to care for our medical issues. You have a landlord who says we want to make a profit and was disingenuous. And my understanding from earlier meetings is that this landlord made people feel like if they didn't agree to this, he could turn that mobile park into something else and they'd totally lose their homes. Whereas another speaker said, no, the law says that in perpetuity, this has to be a mobile park for older people. So he was trying to intimidate them into giving in to rent they can't afford. You have a landlord who says he wants to make a profit. You have people who say, we don't want to be homeless. And these people have come together and they care about each other. You can't break up this community. These people love each other. They understand each other. They've come to each other's need. You have a landlord who wants to make a profit. That's just pure bullshit.
Anyone else who has not spoken yet?
All right. Hope these guys come down behind me and you don't gonna kick them out. Okay, but I would like to tell you the facts. These are residential units, and this guy treats it as a business. You know, this is basically a business. So when a guy wanna open an empty store and wanna open a gun store, you deny it because he's selling guns. You don't need that money. But this Mr. Sanders comes in, who already bought out half of California's mobile homes. So he's a very good guy. I wish I had the idea and the money to start this business because I wouldn't be here talking to you. You're gonna be this small. You would be this small to me. But for these guys, you know, no place to go. And you showed you don't really want to help because it's already a year. Thank you, Mr. Muriazzi. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name. But Sacramento doesn't give a hoot, all right? You don't give a hoot. These are people, these people paying taxes, and Mr. Sanders jacked up the price. You know, he has to make a profit. This is a business. So if it's a business, you should regulate it. I cannot have a business on my private property, do I? I could make good money dismantling cars, you know, or selling stolen property, or whatever business I could do. Can I do it without a permit or regulations? Because this guy doing it, and you.
It's a tough act to follow. I know Councilman Shake from another way. We play tennis in a league, okay? I find him to be an honorable person who cares for a lot of people, like us, okay? If I was in your district, I think I would vote for you, okay? We'll talk later. Anyway, It's very curious. What triggered me coming here was, beside the fact that the people here are impassioned about this, is we just got a letter that says, here's your lease. You need to return it by the 9th of November. That's tomorrow. Okay. Is that pressure? Okay. So I guess my question is, if you don't do an RSO tonight, we're faced with a lease. Either you sign it or you don't. And I have a question for the people here. How many of you will sign that lease? Show me your hands. Anybody? Okay. Then what happens to the people if they don't sign this lease? So that's another set of confusions, all of you. Thank you very much.
My name is Dorina Lolino, and I live on Skyline. I live in I Park. Anyway, I came from Europe. I lost everything in the wartime. The communists took my house, took everything. I was 10 years in refugee camp. I came to United States, and I worked hard. And I said, this is the country they're going to give me a chance. I tried to go to school. I tried to find a job. I worked very, very, very hard. And then I bought me this mobile home. It wasn't a new one. I couldn't afford it. I worked so hard. I fixed the roof. I fixed everything. I make it good. And I spend money. And now, Mr. Sander is going to take it all away. I can't do that. Where am I going to go? I worked hard for what I did. I lost everything in the wartime. I was in refugee camp. The communists took my apartment there because they don't want me to be, they don't want me to do their property. I came here, I came to United States, and I bought the place. A little bit at the time, I worked hard and I fixed it. Mr. Sander, gonna take it all away. Thank you.
I actually have a question for the Skyline property owners, because there's a pattern of comments and questions. Hopefully you can help clarify. I believe the last time this item was on the agenda, we did have a lot of dialogue. And, you know, the area which, you know, the human part of it, people say, you know, we don't want people to get in a situation that they become homeless, going out to the streets. I think, however, maybe, you know, help us understand what, you know, what the subsidy program does if it came to that point. Maybe I just review that for us, please, if you will, because we really don't want, you know, that's a part where maybe a lot of people don't understand. And so.
We agree with you, and that's why we instituted the subsidy program. So the subsidy program is administered by a third party, a company called MET. It's Manufactured Housing Educational Trust. We do not administer anything in-house. We don't review applications in-house. Applications will go to the MET administrator. They'll then send me an email saying person in space X qualifies for a certain subsidy. So we offer 3 different levels of subsidy. So there's a basic subsidy, a super subsidy, and then there's extraordinary circumstances. And the levels, I believe off the top of my head, for a basic subsidy limits your increases to $59. So the first increase that went out was the tax pass-through that we did in multiple phases of $196. The resident is only going to be responsible for 59 of those dollars if they qualify for the program. The additional money will come from us. So every month we get a bill from MET saying, here's how many people you have on subsidy, here's the difference in the rent, here's what you have to pay the property. And Mr. Saunders funds that program out of his pocket. So the intent is to make sure that all the residents that were there the day we purchased the park have the ability to stay in their homes. We understand there may be some lifestyle changes that some people have to make. We're sympathetic to that, but the goal of the program is to make sure people can stay in their homes. Does that give you a better understanding of the program, Mr. Mayor?
Understand. I think the key thing I'm trying to understand is, there are folks that say that, if I have to pay X dollars per month or I'm out on the street, is there a way, how do you, we talk about compromises.
I
I'm
would
trying to
say
understand
every
it.
member, every resident of the park has been given access to my cell phone number. Call me. We'll get you in touch with the subsidy administrator, and if you are really in dire straits, we will make sure that you are given a subsidy so you don't lose your home. We've owned the park for...
Please let him speak, otherwise we can't hear. I asked the question to clarify, to help understand.
So thus far, we've owned the park for just a little over a year now. Nobody has been evicted from this park. And we don't have intentions of evicting anybody from this park. So our goal is to work with the residents there. If you are in need and you need help, call us. We have a wonderful manager at the park now named Tony. We had a subsidy meeting just a few weeks ago, and we had a lot of people ask a lot of good questions, and we were able to help a lot of people. I've been on the phone with round numbers, 20 to 25 people saying, can you please help me fill this out and help me get it to the right person? Absolutely. I've sat on the phone for hours helping people. I know Tony, our park manager, has sat in that office and helped residents walk through their application. If there's verbiage in there they don't understand, or there's a document they need to produce and they don't know how to do it, she's helping them do that as well. So we've offered one-on-one meetings for anybody that needs some additional help to come and either talk to myself, a park manager, and we will make sure we get you in touch with the right people, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. I also have a question for Mr. Macera.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you. I have numerous conversations with you for disclosure. Thank you for your time. What's the difference that you are proposing versus the RSO? Can you elaborate that?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I just want to make sure I understand
you are replicating AB 1482 until 2030. Am
Yes,
I correct? And our proposal is 4-person, or recommendation was 4-person and 10-person cap. And AB 1482 is 5% with 10% cap. So the difference is 1%. That's what basically having you not to like RSO?
So if you're asking me if I support an RSO, no. It's something I'm generally fundamentally opposed to. Quite frankly, I think it does more harm than good in the long run. I think we have proposed a very fair solution in that we are putting in a backstop in a subsidy program that we are funding. This is not funds out of the council's pocket or the city's pocket or the state's pocket. We want to be there to help the residents that were there when we purchased the park. And the reason that we proposed the lease idea was, and I believe it was Councilman Griffiths in the beginning had been very vocal about wanting to provide the same protections as 1482 for mobile home residents. So what we did was put together a lease that mirrored the increases of 1482. So anybody that would like to be protected under 1482 now has that ability. And there was a gentleman that stood up earlier and said, nobody's going to sign that lease. I have quite a few requests for a lease right now.
So to clarify, basically, what we are suggesting and what you are proposing, the only difference is that you do not want RSO. And as far as your profit is concerned, it will be achieved at the same rate if we have RSO or we don't. So I'm not sure you don't like RSO because?
And I think I said I don't believe it is a viable solution, and I don't believe it's necessary in this situation. We've effectively given you 1482, which was what was asked for.
And thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Macera, just a couple of quick questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I requested a copy of a blank lease agreement that you sent out to the residents. I have yet to receive that, just to see what the terms
No
are.
leases have been sent to a resident yet. So I got a draft back today full of, there's some punctuation stuff in there. It is being gone through. The lease will be ready for residents to sign on the 15th. So the notice that was sent out to residents that the gentleman alluded to, we sent a copy of that to the city. And all it said was, if you would like a lease, it'll be available on the 15th. Please fill out this information so we can have a lease ready for you. And the gentleman alluded to the date of the 9th. All we are asking for by the 9th is basically tenant's name, decal number on your home, so we can get that inserted into a lease document so you can come pick it up for review on the 15th.
And does Saunders offer the ability for residents to consult with a real estate or a housing attorney that is not employed by Saunders?
We don't have somebody we're going to send you to. If you would like to call an attorney, feel free. But that, I think, would probably lead to a big conflict of interest, so that's not something that we would offer, no ma'am.
Okay. And then I read in some of the letters that we received that residents are having some type of issues trying to get a hold of either your office or someone that's actually in the clubhouse to answer some of their questions.
So I've returned every call that's been made to my cell phone. The residents all have my personal cell phone number there.
Okay.
We have a manager on site in that office. We've recently had a turnover there, and it was a lot of it as a result of complaints that we received by residents, so we made a change there. A new gentleman there named Salvador, he's there 5 days a week in that office. Our regional manager, Tony Merez, has also been there about 3 days a week as well. So that office is manned all day. And I've made it very clear, both to Tony and to Salvador, if residents call, we gotta make sure we call them back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macera.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make sure I clarify something that was in my head. Do you have anyone else from the public? If not, can you please, if you want to talk, will you please come to the mic, please? Please come to the mic. We'll be patient, don't worry. Thank you.
Up until just a couple months ago, for this whole year, there hasn't been anybody in that office to answer anything. And there's nobody to call for an emergency. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, Saturday night, somebody from off of the street came in and broke into our clubhouse, had a fire extinguisher blowing it all over. There's nobody to call to protect us in there. Before Saunders came, there always was. So they just now started getting somebody to the office for us to reach out to. And what happened to weekends? On the weekends, there's only somebody there Monday through Friday? Yeah, I mean, this guy, that's a joke. It's a joke.
Hi, my name is James. I'm a Torrance resident, and I guess I'm a little concerned about the subsidy program. I'm curious to know if there's a cap on the amount of people that can be approved and those who apply. It sounds like a lot of the residents at the mobile park need a subsidy or need that money taken off. So my question is there a cap? Is there a limit of all the people? Because it seems like everyone needs to apply. And are they going to sit down with every single resident and help them apply? If not, something's got to give.
Thank you, sir. That was actually the intention of my original question. Later on, maybe we'll ask the Skyline management to answer that, but go ahead, sir.
Well, last time I was here, I couldn't talk, but let me see what happens today. If he can subsidize all of us, why can't we just RSO and just get it over with? If he's going to pay it out of his own pocket, why don't you just leave it in ours?
Right, looks like there was, the beginning of a compromise I heard already. So, anyone else from the public? If not, I'm gonna ask the Skyline leadership to come. No. So I got a question for Skyline because, we can't tell you how, exactly how to run your business, but we just need a clarification because some folks don't know if, what is the criteria, right? And if everybody meets the criteria,
So
does
there's-
everybody get a subsidy? And-
Absolutely. There is no limit on who can apply. But there is
Please let them speak.
There is a criteria in there. Every resident has been given a copy of that criteria. We have made sure the council's been made aware of that as well. We have sent it to community development. There was a letter sent out, I believe, in September that outlined the criteria with the changes that we had made. Per our agreement, we raised the net worth requirement in there. We also took out the Section 8 language in there, and there was some solar language in there regarding residents' roofs that we all rescinded and took out of that letter. So there's no limit on how many people can apply. Once you are accepted to the program, you are good for 2 years. Every 2 years, we do ask that you reapply, and as part of our commitment to the city, as our part of the agreement, we have promised that as long as there's no RSO or rent control, we will continue to keep this program in place for the residents of Skyline.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Kalani, you have a question?
Yes, I do. There was some rumor that if someone accepted the subsidy program, that when they sold their property, they would have to pay back what they were subsidized. Could you please clarify that?
Completely false.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Macera.
Thank you,
I think
sir.
there's a couple more in the queue coming down.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Councilwoman Lewis said. We definitely also need an unbiased party to look at all the language of anything that we need to sign. I'm not going to sign anything that I don't have someone that is an unbiased party that has fully explained it to all of us. So I don't know where that person's coming from for us, but we need that. Because I'm not signing anything that I don't have someone else that is not hired by them or written by them explaining it to me. So.
Oh, hang on just for one moment. Councilman Griffith may ask a question that could help. Go ahead, Councilman.
It's not so much helpful. I think it's just a comment. I do want to say that I am disappointed that we don't have a lease contract that's final that we can discuss here tonight to even see if it really does meet the criteria of what we initially intended. And so I am disappointed in that. And I think that is an unfortunate situation because we're spending a great deal amount of time and energy here. And that was certainly the goal, I think, at our last meeting where we were hopeful that contract and all the other things that we'd asked for would be in place. And unfortunately, we don't have that here to discuss. So that's a little concerning to me. I know there's a draft lease floating around, but not one that we can publicly discuss. And so that makes this whole issue even more complicated. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to follow up on the comment that I made earlier to Mr. Macera. I would think that this whether we adopt the RSO or not, it is important enough to find some ways to mediate with a third party so residents can actually understand what they're signing as a protection. And I would think that, I know property owners shouldn't be in the business of doing that, but certainly getting someone from your administrative staff to even offer the resident a list of places who may do that at either free or a limited cost would be valuable on both sides of the equation, not only for Mr. Saunders, but for the residents as well, so everyone is very clear on what they're reading. And again, I didn't vote originally on this topic because I was brand new and didn't have the opportunity to do the due diligence. However, in disclosure, I've been to the park, I've met with the residents, I've seen some of the homes, I've met with Skyline on more than one occasion, and that was back in September when I asked if we still don't have anything to refer to. So I just wanted to clarify the statement that at least some assistance to
Before she goes?
Yeah, if I may just make a comment that I believe there might be some attorneys within the Skyline residence. If somebody, one of those attorneys, or no, there's no attorneys, maybe you guys can pull your money together and get an attorney to look at one contract so that you guys can get because if they pay for it, if Skyline pays for it, you're not going to get, in my opinion, you're not going to get a fair shot at reading it. I mean, and as far as the city, I don't think we should really get involved in reading a contract that's between two private parties. That's when government, in my opinion, starts overstepping. If we're going to do an RSO, do an RSO. If we're not going to do it, that's fine. But if we start micromanaging every building in Torrance that has problems with landlords and tenants, and we start reading their contracts, we're going to be really busy over here. So we need to be we're threading on really thin ice over here. We have to be careful and really stop overpowering this situation. I think that we have a lot of intelligent individuals and good business people that I'm sure they want the spaces filled. They don't want vacancies. I don't think that's the final outcome they're looking for. But us as a city, we shouldn't be reading their leases. That's really none of our business. That's none of our business. They should pool their money together, get an independent look at whatever's on the lease, and have them talk and see whatever makes sense. But that's just my view on this.
Thank you. Is there, Councilwoman Lewis, I just want to check, because the lady's been standing there for a while. Is there something you're going to ask, or should we just let her speak first?
I just wanted to follow. Go ahead, ma'am. I'll go after her.
Back to the subsidy meeting. I'd like to know what happens to the people that don't qualify. What happens to them? I don't qualify. I have not been at Skyline long enough, and according to the paper I got, you had to be there October of 2018 to qualify. So I don't qualify. What am I supposed to do?
Okay. Understand. I mean, I can't answer that question.
No,
we heard you. We heard you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to follow up. I want to make myself crystal clear that I am not insinuating that the city gets in the business of reading or interpreting leases. That is not, I agree with you, Councilmember Matucci, that is not our jobs to do that. What I asked Skyline for was a copy of a blank lease so I could become familiar with what residents would have to read and the terms and agreements, because mobile home contracts tend to be lengthier than most rental contracts. Also, my suggestion was just to create a resource list that the residents could go to as seniors, that helps them to read through the contract, because not everyone is good with legalese. And that's the only thing I was asking to do was, if Saunders could come up with a list of, here are the places that may be able to help you, whether that's legal aid or whatever, but at least it shows some type of measure, between the park ownership and the residents that, you know, we want you to make sure that you're understanding what it is that you're signing. And that's all I was insinuating. I would never want the city to get in the business of reading or executing any type of leases whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our staff has something to share with us.
Thank you, Your Honorable Mayor. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. One of the things that staff can also do is provide some sources for them, including the Housing Rights Center. The Housing Rights Center is a great source that can be provided to any resident, whether they are a landlord or a tenant, that can assist them to let them know what their rights are both ways, as well as different attorneys that could assist them in their needs.
Thank you. So if they contact our office, they can get a resource list.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Beatrice. I live in Skyline. I've been there for 9 years. Basically, I'm speaking out right now because I'm really concerned about, you know, the homelessness that's going to be created. I retired just recently, and I went through my statements and I looked to see how my expenses were going in the past year. My expenses have gone up 33%. You know, 33% is a lot in a year. Our Social Security is not going to be enough. When I did the math to see if I was going to have enough money to what I thought I was, when you know, as far as the age that you're supposed to be, because I did all the right things, you know, saved, you know, and you know, and I have my pension, you know, and everything. When I first retired, I had enough, but I don't have enough now, you know. And with this, with the, you know, the amount of increases that are going to be set in the next years, you know, it's more than the cost of living. It's more than what our Social Security is going to give us, you know, and we're going to be out in the street. Even if we get a subsidy and we get help, it's only like 3 tiers. You know, you've got certain, you know, expectations of you to be able to get help, you know, and it's not going to keep you afloat for the rest of your life. You know, they're not going to be, you know, Saunders is saying they want to run a business and have profits. Well, then why are they giving handouts out? That's not a profit. You know, I mean, basically, I mean, in order to avoid all this, an RSO is in place. That way there's no, you know, no dispute, no argument. It's set. You know, the city has something to say that they've helped their citizens, you know, the residents that need the most help, you know. We're not asking for.
Thank you. I think if I think Ms. Mercer could correct me, but I believe making the profit is the company making the profit, but the subsidies coming out of Mr. Saunders' personal account, not the company. Is that correct? Okay.
So, you know, we do have lenders. Do have partners that we need to report to. So the money would not come out of the park account. Mr. Saunders would directly have to deposit that money into the account. And just one thing I wanted to touch on the lease very quickly. Unlike most states, California has mobile home residency law. Everything that is in that lease is governed by mobile home residency law. There's nothing in that lease that is going to be outside the scope of mobile home residency law. I put something in that lease that is outside of mobile home residency law, They sue me, and guess what? They win every single time. So it does not behoove me to do anything like that. It's going to cost me more time, money, and energy, and quite frankly, just make us look real bad if we do that. And that's not what we're about. You know, I've had conversations with just about all of you, and I thank you all for your time. You've all put a ton of effort into this. And the one thing I think that we have done from the very beginning is been on board and been honest with every single one of you. So I'd ask that you trust the lease. If anybody wants to take a look at it as soon as it's ready, I'm happy to send it to everybody. We have no secrets, nothing to hide here. So I'd ask that you give us a chance, trust our agreement, let the subsidy program do what it does, and you'll see it will help a lot of people. Mr. Saunders in his office has a stack of cards about that thick that he gets every Christmas from residents thanking him.
Thank you, sir.
So this program does help.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a
Please. Councilman Shake.
Mr. Macera, I have a couple questions. Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead. I think we can let her speak.
It's just crazy that you would think that we should give all our trust into this John Saunders and his whole group of investors who have bought up mobile home parks across the state and is going to set the property value, the market value. He said in the meetings he's had with us, and I'm sure with all of you, that's what he wants. He wants to get us all to market value. And what is it? I think someone else mentioned that. Who really makes that kind of decision about our little concrete pads of dirt that we lease? We did have a wonderful owner who cared about us, who never raised it over 3%. Yes, his whole situation was different. Maybe he didn't have to pay the same amount of taxes that John Saunders has to. But you are asking us to trust this billionaire investor on his whims. You instead of us being governed in a democracy where we all decide what the rules and regulations are, you're asking us to trust this guy who wants to get us to market value. And he said to us in our meetings, once you get to market value, well, then I probably won't be raising the rents the same amount every year. So how do you, he's making the decision of what market value is. You're allowing him to make the decision about what the market value is for our lovely park, now called Skyline of Rolling Hills. It's, if anything's not democratic, that is it. You're asking us to trust like vassals, like serfs, for the handout by this benevolent new billionaire.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. We heard you. Thank you. And hang on, Mr. Macera, I guess, unless you're answering the question. Oh, okay. Yeah. Councilman Shake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Macera, for the record, how many applications you received for subsidy programs and how many qualified for your program?
So right now we're still receiving applications and I'm anticipating more that are coming in. Right now we're over 20.
I'm going to ask the audience, please, whether you agree with him, that's one thing, but just let him answer the question.
So far we're over 20 applications. What we did at the subsidy meeting that we had recently was extended the deadline for people to apply to, I believe it was December 15th. So we still have applications coming in, and I've still got a couple one-on-ones that I've set up for next week to go meet with some residents and help them through their applications.
So far, how many has already been approved or Or you think that?
I don't have those right now. So the applications have really just started coming in. So I would expect, though, that from the applications that I have helped people out with, I've probably done 7 or 8 myself that will be approved.
So without the lease agreement, they're applying for subsidy. I'm a little confused how the lease will take into place, and then you have conditions separately, and
So no separate conditions. So whether you elect to sign a lease or not, the subsidy program is still available to you.
okay. Another clarification. I know Saunders, when they purchased this property, they should have known that the property tax will be increased for a certain amount. So what was the plan at the time, how to recover their profit? Any plan at the time they had, or?
It's, the plan has always been to raise rents over a period of time to get to market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Griffith has a question for you, Mr. Mercer.
Yes, sir.
I want to be clear on something that I believe I know the answer to, but I want to just double check and also have the public hear the answer. If the council should pass any type of rent stabilization ordinance, what happens to the subsidy program you're offering?
It's in the subsidy agreement that if there is an RSO passed, that we would reserve the right to cancel the program. Specifically, do I have an answer for you right now? A definite yes or a no? No, I do not. That'd be something I'd have to talk over with Mr. Saunders.
If you've already entered into an agreement for a subsidy for someone, would you cancel that?
I would hope not, but it is in the agreement that if there is an RSO, that we would reserve the right to do so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you spoke already. No, you spoke already, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, you spoke already. Anyone else from the public who hasn't spoke yet?
Hi, I live at Skyline, and maybe I can clarify some things for you. We don't know what the market value is for space rental. All of us have bought the home that we live in, and when I bought mine, it was, you can either pay all of it, or you can try to get a loan for it. And the loans run way higher in interest rates than there is for a normal home. So most of us have put in money and paid the whole thing from the get-go. So now here we are, we own this place, they come along and they buy it, and they tell us that we're going to have these rent raises, but people are getting scared. Of course, they're frightened. This has got their investment in this park. So when you want to sell it, it takes a while to get anything out of Saunders as to what amount of money you can tell a new owner that they're going, or a potential buyer, that they're going to have to pay. And when they hear it, they're scared and they leave. So here we are with an investment that you can't recoup at this time, hardly at all, because no one else is going to come in as long as this park can put the price wherever they want it for a new person. So, you know, my investment is sitting there. Maybe I'd like to get out, but I don't know how I'm going to. So as long as things are running where you have no set amount that you can count on, and they can set it at whatever their, quote, market value is, we're sitting there. We're sitting there, we're sitting ducks. We don't have any way to get out of there, and we can't, you know, we don't know what the rents are going to be. So at least if there was something that was stabilized here, we'd have some way to know what we can say to a prospective buyer if we want to get out. Other than that, there's tons of people here that...
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to, you know, calculate in public, but I guess based on 1482, there's a range of how the rent may increase. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was here probably about last month, and basically
You've heard both sides of this story. You're stuck in the middle of it, okay? We're asking you for help. I don't think you can give it to us. Somebody sided with Mr. Saunders, so I can understand that. He's a businessman, but he wants to make a profit. He told us he wants to make his profit in 10 years. So he's just going to keep raising the rent in big steps, 10% a year. And you got affected by Toyota leaving you. What's going to happen when Honda leaves you? It's not your fault. It's the state of California's fault. So are you going to go to California and say we need help? They're going to look at you and laugh at you. Or you can give all of us pup tents. We can go down and sleep on the city streets in Los Angeles. Have you been down there lately? Anyway, we need your help, okay? So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Matucci?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess it's a question for staff. The difference between an RSO and what the owners are presenting, what dollar amount difference is between the rent raises? Because if I'm looking at the numbers, they're exactly the same. We're not fixing really anything with an RSO or anything else, because the rent raises that they've been getting, or the promise in the future, is to be within the 1482, right?
Correct.
Is there going to be a dollar difference between an RSO that goes along the lines of the 1482, or what's being promised into a form of a lease? Is there a dollar difference between?
There would be, based on the recommended change made by Councilmember Shake, as he was saying, 4% plus the CPI up to a maximum 10%. So there wouldn't be any change in this current year because the CPI was 7.9%. So 4% plus 7.9, obviously it's greater than 10. It would be a 10% increase. This year was kind of very different. In the past years, if you've seen the staff report, the CPI had ranged anywhere from 0.5%, I think, to like an average of like 3.2% or something. So if the CPI was to go back down, it was going back down to those percentage rates, there would be probably a 1% difference.
But even with the Saunders proposal, it would go down accordingly. I mean, it would be a difference of 1%.
Correct.
At the most.
That is correct.
Because if CPI goes down to 3%, then your maximum would be 8%, not 10.
Correct.
Okay.
Or 7% in the case of Councilmember Shake's recommendation.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who has not spoken yet? Councilwoman Kalani.
Well, just to continue thank you, Mayor, just to continue Councilmember Matucci's conversation, but remember there could be a difference to some people having the subsidy versus not having the subsidy.
Correct. Because the subsidies, that's a program. It's not something that maybe the state or the county could do.
Right, but potentially.
I mean, they could do, but they don't.
Yeah, but potentially if there's an RSO, there might not be a subsidy.
Okay.
But for subsidy, it's only for the people that are residing past 2018. It's going to be very limited subsidy. It's not available for
prior to 2018.
Prior to 2018, yeah.
Councilwoman Kalani, are you finished? Okay, I think Councilman Shake, you clicked in. Okay, you're done too. So, you just clicked in. Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just click in. I just have a quick question for you. I heard earlier, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it would cost the city a substantial amount of money to enact an RSO. Could someone speak to that?
As far as enacting if we enacted an RSO, it would be difficult to tell you exactly how much it would cost the city. In creating the RSO, I did put in a lot of safety nets in here that actually pass those costs along either to the residents or to the property owner. As an example, there's an annual registration fee that the property owner would have to pay. There's also a administrative service fee that all the residents have to pay every year. And those fees are collected as a way to help the city cover their costs in those situations where we would either have to litigate or we would have to hire special counsel or anything such as that to enforce the RSO. There's also a petition fee. So if the owner of a mobile home park could state that they're not making their fair return and wanted to petition the city to get their fair return, there's a fee that they would have to pay for that again and cover any cost if we needed to hire special legal counsel for that. So I did try to put in a lot of safety nets for that, but would there be some city costs? There probably would be city costs, especially in the beginning, because we won't have those fees collected in the beginning, or maybe not enough if we were to litigate this for some reason. But how much that is would be very difficult to put into a figure right now.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then the second thing that I had is there anything that prevents us from, let's just say an RSO passes tonight, is there anything that prevents us from going back and reviewing it if we find out that there's some issues with it, or vice versa?
No, like with any part of our municipal code, the council can ask for it to be reviewed or retracted at any time.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to read some of the facts that were the facts prepared by the city. I'm just going to not read all, but a few things. Is number one, the mobile parks are for affordable housing. This excessive rent increase for the past years would threaten the public peace, health, safety by jeopardizing the health, safety, and financial well-being. Some of them are the legislature has recognized that California is in severe housing crisis. We are facing a lot of homelessness. We are trying to gain the local control. We are also Yes, I'm reciting from the ordinance that is prepared by the recitals by our city staff on page 9. Some of the recitals, these are the facts, what the mobile parks are. They were affordable, and without that, there will be a financial strength. There will be some jeopardizing, threaten the peace and safety, and these are all the facts prepared by the factual analysis done by the city staff. If we don't pass the RSO, it will be a temporary solution. It will come back again. And I think this fight will never be over unless we have proper, clear transparency for the investors and also for the residents. If investors know that these are the RSO in place, they will be cautioned, they will understand what to invest and where not to invest and what are the precautions. Like in this case, Mr. Saunders, I mean, he's a smart investor, and he was blindsided that, it was maybe a bad business decision by him. But if we have an RSO, that will benefit for the future investors. It will be clarity for both of the parties. We want to have a transparency. And with the motion, or the last time when I requested, my 3 things I requested that, number 1, limit the annual rent increase to 4% plus the total rate of inflation up to 10%, whichever is lower. The second thing was allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold. So it's helping the investors and also the residents, the tenants, that there's no vagueness, no ambiguity. In addition to that, I also wanted to say that if we establish an RSO, we may also have something that this kind of things is non-transferable. We are trying to help the current resident. That is the goal for this RSO. And I personally do not like that investors tell us they don't like RSO. It's our role as leader to help the community that RSO will help the tenants, the current community, and also for the future investors. Homelessness issue is going out of hands. There are a lot of people, they're losing homes. There are a lot of people, they're having in a cusp of losing their houses. Some of the people I have personally met, they sleep in the cars because they cannot afford their houses. Some of them have jobs, but they cannot afford simply because they cannot afford the living. And our idea is and we've been championing that we should have some affordable housing here. We also wanted to reduce the homelessness. We also want to have local control. So I think having an RSO will be beneficial to all the parties. Can I request a motion to limit the annual rent increase to 4% plus the local rate of inflation? Second, allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate. And the third, it should be non-transferable. Can I ask for this motion?
Not at this moment. And do we have a motion to close a public hearing?
There you go. Yes, I'd like to motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, so now I'll take it back to the council, and I'm waiting for the screen to refresh. How does the council wish to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
I think Councilman Griffith has something to say
I'm
before
sorry.
the motion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Even though the public hearing is closed, we can still ask questions of staff, correct?
Correct.
And we can still make comments.
Correct.
So I want to at least first start out with a couple of comments. I know you are all very passionate about this situation, the residents of Skyline and the other mobile home parks in our city. And I want you to believe that we as a council do in fact care. And many of you came up here and accused us of not caring. We would not be here today if we didn't care. I want to remind all of you that because the state failed to protect you with AB 1482, you were completely vulnerable to whatever increase the property owner wanted to throw at you. And I felt that that was unfair. And you all reached out, and I responded to you. And I responded to you by saying, I agree with you. That is unfair. Every other renter in the state gets protection besides mobile home parks. And I felt that we needed to do something. And so I called and got concurrence from our whole council to bring back a discussion about trying to do something to help. And I think we reached what I felt was a real reasonable compromise. And people talk about compromise. And that compromise was, rather than have you subjected to any size increase that the current state law allowed, we would say, let's limit those increases to 5% plus CPI at a max of 10%, equivalent to AB 1482. It's not perfect, but it's a compromise. We could have chosen to do nothing. We wouldn't be here tonight, and you'd be subjected to the rent increases of the property owner, as would all the other mobile home parks in the city. And so I think that I just want to have a little credit given to us for attempting to try to compromise and do something to protect you. No one's ever going to be happy. I mean, obviously, the ideal situation would be that there be no rent increases, and I'd love to do that. But it's well beyond our capabilities. And the other thing is I want to say is that, you know, I feel the sad stories I hear from all of you, or many of you, are horrible. And yet we hear those same sad stories from other people in the city who live in normal apartments and even houses. There's sad stories everywhere we turn. And we can't be the body that fixes all those stories. As much as we care, we can't do that. So we're trying to make some steps here, I think, that are, I believe, a reasonable compromise. And we gave the folks at Skyline Mobile Park ownership the opportunity to listen to the compromise that we requested. And rather than us put that place into place, we negotiated a great deal of effort by the council and staff to come up with this compromise agreement of having the mobile home owners present this lease contract, which we have yet to see. And so I'm a little concerned that, you know, this whole thing hasn't played out. And I'm not sure exactly what to do yet here tonight, but I want to just make sure that those comments are heard, and that I want the residents of Skyline and all our mobile home parks to know that we do care. And I'm sorry that no matter what we do, I know there will be negative impacts to people. We can't make everybody happy. We need, as many of you said, we need to find a compromise. And I think we're trying to do that here, and we have been for the last number of meetings and countless hours spent. So that's the end of my comments for now, but I just wanted to bring those things up because it's been nagging at me.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there was a lot of talk about the benefits or the demise of areas with rent control. I think the assembly member stated it earlier that there is an organization that represents the well-being of mobile home park renters that actually asked to be taken off the 1482. And I can understand why, and I can actually agree with them, because rent control has the opposite effect of what it actually is supposed to do. As much as people say, well, no, a cap is a cap, but it has an opposite, it has a different type of return, and it's evident. You know, the evidence is right in front of us. You see a lot of rent control areas that have rents that are actually much higher than non-rent control areas. And of course, you know, there's a lot of things that we have to take into consideration. You got schools, good police department, fire department, hospitals, very low homeless encampments in our city. Crime is relatively under control. Those are the things that drive up prices, desirability. I know I've been doing this for a couple decades in real estate. I know what drives up prices. Inflation also drives up prices. And I think it's been said that Mr. Saunders did a bad investment. I'm not repeating what you said. I'm kind of repeating what some of the comments are. It's just a bad investment. Now, I wouldn't call it a bad investment. I would call it an investment. Mr. Saunders bought a property, I believe $76 million. The great owner that owned it prior, such a great guy, okay? Your seller, the seller of the park, knew that at selling at $76 million would bring up the taxes to over $800,000 a year, or an increase. Okay, it doesn't matter. The family, the heirs. The property sold for $76 million. How much of that money did you get from the heirs? Zero. Areas that have rent control are dilapidated. Areas that have rent control fall apart. Why? Because there's very little motivation from the landlords, the owners, to fix anything up. Drive around areas with rent control, and you tell me.
I'm going to ask the public, please allow the councilman to speak.
We've heard also the argument of 75% of the CPI. You know what that means? 75% of the CPI is a recipe for disaster, because eventually you will fall so far behind on the actual cost versus what you can charge, then yes, you're going to have dilapidated properties. I'm not inventing this stuff. Just drive around. Go to Wilmington. Wilmington has rent control. Check it out. Most of LA has city incorporated has rent control.
I'm reminding you, the public, again, you have spoken already. Please, just let him finish.
I think what's on the table, I also take offense to, saying that we don't care. Like my Councilman Griffith said, we do care, because we're sitting here at 11 o'clock at night listening to these concerns. Mr. Griffith, Councilman Griffith brought it to the table. Sam Sheikh brought it back for us for discussion, because we care. Now we may have different ideas as to what the path of Torrance is, but I'll tell you this: if we put together RSO, which is rent control, as I know we want to call it all different types of wording, but once the government gets involved with telling some property owners how much they can rent the property for, what the increases are, then what you've created is no longer a free market. Okay. Now you might argue that a free market is horrible. Capitalism might be horrible, but that's what we have. We have a company that came in, bought it for $76 million. The errors of this wonderful seller, I'm sure the gentleman was really nice and everything. They had no problem collecting $76 million. LA County has no problem collecting taxes on $76 million. Yes, would we like LA County and the state to come up with a voucher program or some kind of help? Because if you don't, look, if the vouchers in the voucher program, or the program that's put together to help out those that may not be able to afford it, I think those are great programs that need to be taken advantage of if you truly are in need. Now, there was a gentleman here that said that he just sold his house in West Torrance. I'm in real estate. West Torrance, I'm sure the property went for 1.2, 1.3, maybe 1.4 million. Can you imagine if the city of Torrance told that particular gentleman, I'm sorry, you can only sell it for 1 million because we say so? It is the same thing, because that's a business transaction. That's a business transaction. That's a business transaction.
Please, folks.
We're not here. I personally don't feel comfortable doing a rent control, rent stabilization ordinance, or anything of that sort. I like the free market to take its course. I like the fact that they're willing to come to the table with a 5% plus maximum of 10%. That's actually, they don't even have to do that. They don't have to do that. And if we want to do a rent control, you want to open up a can of worms to apartment buildings being over here, same thing. We're going to have the same thing. We're going to have a city of rent control. We're opening up the doorway to just what LA did and failed. Every city that has rent control, drive through it. I invite you guys to drive through rent control city. It's the same story over and over, and it drives up the prices. I'm not inventing this. If you go to Marina del Rey, Santa Monica, these are all areas similar to this.
Folks, you're not helping your cause by interruption. Please.
These are similar areas near the beach with the beachfront properties. You start putting rent control, it drives them up. Look at the rents in Santa Monica; they're not affordable. If you want to create affordability, if the government truly wants to build affordability, let the government build these buildings. Let's not reach into the pockets of investors or anybody. Not even your pockets should be reached into. And quite honestly, I love the fact that the county, the state. I mean, I thank Marisucci for showing up, because it shows that he's interested in the case. But his jurisdiction's in Sacramento, and I would love to see policies coming from Sacramento down to help individuals like this, because then it levels the playing field for us. Okay, because if Torrance has rent control and Lomita doesn't, guess where the investors are going to go? They're going to go places that don't have government oversight on every little thing. So, no, I'm against the RSL, like I've always been. And it is a matter of principle. Thank you.
I feel like I'm a broken record. Would you just please allow the speaker to speak? Councilwoman Lewis.
I am so sorry, Mr. Mercer. Can you go to the mic one more time? I just have a clarifying question, please. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you'd have to
Never mind.
you'd
I
have to
can- I can-
reopen the hearing to do that.
I'm so sorry. I can ask it of staff. It's the same question, either or. Ms. Ramirez, can you help me with the figures, just so we're back on the record and clarifying this again? What Saunders is offering was what, and then does it sunset at any particular date?
The proposal that was submitted by the park ownership was to follow AB 1482 for as long as it was in existence. 1482 currently sunsets on June,
30.
June 30th,
I can't remember if it's
2030.
December 31st of 2030 or if it's June 30th. I think it's December 31st of 2030.
It is.
It sunsets. AB 1482 is a 5% up to, including the CPI, up to a maximum 10%. And it's based on the April to April average of a CPI.
Okay, yeah, it's January 1st, 2030, so thank you for that clarification.
I have too many bills in my head, I apologize.
No, it's okay, and plus it's 11/19. And the difference that, I think, Councilmember Shake is 1% off at 4% with a cap of 10.
Correct.
With CPI.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the council? Because I think we have a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I again reiterate my motion, just with clarifying some of the questions. Number one is, we have how many percentage? We have about 11 mobile homes, and that equates to, it's like 2% of?
We have 10 mobile
right.
homes, and that percentage
Sorry, yes, I had that here. Under 50,000 houses. Yeah. It's about 2%.
It's under 2%.
Yes. So the point is that I'm not asking for rent control for huge houses or huge amount of areas. It's just less than 2% when the rent stabilization with a lot of conditions that will attract investors and be transparent. And again, we are addressing here for senior citizens. The rent control is across the board for all tenants. This is a unique situation, and this mobile park has been dedicated for seniors, with disabled, with these categories. So what I'm trying to say is that, again, if we do not pass our RSO, and I request my colleagues to support me on that, because this will be a temporary solution. It will come back again and again unless we give clear directions to the investors where we stand. And it will not jeopardize, it will not do any bad for the new investors, because we are asking anybody leaves, the new person have to pay the market price. I'm asking, we are looking at other, in the equation, the homelessness is going, the affordable crisis, what are we facing with? And we want to gain the local control. Our RSO will be unique in so many different ways. We will protect the existing tenants. We will also not let this go to transferable. It will not be transferable to anybody, any of the relatives. And again, my motion will be to limit the annual rate increase. I compromise with Councilman Griffiths. If 5%, I'll go with the motion with limit the annual rate increase to 5%, and plus the local rate of inflation to cap to 10%, which is basically exactly the replicate of AB 1482, and allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold. And again, the idea is to protect the community, and this way we're going to protect the community and the future investors. So that's my motion.
Councilman Shake, I just want to make sure because I think that's what it is already. That's what, am I missing something?
No, or no.
So the RSO that was brought back actually says 4%.
Understand. Okay. Okay, so I just want to make sure. So you're asking to make an RSO to mirror
The
exactly.
sale, and then, I'm sorry, I got a little confused there. And then what also is included in here is the other request that if they were to sell, it does go to market rate. That is actually in the RSO.
Okay.
That is not in the RSO. So the RSO states the new person have to go by the existing.
No, based on the direction that you had requested,
Right.
You had stated
Yes.
that upon sale,
Yes. the
that
new
the
tenant.
space rent would go
Correct.
to market rate.
Yes.
And that is in here.
Okay. And then also add another thing, non-transferable should be one of the. motion.
That is not in here because
Okay,
that
so
wasn't
we
one
just
of
stick
your.
with the 2 Okay, we stick with only 2, with 4% plus the local rate of inflation to 10% cap, and also allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm watching the
I
body
think-
language here. I think there's a lot of confusion.
I just want to make sure, so you're going back to
What's
what's
already-
attached to the item
motion.
tonight, which is 4%. Is that your motion?
Yes,
Okay.
going back to 4% with 10% cap.
So I just want to make sure. I think that there's a lot of confusion here. I could see the body language because I thought that what I'm hearing is what you're suggesting is the motion, what is already what Skyline is offered. If we take no action, or am I missing something?
Councilman Adam Chaparian, City Manager, could you clarify? I think earlier you mentioned 5% as a compromise.
Right.
Is it 5 or 4?
I think he
With
said
your
5 this
proposal?
time.
Yeah, just for clarification.
So yes, so I do not want to bring this item back. So I want to see what can we compromise. Earlier, Councilman Griffith said that if we can have 5%, so help me understand, can we change that wording? Can we bring 5% to the cap of 10%?
If you change it back to 5%, we're going to have to bring this item back.
So, okay, so I will stick with my initial request, which was to have an RSO with 4% annual rent increase to 4%, plus the local rate of inflation up to 10%, whichever is lower, and allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold.
Yes, those were the
Yes.
2 that you had requested that are in here.
Yes, so that's the motion.
I think the city attorney has.
I was saying we could interlineate tonight if you wanted it at 5. We could change it to 5 just tonight. We don't have to bring it back. We can interlineate it. So.
If that's the compromise, I don't know if.
Okay.
Let's stick with 4. Huh?
Let's go with maybe, yeah. Well, I think what you could do is you go with the motion, see if it passes or fails, and then someone could do a, replacement motion. Councilwoman Lewis.
So I am super confused now. Right, I'm very super confused now, because now it seems like that we're reverting back to what they're already offering. So what's the need for the RSO? And then it's gonna administratively cost the city money for something that's already in place. So can you help me with that?
The RSO that was originally brought before the council was 5% up to a maximum 10%. And there was also only a maximum 5% that could be allowed at the time of a sale or transfer of a mobile home also.
Got it, okay.
At the Councilmember Shake's request was to change those 2 items to 4% up to 10% and allow the owner to bring the rent up to, space rent up to market rate. So those two changes were made in this RSO that is in front of you right now. According to the city attorney, if you wanted to change that to 5%, that would be fine, and you could move forward with that. And then, yes, that would be what the property owner's proposal was to the city. It would match that.
And the only thing I think we're missing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's not a clause in this one that says it's non-transferable.
There's nothing in here.
Correct. So I think, I know for me, that's the sticking point. It cannot be transferable to anyone else except the current resident. So basically, the current residents are getting grandfathered in. So without that clause, I can't support it.
Yeah, that was not a request that was made.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just keep trying to remind people that if we're looking at 5 and 10 and 5 and 10, you go with the RSO, you potentially lose the subsidy. And the subsidy is what's going to help the people that need it the most. Maybe the RSO helps everybody in a way, but it's not going to help the people that need it the most.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Kalani, you kind of said what I wanted to say, and that is that there's two ways we can go. If we go with the motion that's just recommended at 5% plus CPI, max 10%, then the possibility exists that the subsidy program would go away. And as Councilwoman Kalani just says, that subsidy program is there to help the truly most financially disadvantaged people in the Skyline Park. And so, but the flip side is if we do the recommended agreement as Councilman Sheikh proposed and just motion for, then the positive side to that would be is it would apply equally to all mobile home parks, but without the benefit potentially of the subsidy program, which is certainly something that the current owners of Skyline have indicated would not be included if we enacted an ordinance. So I'm a little torn on this one. My inclination would be is to let the owners see if they can finish their proposal and get us a lease that matches what we've said, which is what we asked for last time. And I'm a little disappointed that we haven't gotten that contract back, to be real honest with you. And as Councilman Sheikh mentioned, we've invested a huge amount of energy and time and money into this process, and we don't seem to be getting very far. And I want to get this resolved and put something in place to make up for the failings of the state's neglect for the mobile home parks. And I do believe that in fairness to everyone, that you should have the same protection as 1482 provided. Whether we provide it or whether the mobile home owners, park owners provide it, it doesn't really matter to me, but at least that way you have some protection. And that's the compromise I've been talking about since day one when I requested this to come forward. That's where I'm really comfortable to go. And my preference really would be to let the ownership provide the agreement that they promised to us. And obviously we still have the right to, if they provided an agreement that doesn't do that, then we have an RSO that we can pop into place. And so it then becomes their choice as to whether they want to do the right thing or not. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So just to,
Can I?
yes, Mayor, can I make a comment real quick? To respond to,
Oh, you're responding to him?
yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just
Quick
want
in.
to, I just want to say that the difference is that we're not letting the investor to dictate us. If we have an RSO, that will be for everyone. The conditions that we haven't seen in the lease, that will take into effect and that will impact a lot of people. We don't know all these. With RSO, yes, we need to manage, but it will be clarity for new investors and the tenants where they stand. That's why I'm requesting RSO.
Councilwoman Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Procedural question for our city attorney. If we were to put a pause on this one, could we bring back potentially an RSO that would cover all the mobile home parks and take Skyline specifically out to include all of the parks? Or would we have to do that individually?
This one covers all the
property.
parks.
I'm sorry?
This one covers all the parks.
Okay, so,
And I would
In
advise,
addition
I
to-
would advise against doing a specific ordinance for one park. We'd either do it for all or for none.
I just wanted to make sure that I was reading that correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Finish? Councilman Matucci?
Thank you. I know. You guys are so excited and you get to talk. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone over here. 5% plus CPI, maximum of 10, one way. 5% plus CPI, maximum of 10, the other way. And yet we're arguing about it. One way creates another layer of government bureaucracy that needs to be managed and enforced. We're talking about having to, correct me if I'm wrong, how do we enforce this? Even if we were to, I mean, it's almost like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. What they're paying out of pocket is going to be the same if we do end up going with a 5 plus CPI, maximum of 10 one way, or if they sign a lease contract that's 5 plus CPI, maximum of 10. The only difference with an RSO now, local government, us, we need to be able to manage, control it, enforce it. People that are non-compliant, what do we need to do? Get the city attorney on them? I mean, that's all. We're talking about, with 11 parks, possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff time a year, especially when there's individuals that may not be compliant. And then really, in the end, for what? If we actually got, we have an agreement on the table right now, which matches the terms of AB 1482, I just don't see why we want to create another layer of government bureaucracy. That's really what we're doing. And we're also, again, I'll say it again, we're opening up the door to rent control for the whole city. And before you know it, we're going to look like Wilmington, because that's what happens with rent control. Just give it enough time. And mark my words, this goes on the record, mark my words, you go rent control citywide, we're going to end up looking like Wilmington in about 10, 15 years. Thank you.
Yeah. I think the other thing was what Councilwoman Kalani said earlier, is that there's also one way there's a subsidy, which is there's an X factor there. But Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been listening to all parties and all sides and trying to take it all in, and I believe I understand the distinctions between an agreement between the Saunders Group and the residents, as well as a RSO covering all the mobile home parks. Having been in the real estate business for a couple of generations, without a working relationship between owners and tenants, there is no value to the investor. Without a source of income, the investment drops in value. So which is pretty obvious to me, is typically there's an agreement based on a level of trust and goodwill. And I see an erosion in, I'm probably stating the obvious, there's been an erosion in good faith and trust. And that's what it's loud and clear coming from the residents. I think from our vantage point here as council members, and also as staff in attempting to mediate and trying to rebuild a level of trust, I do consider it a responsibility, also obligation of those here on the dais, to insert ourselves to ensure that there can be a reasonable working relationship between the parties. So looking at the matter that Mr. Sheikh has put before us, our observation and our ability to step in when necessary never ends. It will never end, because that's based upon what we hear from you as residents. So I'm hopeful that since all parties have weighed in, pro and con, that tonight we can make a decision. And of course, any decision is never going to be 100% for either side. We're always seeking a compromise. And, we hope that whatever compromise we do achieve tonight, this is not it's not necessarily the end, but I'm hopeful that given all the energy and focus that all of us have put into this, as well as all of you, that we can come to that conclusion tonight. Thank you.
One question, sorry, Mayor, one more clarification. Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Councilman Shake.
Thank you. Director Ramirez, if I make any change to the motion, which means that it has to come back another day for another item to discuss and everything? If I make
Change
any
your
change?
motion or change the RSO?
Well,
We're not even sure what your motion is yet right now.
right, that's what I'm saying. If I change the motion, what I have written in this RSO, if I add another clauses like non-transferable or something like that,
I would look to the city attorney, but I would think that would be considered substantial because we did not advertise that and notify anybody that that was going to be a clause that was in here. But I'm gonna.
I would agree with the community development director that that would be a substantial change as opposed to a 1% change is not substantial.
because after hearing from all that, I do not want to have a grandfather, this kind of, so that concerns me too, like Councilwoman Lewis said. So I wanted to fine tune, so.
I will say that could become, that is where that it could become costly to enforce because now staff is going to have to always determine who qualifies for this, who does not qualify for this. I think that's where you will start getting into a little bit higher cost staff time and trying to sort this through. I also would say that just to make sure everyone understands that even if an RSO was in place, it's very important to keep in mind that a property owner does have a right for a fair return. So if a property owner was to buy another, if this RSO was in place and a property owner bought a park, those increase in taxes would be a legitimate reason for them to come back to the city council and ask for a higher increase than just whatever that 5% or 4% plus CPI is. And it is possible that they could receive a 19% increase 1 year as a result of that. So I just want to make sure that this does not eliminate a property owner from still being able to get their fair return, or if there was some unexpected cost that needed to be done. And I'll give an example. A clubhouse burns down and they want to rebuild the clubhouse. That could be a cost that could be passed through also, and a reason for a property owner to come back. So I just want to, when you read this, those are also included in this RSO.
Thank you.
Councilman Shake, do you want to, you clicked in for a motion. Do you want to verbalize your complete motion?
Sure, let me just verbalize that without, so. Limit the annual rate increase to 4% plus the local rate of inflation up to 10%, whichever is lower. Allow the property owner to raise the space rent to market rate whenever a mobile home is sold, transferred, or conveyed to new owner. That's the motion.
Do we have a second? I don't see a second, so the motion fails. How does the council want to proceed now? Anyone else have a new motion?
The council has a couple options. It could table it, take no action, just because we already had the previous thing with the property owner. Or I think where Councilman Griffiths was going was he wanted an update on the lease. So you could have a return just for an update on the lease if that's the council's desire.
Okay. Councilwoman Lewis, you have a request of motion.
I do. I am requesting that we table this issue to a date to be determined by the Community Development Department to bring this back after the lease has been transmitted to all of the city council members, including CDD. And then we can go back and reevaluate the language to include the grandfathering if needed.
This is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. May I suggest December 6th if the lease is supposed to be ready on November 15th? That'd be our first council meeting after that.
Okay, so to bring it back for a review, December 6th. Does that work for CDD?
So are we continuing the public hearing, or are we just bringing back the lease?
I think we need to clarify quickly
Is there further action tonight on this
Right.
topic, or you're just asking us to, in essence, go back to the status quo and bring an update whether or not the lease has been implemented, what the terms
Right,
are?
that's
And
what I
from
was
that
trying to
point on, you may
clarify.
decide to give
Right.
staff further direction.
Yeah, because I think the motion just now failed, which means we go back to where we were prior to this council meeting. And is Councilwoman Lewis, you're asking is you would like to at least have the staff, work with the property owner to share with us the lease draft copy, and after we see it, then we could potentially
Bring it
determine,
back on
do
the
we
agenda.
want to bring it back? Because if you're satisfied with it, then then everything's just laying flat, then there's no action.
Yes, sir.
So I think the way I see it is, and I will let other council members click in and talk.
D-
I think the request is the motion failed,
Correct.
and ask the staff to come back with the action to obtain the draft copy of the lease from the Skyline property owners. And then, once we had sufficient time to review it, then we will determine if we want to put an item back on the agenda.
And Your Honor, we can also, Honorable Prime City Manager, we can also provide updates as to how many residents have committed to the new lease and the subsidy levels. A lot of the questions you brought up
Sure.
tonight, just to give you some more background update.
Okay, and those, does that
Yes,
meet
so
the intent of the
It does.
request?
It absolutely does. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the record's clear, Mr. Sullivan. Should I withdraw my motion and then redo?
Yeah, I would just say, since it doesn't appear that you want to continue this matter because you're not really considering the RSO, I would just say that we set it for December 6th for an update from community development on the lease, the number of people who have applied for the subsidy, the number of people that have been granted the subsidy, and any other relevant information.
Your Honor, since the public meeting's been closed, could we add a provision or soon thereafter in case December 6th is not likely timeframe?
Sure.
In case it's not available, then we'll come back the next available with the
Next
substantive
available.
update.
Yes.
But it's not a public hearing.
No.
Right.
It is not,
Right.
it is not a public hearing. It'll just be an update from CDD through the city manager's office to the city council.
Correct.
On this, and we don't want to commit to December 6th, just in case we're overtaken to events, but we can always bring it back to a public hearing if needed.
Yes, I think Councilman Griffin.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing is, in case there's delays, I want to make sure that the park ownership is not in a position to put a rent increase out. I don't know if we
I
can do
think
that.
that would be a whole nother different motion, correct?
I believe they've already given a rent increase.
Effective January 1, was that the proposal?
I believe it is effective January 1st. So that would take care of the one for this next year now. So they would not be able to do it again until January 1st of 2024, based
Okay.
on the AB 1482,
Thank you for clarifying.
if they're following that.
Well, if they're not following it, then we will be having more discussion. Because, I mean, I think that's pretty clear from everything I've been hearing is if this lease agreement doesn't match the terms of 1482, they're going to be back here with us. And we would prefer that not to happen. And I can't stress enough how we don't want the mobile home park owners to bring us back to put us through this any further.
Okay, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine was simply to restate the motion.
I don't think there is, the motion failed.
Yeah. So-
Okay,
It was just action item for staff.
Yeah, I
okay,
think.
sorry,
with the
it's
dir-
still showing as a
So
motion.
there's no.
Oh, I'm
act-
sorry, I didn't clear it, so let me withdraw it.
Thank you.
Let me withdraw it, I'm sorry.
Appreciate it.
Technology. It is a request of staff to bring back an update to city council, including the lease agreement that Saunders plans to send out, how many people who have applied, qualified, and been approved for the subsidies. We need all three, because just because you apply doesn't mean you get approved. And the provisions in there where we can bring this back to a date to be determined if necessary. Did I cover everything? That is my motion. All right, that is my direction to staff. Do I have council concurrence?
Council concurrence for the action? That's a 7-0 concurrence for the action.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We are done with item 10C and 10B, and we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Your Honor, Adam Chaparro, City Manager, in the interest of time and realizing we wanted to discuss the airport item, staff would recommend that we postpone the following items to next council meeting, given the load may be lighter. It'll be 9B, 9C, 9D, which are the budget updates and the housing update. That's it for now, but you may choose to potentially delay some other items depending how late.
You said 9B, 9C, and 9 Delta?
Correct.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute recess and we'll come back. We'll come back with item 9I will be discussed tonight, and we'll come back to, and we'll discuss 10C. 10 minutes.
countdown.
We are now moving on to item 10C. Now is the time and place for the public hearing on agenda item 10C, a recommendation of the interim fire chief that the city council conduct a public hearing on the 2022 California Fire Code and adopt a resolution with finding of fact in support of certain City of Torrance local amendments to the 2022 California Fire Code and adopt an ordinance adopting the 2022 California Fire Code with local amendments and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Richard Kazanjian, Deputy Fire Marshal, Torrance Fire Department. I am here to present item 10C to your honorable body. Very quick background. California performs a code adoption process every 3 years. Every 2 years and 6 months, the state of California releases their model codes. The jurisdictions have 180 days to read, amend, and adopt those said codes. Torrance Fire Department, being proactive, chairs a code adoption committee with other South Bay fire departments, which includes Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Santa Monica, with the goal of peer review and vetting process to create consistency of our codes. It was important to us that if you work, play, or live in our cities, that there is a sense of consistencies with the regulations that safeguard you. The fire code is a vital document to the fire department. For example, it provides the fire department with the authority to respond to emergencies, perform fire investigations, perform fire inspections, and regulate hazardous materials. And most importantly, it safeguards our community to reduce the risk to life, property, and the environment from fire, hazardous materials, and other threats. Attachment C, titled Ordinance Summary, provides a brief on the changes. The document is big, so we wanted to make sure that we addressed some of the changes. The majority of the changes are numbering assignments and section deletions and relocations to be consistent with the new 2022 model code. The few additions are listed at the end of the ordinance summary. I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions of staff? I don't see any. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on this matter? Don't feel you have to.
I know I don't have to, but fire is a very important thing. And I don't know how's the existing fire code on the Torrance Beach parking lot, but it also shows LA County Beach parking lot. So I want the firemen go out there every day, multiple times, and check the asphalt. Because I think that's a good thing so it doesn't get on fire. Because I saw fire in the city before, places, but I never see one on the Torrance Beach because the fireman monitors it 2-3 times a day after they pick up a drink in Redondo Village. So that should be in the code, so I don't have to make videos of the firefighters hanging out in LA County Beach parking lot. Of course, they can tell us what kind of bikini or bikini is in fashion. And it should be in the fire code not to put metal studs in Chase Bank buildings. Because you see what happened. I don't know 3 years ago what kind of code was, but the chase bag burned to the ground. And the sparks coming from the metal studs were generating more and more fires. And our heroes couldn't put it out. It was a total loss. So they rebuilt it with metal studs. So that should be in the building code and the fire code, no metal studs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have public comments? 2.4 million yen sounds good. Let's take it back to the council here. There's no further comments. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, sure, coming up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, all of staff. I stand with the first responders, our Torrance and Fire Department, as well as our city workers. I do want to say one thing. The Fire Department does a lot more than rush to a fire and put it out. I'm glad, personally, that we have a really, really good fire department. They do a lot. They take their lives in their hands. They never know where they're going, who they're going to encounter. They save lives, but they do a lot more. In order to create a building code or a fire code, they have to go out. They go to different parts of the city. They have to take their truck. They have to be in there, and in case they get a call. There's a lot of things that people don't know, and maybe they should educate themselves before they denigrate and say bad things about our fire department. Because personally, I'm glad they're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Does the council wish to take action on this matter?
Get the resolution.
Do we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, would you like me to read the resolution and ordinance at the same time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Resolution number 2022-112, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, finding and declaring the existence of unique geologic, topographic, and climatic conditions in the City of Torrance, justifying amendments to certain sections of the 2022 California Fire Code, including certain appendices. Ordinance number 3908, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, amending sections of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to the California Fire Code.
Do you have a motion? Councilwoman Lewis?
I make a motion to adopt the resolution of the local amendments to the 2022 California Fire Code and adopt ordinance adopting 2022 California Fire Code.
And would that be approving the ordinance summary as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 10D from Community Development. Now is the time and place for public hearing on the agenda item 10D. This is the first reading of a proposed ordinance which would adopt by reference the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, building, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, residential, and green building codes, and also for a proposed resolution which outlines the reason for certain amendments to these codes, recommended by the Community Development Director. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and member of the City Council. My name is Yu Kyung Kyo, also known as Kyo, Plan Examiner for Community Development Department. I'm here tonight to present item 10D, recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the 2022 California Building Code and adopt a resolution with finding of facts in support of certain City of Torrance local amendments to the 2022 California Building Code and adopt an ordinance adopting the 2022 California Building Code with local amendments and approve an ordinance summary for publication. Several notable changes to the 2022 California Building Code include battery storage system for solar, transitioning from gas to electric, and aging in place for new dwelling. Furthermore, staff recommend that the City Council amend the 2022 California Building Code to account for the local unique condition as allowed by state law. The amendment include a more strict requirements for fire sprinkler for all new commercial buildings and residential addition over 1,000 square feet, exiting requirement and foundation requirement. Staff is available for question.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions for staff? I don't see any. Does the public have any comments or questions?
I know it's getting late and people are complaining, and I would like to tell you building codes are very important. Believe me, because without building codes, people just would build sheds. But I think the building codes should be changed because these banks have metal studs in them, and they have carpeting, and then all kind of things happen, and the firefighters goes out there from quarter miles away, like Chase Bank on Hawthorne Boulevard, and they find these terrible conditions because the building codes. And besides that, they could hardly get into a building because, you know, it's safe because it's like a bank. And the building just burned down. You know, the metal studs building, and not just burned down, the metal studs, and it's on the news. You can look it up on YouTube. I can send it to you. The fire captain, chief, whatever said on the news, the metal studs were sparkling and fueling the fire. So Redondo, Carson, maybe Wilmington, all the firefighters got together, and the fire did not spread because it was a parking lot around it. But it was burned to the ground. So building codes and no metal studs, no metal studs. And also, people should talk about what they want to talk about, not talk about me after they come up. You know, I don't care if they're leaking boots. I don't care what they say. They have the right to say. Just leave me out of it. You know what I mean? I don't talk about Torrance Patriot.
Thank you, sir. I will withhold my comment. Anyone else? You have a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. At this moment, I'm going to ask you for a number and title.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-113, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, finding and declaring the existence of unique topographic or climatic conditions in the city of Torrance justifying certain amendments to the California Building Standards Code of the State of California. Ordinance number 3909, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Chapter 1, 2, 3, 9, 12, and 13 of Division 8 of the Torrance Municipal Code, all of which adopt or amend the 2022 edition of the California Building Code, Volumes 1 and 2 with appendices, the 2022 edition of the California Electrical Code, the 2022 edition of the California Plumbing Code with appendices, the 2022 edition of the California Mechanical Code with appendices, the 2022 edition of the California Residential Code with appendices, and the 2022 edition of the California Green Building Standards Code.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-113 and adopt ordinance number 3909 with all its conditions.
And approve the ordinance summary?
And yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1, which is coming, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cellular phone when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Do we have anyone?
Yes, Your Honor. Ermina?
We'll go on because I know the names are here early.
Michael? Audrey? Sheila? Stephanie? They all left. Marianne? Your Honor, no one else is on the list. Michael was the only thing that was on the speaker card.
Okay, that's people that were on the list. Now, for those who did not sign up, you still can speak. 1 minute. This is oral communications 1. You could come and make a 1 minute comment on things not on the consent calendar, on the consent calendar, but not on the administrative portion of the agenda. Yeah, you can. You will be able to speak on 9I. This is if things that's not on the agenda. But you could comment on consent calendar. Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
This item was on the agenda but got canceled. Can I still talk about it?
Sure, of course. Why not? It's canceled.
Okay.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying we canceled 9B, C, and D, but you want to make a comment on that.
No, well,
I guess in
yeah,
the spirit
I do. Can
in
I
the
do
spirit
that?
of
I'm asking.
yes, it's not on the agenda now, so I guess you got
legally-
you got 1 minute. Go.
Okay.
Start talking.
This is the second time you canceled the finance accept and file general budget review. Second time, I've done my homework. I'm ready to talk.
Okay, will you be back on the next Tuesday?
If I'm still alive.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. We'll see you next Tuesday. Okay. Anyone else? Well, this is after midnight. We're all getting kind of.
All right, if you would have city council meeting, why are you turning down my microphone? You're making me scream.
It's on, sir.
Anyhow, so I don't need a microphone. But you guys are complaining about this thing at 12:30 or whatever it says. If you would have a meeting every week like you used to be, you know, we wouldn't be here. I visited the Redondo Beach City Council meeting on my YouTube channel, and they have 3 minutes speaking time, and they have every week a meeting, and people can come up to the podium. People can come up to the podium. People don't have to hide behind the mic. You know, there is no buffer zone. Who are you afraid of? I don't have fences at my house.
Thank you. I'm sure they would appreciate your presence. Yes. Got it. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, if there's no one, we will conclude oral communications number 1. We're now moving on to item 8, consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved to approve the consent calendar items 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, and 8H.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I had to do it. I had to do it.
Okay, thank you. We are now moving on to item 9E as in Edward from the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
No staff presentation, just a little intro. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council. Robert Williams with the City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the Citizen Development and Committee to accept and file the committee meeting minutes and review the city's resource contributions to Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display. I will leave the details of the meeting to Councilmember Sheikh. Thank you.
I think you're up, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. On October 24, 2022, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee met to hear updates from staff and the public regarding the appropriated resource allocations to the neighborhood coordinated Seaside Ranchos holiday display. Staff provided an update on the placement of trash bins, the installation of temporary no parking and directional signs a week earlier, and removal of a week later. Compared to previous years, this should more accurately reflect the period the event takes place and help alleviate traffic concerns. The city will incur expenditure for this year's display, including temporary not stopping signs estimated at $600, trash bins not to exceed $2,062.85, and traffic messages boards estimated at $3,231.19. The city maintains the position that annual neighborhood coordinated Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display is not a city-sponsored or city-sanctioned event. The decision to do or not to do these displays is entirely up to each homeowner, and the city is not in any way involved in that decision-making process. The city's sole obligation is to implement measures to protect the health and the safety of the community at large. It should be noted that during previous council meetings, the council asked if the association and/or Seaside Ranchos residents have ever considered covering some of the cost for the display, that is fundraising, providing traffic controls, etc. A previous survey revealed their members and did not show interest in pursuing the financial support option at the time. The intent of this item is to provide an update on the resource allocations and to ensure the health and safety during the neighborhood coordinated Seaside Ranchos holiday lights display. Staff notes that cottage food pilot program is no longer in effect, and if the city council is interested in reinforcing the program, staff will need to be directed to bring forth a new item for review and approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Do any members of the public wish to speak?
Okay, what I don't understand, you are speaking about this is not a city-sponsored event, but last year you voted for it the same time, same way, for $4,600, and still I don't have the figure how many tens of thousands of dollars this costed the residents. If this is a safety issue, you claim, then shut it down. If it's not a city-sponsored event, shut it down. Because the policemen, I have videos, you can watch my YouTube channel, they hiding in the trailer at Roberts Road, rounding up hundreds of dollars a day, charging the city. And last year, you did not say how much was it, but the previous year, it was $75,000. And then you tell the people, we don't have money, we have to raise taxes. And the policeman got a good extra paycheck.
Anyone else from the public? If not, we'll bring it back to the council. Oh. Your best friend.
Many people like to go view those lights, okay? People of Torrance, families. And I think it's great that they put on this, the neighborhoods do that. And it's gotten so big that we need police assistance for traffic, for whatever, to keep everybody safe, to keep the traffic flowing so it's not horrible, although it is, but I mean the traffic. Anyways, you know, it's what we have to do. And the police are there to do their job, and that's what they do. So I don't understand what the problem is. And I don't hate you. I got love for you, buddy. See, he flipped me off.
All right. I like this respectful discussion here. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9F, as in Frank, from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning, Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9F is a recommendation of the city manager that City Council approve the side letter agreement between Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, and management in the amount of $23,920, which increases the transit dispatcher salary grade by 8%. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the side letter agreement between Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, and management for transit dispatcher.
Mayor.
Oh, I thought that was a motion. Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. No, I just wanted, because a lot of times the public, they'll even ask me questions, say, well, how do you guys come up with those questions? Can you just briefly say, how do we get to that through negotiations back and forth? So it's not just like we invent the number out of the sky, yeah?
For example, the Human Resources Department might do salary surveys. We have conversations with the employee groups, to meet and confer on something that we can agree with, and then we take the agreement to council for final approval.
Great, thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to let the public know that we just don't come up with those numbers out of the blue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also have a city manager to explain when was the last time there was a raise on this body.
Good morning, council members. Autumn Schwein, city manager. Last time this employee group received an adjustment was 2020.
Thank you.
So about coming out in your 3
About
years.
3 years. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Take a motion to approve side letter agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're moving on to item 9G from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9G is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the side letter agreement between Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association and Management in the amount of $90,630, which increases the first step of the transit supervisor salary grid by 8%, with 5% between each step. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comment from the council? Do we have any comments or questions from the public?
I am very happy the city has money to raise somebody's wages or salary or whatever 8%. 8%. Because I have to pay 0.5% extra. You know, anything I would buy. And I wish every people would get 8% raise, especially in this economy. You know, you guys run for re-election and run for SST because we don't have money for essential services. And you giving raises, creating new positions, and you have hired these people, come and lick your you-know-what. You guys are not saving the city. The city is going down, 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 down.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take it back to the council. I'll take a motion to approve side letter agreement with TIPSA.
So move.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9H from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning, I guess we're saying now. Mayor and City Council members. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the city. And I just want to state I do not do anything alone, so I want to say thank you to the rest of the city team for supporting economic development. But item 9H is a request to approve a Friendship City program policy and approve funding not to exceed $5,000 to cover expenses for meetings, meals, and gifts when needed. Additionally, interest has been expressed from 2 cities, Changhua, Taiwan, and Hwasong, South Korea, in developing relationships with Torrance. A Friendship City relationship is less formal than a sister city relationship and can be focused more on economic development rather than cultural exchange. With the Olympics coming to Los Angeles in 2028, we may also want to look at opportunities there for international partnership. The Friendship City agreement can be terminated at any time. Attached in the item is a policy outline and an application that can be used. Should council approve of moving forward with both the program and pursuing establishing relationships with Changhua and Hwasong, I would request that the city representatives complete our application, that we review their information, and proceed with developing a written agreement to be signed by the mayors of both cities, and then return to council with resolutions to approve the agreements. And I would like to also thank John LaRock and Community Services for their input as well on this program. And I stand by for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. I'm speaking in a couple of different ways here tonight. First, I want to speak as a council member and that this item of a Friendship City was something that came back in front of council many, many months ago, previous mayor, and I voted against it. And the reason I voted against the Friendship City idea, not because I'm opposed to the idea, but it's just because our economic development department is so overworked. And in my opinion, the last thing we need to do is pile more on top of our already very busy economic development department. And so I will not be supporting this tonight. But I also want to speak on behalf of the Sister City Association, who I'm also the liaison for. They have submitted a letter. I don't know if everyone's received it. I think it's in the supplemental, but they're feeling a little left out in the discussion of friendship cities with other countries. And I realize that Sister City and Friendship City is different. But when they see something in the agenda like page 27, where the agreement speaks specifically about a Sister City agreement, obviously their concerns are raised that what are we doing and why isn't the Sister City Association involved in the discussion? They feel left out, and I think it's really important that the 50-year relationship we have with our Sister City Association be respected. And I think that it's important that before we take on steps like this, that we have a dialogue with them and meet with their board and discuss this so that they don't feel threatened, because right at the moment they feel very threatened. And I don't think that's a good position for us to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions from the council? I'll take it to the public. Is anyone from the public? Oh, hold on. I think Councilman Kaji just clicked in.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to speak in support of this recommendation for for two friendship cities. I know that there's a distinction between Sister City and Friendship City. I believe the requirements to establish a sister city are much higher than what's required with a friendship city. And I believe that in my previous role 30 years ago in representing the interests of the state of California and Asia, that there is a economic benefit as well as cultural benefits to both the city of Torrance and also with the Friendship City. I think that at the very least, if we're able to highlight those industries here in Torrance as well as those in the Friendship City, that may lead to additional trade and exchange between Torrance and the other cities. So as long as the expenditure is not high and the expectations are, also aren't that high, I'd like to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. And I think I'll just share a little bit. I believe I did communicate with the lead, the president of TSCA. I think that was probably as recent as the farewell reception of former Japan Consul General Muto at his home. And my understanding at the time was the current TSCA is fully booked and cannot take on additional effort and responsibilities, and I respect that. So this item came up was not to make anyone feel left out. It was understanding the situation. It was, adding an additional international city relationship. It was intended in no way to disrespect an existing relationship. We really treasure the existing sister city relationship with Kashiwa. But that was my understanding, just so you know.
Could I add something on that?
Sure.
I also spoke with the president on this item after she saw the item. This is Donna Dunlap, the president, and she did indicate you did have a conversation that you mentioned, but that you mentioned that you felt that it was going to be a requirement that the sister city change their name, and she was very taken aback by that.
Okay, let me just share with you. I think at the time when we were talking about it, I said in the future there might be something like TSCA-Kashiwa. There might be a TSCA for another country. We did that because the current one was maxed out. That was just an idea I threw up. So you get the idea. If this current organization is maxed out, we take on another country.
I wish that she was here to speak, and the only reason she's not is because she knew the agenda was very late. So I'm trying to speak on her behalf based on our conversation that we had. And again, it's a matter of respect for their organization. And she, in fact, would invited, as per the letter that was provided, to have you or anyone from staff to present to them at their next meeting on November 14th to clear the air on this issue for proceeding. And that's their request.
Understand. Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as an immigrant, I see this as an opportunity to learn about other cultures and also establish possibly business relationships. And I think that's why, Fran Fulton, you're a key component into this program, is because, you know, yeah, it might be I guess, added work towards your department, but I think the benefit could be extreme, both on a cultural and economic standpoint. I also feel that we shouldn't be limited to just one city when it comes to even on the sister city program. I believe there are cities that actually have multiple sister city relationships. We only have one, which is great. I mean, it's beautiful, but why not have a sister city relationship with a city in Hungary, right, or Italy, or Taiwan? But when it comes to the friendship city, I like the idea that it's a little bit more, I guess, less involved, I guess, in a way. Also, less investment. I would hope not too much staff time involved, but I think these relationships, they can go a long way. It may take years for those relationships to come to fruition as far as an economic, but needless to say, I'm a huge supporter of reaching out to other cultures and see what we can develop from it. So I'm definitely in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council wish to speak? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, I'm losing my voice. Is there any reason why we couldn't hold off a little bit and get the Sister City Association involved, and also look at support for Ms. Fulton's department?
I don't think we can't get more support even if we went ahead and discussed this item tonight. I don't think it's a mutually exclusive decision. It's a decision of just taking the next step forward. I could, speak and get together with the TSCA. Like we said, this is an opportunity, and we're about to get a visit probably in 2 weeks.
Out of Japan City Manager, I was informed by delegates from Hwasong City in Korea that they have 3 individuals from the city visiting LA in 2 weeks, and they would like to stop by Torrance and meet with us and take a city tour. We can do that in any capacity now for anyone that wants to visit us. We're just not sure what the extent of the commitment would be, but we do have a preliminary itinerary for a delegation visiting LA, including meeting with the Korean Consul General and then committing a day to visit Torrance. And they happen to be a major corporate city with Hyundai, Samsung, and other major Korean companies. And Kia. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? I'll take public comments.
I know people are going to hate me, but I put my minute in because you spent 25 minutes on a $5,000 item. And I for it, because you know why? It's cheap. It's only $5,000. Even I could afford it. And if we have friends in Asia, they can ship back the jobs what we ship to Asia. Because they always told me I was taking away the job from the American citizens. And the reality was, in the past 4 years since I'm here, the United States shipped the jobs to Asia. Even no job left for me. That's why I'm unemployed. Only I employed myself. I was a self-employed. Now, if we friend with these cities, they can send jobs here. I could have a job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public?
James Henry, do I have to follow that? Does these countries we are developing friendships with know the cost of housing in Torrance and the state regulations that make it difficult to conduct business, not only in the state, but also in the city of Torrance? I think you should consider these facts before approving a friendship with these countries.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'll make a slight comment in response. I mean, just like the city manager, the city of Hwaseong is actually sending 3 people to do a preliminary checkout of our city. So they are doing their due diligence to check us out, to see if this is a city they want to develop a relationship. So, you know, there's really no firm commitment. This is just going the next step to start the dialogue and moving it along. The nice thing about the Friendship City is you don't have to register at the federal government, and gives us some flexibility. So, if no one else from the public, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just in response to your comments you just made, if they're coming here, does that mean that we are going to be going there?
This is to be determined right now. If we decide that we're going to be taking a trip there in the future, then I think we're going to bring another item back, because right now this $5,000 estimate budget is really when someone comes, we just take care of some of the, I would call it the miscellaneous costs of
But the $5,000 doesn't include the staff time required to do all this, right?
This is just existing staff time, I think. I think not additional.
That is correct. We are not counting on staff time. It'll be a function that we have to absorb, depending on the extent of the friendship. We may have to come back and consider additional support, as we do with any new program.
In the past, we've had, quite frequently, we had delegations from China come as well, and we would coordinate the staff meetings and presentations and absorb that through regular employee costs.
Okay, any other comments, questions from the council? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the city manager.
So moved.
Second.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9I from the city attorney, community development, and general service. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good morning, Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before the City Council is an update on the Torrance Municipal Airport, including noise monitoring system, early left turn, and airport operations. Starting with the noise monitoring system, it has been up and running since mid-July with all 7 noise monitors now collecting data. Additionally, staff has been trained on the corresponding internal flight tracker and the public-facing flight tracker, also known as Noise Lab. Noise Lab provides real-time and historical overview of aircraft movements, flight density, and noise levels around the airport. The city's consultant, Casper Airport Solutions, also presented a demonstration of Noise Lab to the Airport Commission at their August 11, 2022 meeting. Following this demonstration, the new public-facing flight tracking system went live with staff now able to review and respond to community complaints as well as track pilot violations. Staff continues to work with Casper on the system, fixing any issues and/or problems that come up. In addition, staff is working with Casper to develop a training video on the noise lab that would be included on the city's airport webpage. Staff has also been working on public outreach campaign focusing first on the tenants located at the Torrance Airport. Staff has met with a number of tenants, including Torrance Airport Association, Sling, and Pacific Skies Association, as well as the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, staff assigned to the control tower, informing them of the new system and educating them on the city's noise monitoring on the noise ordinance. Additionally, staff has updated the city's airport webpage to include dedicated links to noise abatement, noise lab, and FAQs. Over the next month, staff plans on sending the educational material to known flight schools that train at the airport but are stationed at surrounding airports, such as Long Beach Airport, Compton Woodley Airport, Fullerton Airport, Santa Monica Airport, and San Gabriel Valley Airport. Further, staff has been working in collaboration with the Torrance Airport Association in updating the noise abatement signage, as the current signage is old and tattered. The Torrance Airport Association has provided staff with potential pictorial diagrams consisting of multiple colors with altitude levels. Staff is not opposed to changing the signs to the suggested pictorial diagrams, but are not in agreement with the color scheme or the request to include altitude levels. All currently installed noise abatement signage follows the guidelines outlined by the FAA, which is a yellow background with a black inscription. Additionally, staff feels including the altitude levels on the signs could be a potential liability for the city. Staff is currently working with the city attorney's office as well as outside legal counsel that specializes in aviation law in modifying the signage to comply with the FAA and not create a liability issue for the city. In regards to early left turns, the Torrance Municipal Code Section 51.2.3E states, and I quote, "Aircraft taking off to the west shall not turn left until they either reach the ocean or attain an altitude of 1,500 feet," end quote. However, in 2020, a member of the Torrance Airport Association reached out to the FAA to inquire if the subject section of the Torrance Municipal Code was enforceable by the city. The FAA's response was that the city's code was not enforceable as it pertains to the flight path, which is under the jurisdiction of the FAA exclusively. Staff had sought clarification on the FAA's letter for several years, even reaching out to both Congressman Liu and Congresswoman Waters' office requesting assistance. While the FAA provided a verbal response to the city attorney in March 2022, it wasn't until August 2022 that the FAA followed up with a written response, which reiterated the city cannot enforce the early left turn provision of the Torrance Municipal Code. While staff recognizes that the FAA is responsible for handling all aircraft flight patterns, it has always been the city's position that its left turn restriction was enforceable. In response to the FAA, the city's outside counsel responded to them. The city's outside counsel has informed the FAA that it is of our legal opinion that the restriction does not conflict with federal regulations and is reasonable local regulation necessary to reduce noise to the nearby residential community in light of the steeply rising terrain to the southwest of the airport. The city has not received any further response from the FAA. Therefore, beginning December 1st, 2022, the city will begin the enforcement of Section 51.2.3E. It should be noted that this section does not apply to training patterns. Instead, it is only enforceable when a plane takes off for a predetermined designation. Additionally, this section would not be enforceable if the violation was the result of direction provided by the control tower. Staff will be expanding the educational material to include information on the city enforcement of Section 51.2.3E. Additionally, as staff has developed a good rapport with the air traffic controllers, staff will continue to work with them in requesting that they deny a pilot's request for an early left turn. In addition, the air traffic controllers are very good at reminding pilots of the city's noise ordinance. Moving on to airport operations. The General Service Department acts as both landlord for the city-owned facilities at the Torrance Airport and as business manager for the airport. As a business manager for the airport, the department oversees hangar and tie-down rental agreements, airport operations and first response, airfield maintenance, and review of proposed special events to be held at the airport. Over the last 3 decades, overall airport operations, as reported by the FAA, have seen a decrease in flights from an average 200,917 flights between 1990 and 1999 to an average of 120,205 flights between 2010 and 2019. In 2020, airport operations saw more than an 11% decrease from 2019, which is partially attributed to the coronavirus pandemic. As travel opened up again in 2021, the number of flights increased by over 22% from 2020 and 8.5% from 2019. Part of the reason for the increase is airport operations is related to the surge of student pilots. The airport is home to 7 flight schools. All 7 flight schools have seen an increase in flying lessons over the last year as commercial pilots are highly sought after by airlines due to the future mass exodus of pilots as they reach the mandatory retirement age of 65. To combat the current shortage of pilots, airlines have begun to offer a range of financial incentives to help with costs for prospective pilots to obtain their commercial license. Based on the current trend, it is possible that all of the flight schools at the airport could see the amount of hours serviced by each school continue to rise compared to pre-pandemic numbers, which would generate an increase in the overall operations of the airport. In addition to the base flight schools at the airport, other regional airports have used Torrance more frequently as a training facility. This has led to an increase of touch-and-go landings and pattern work that has increased not only the amount of operations, but repetitive flights over surrounding neighborhoods, which can be a nuisance to the residents. Unfortunately, in reviewing the noise complaints as related to those repetitive flights, more often than not, they are not in violation of the city's noise ordinance. Instead, they may be in violation of the allowable flight altitude, which is enforced by the FAA. However, to date, the FAA has not been receptive to investigating flight altitude complaints. An additional tool to curb the number of repetitive flights would be the implementation of landing fees. The idea of landing fees is not a new concept, as a number of airports within the region have them. In order to institute landing fees at the Torrance Airport, an outside vendor would need to be contracted to administer the program. Should landing fees be implemented, the estimated revenue can range anywhere from approximately $281,000 to $650,000 annually, depending on the option selected by the City Council. That concludes staff's update to the Torrance Municipal Airport. If any members of the City Council have questions, the City Attorney, the General Services Director, and myself would be happy to answer them for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Do we have any comments and questions from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a disclosure and then a question as well. I do want to disclose that I have family members that have a hangar at the airport and have a plane at the airport. They fly in and out, but in no way will it affect my research on this item or the decisions I make.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Oh, can I, you want me to wait on my question?
Oh, okay. I thought you were done when you paused.
Okay.
Keep on going.
Okay, all right. I just had a couple of thoughts and some questions. Would it be possible to start with adding something to our new My Torrance app that would encourage pilots to use the app as a guide to flying friendly at our airport and understanding our guidelines? Obviously, it's not something we can really enforce, but we would hope, especially if it's pushed through flight schools and et cetera, that maybe it would be a deterrent at least.
So when you have a button that says, what would the button be? What should they be? What would be on there? Maybe
Something like using Zamperini Airport and a guide to flying friendly with our rules, our regulations, when you can turn, when you can't, your elevation requirements, the fact we have noise monitors, the fact that we potentially have landing fees. Is that something that we could do?
I think we can look into it. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about the app to know it.
Good evening, Councilman Adam Schrein, City Manager. We have a dedicated website that we've been populating with pertinent information. I believe we can link that up. Michael Smith, Cable Community Relations Manager, is here. There may also be industry-specific apps that we can also include, which are designed to educate pilots about the regulatory limits, directions, guides, as well as, I know recently there was an FAA landing instructional video that we can also link up. But I'll turn over to Mr. Smith to add on. Thank you.
Relations, Gus. I'm Cable and Community Relations Manager. I think Mr. Shaparian has already answered all of the things that I was going to say, which includes that we can accommodate any additions to the app. I just mentioned to Jerry regarding the FAA video that's very explanatory, so we can have those two things included.
Okay, thank you. And then, I'm gonna tread on this lightly. Is there an opportunity to possibly set times and parameters and maximum numbers of the flights with the flight school per day?
Yes, good morning. Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. The airport is open 24 hours a day for landing. It currently has set times for takeoffs based on the noise abatement restrictions, 7 a.m. on weekdays, 8 a.m. on weekends and holidays. And that curfew lasts until 10 p.m. at night. We cannot deny any landings, but as far as hours, that can certainly be explored. And as far as the number of flights in and out of the airport, the city itself cannot restrict flights. That's up to the FAA to determine the severity of traffic. What the city can the only thing the city can do would actually close the airport or close the runways for any specific length of time, which would impact all our traffic. And that's typically done if there's maintenance to be had on the airfield or if there's a safety concern for any reason.
So it couldn't be specifically limited to the number of flight school?
Councilman, if I may, there's a distinction between Torrance-based flight schools, which typically are on a city-owned ground lease, versus flight schools from outside the area. We are in long-term ground leases with the local operators of Torrance Airport. We can approach them from a landlord perspective and ask and explore options to potentially minimize the impacts or the number of flights, which may have an impact to their business model. Whether or not we can do that to flight schools outside of Torrance, I believe we're much more restricted from being able to impact flight schools outside of Torrance, short of implementing the measures that Mr. Megardichin mentioned, as far
Okay.
as limiting hours, and that will have an impact on general aviation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just two other quick comments. I know a lot of the pilots and residents have been asking for bigger, bolder signs. Can we research that as well? As far as the regulations as they're taking off and landing and.
Actually, we are working right now with the city attorney's office and outside legal counsel in doing that. And also not only just replacing the current signage, but adding additional signage in other places that we feel would be very appropriate where pilots would be able to see it.
Thank you. I think I'll wait to see what other people have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. I want to, disclose the fact that I had a meeting with Mr. Megardichin and his staff at the airport and had a little tour of the airport, as well as discussed airport operations just last week. Actually, it was yesterday. Time's flying. It's already Wednesday, so yeah, it's 2 days ago. And I know it's after 1 a.m. and I heard you talking about a lot of stuff. Did I hear you say that the city's going to enforce left turn ordinance?
Yes, we are.
That's fantastic news. Right, not for training. I heard that. Okay, I just wanted, but nonetheless, that's something that we've been asking for a long time. And then I think the whole issue of training is a separate and new issue. Well, not necessarily new, but it's certainly volume-wise, it's become an issue. And I want to relate a story publicly that I encountered just recently when we had our National Night Out meetings at various locations throughout the city. District 6, we met for National Night Out at Hickory Park. And we had a great turnout from the residents there in the neighborhood, and our police department was there in force, and they tried to speak to the residents, and the noise from the aircraft flying over Hickory Park was so disturbing that the police were having a hard time speaking to the residents. It was unbearable. And so I completely understand why there's so many people sending us emails. If that's what they have to put up on a day in and day out basis, it's totally unacceptable. And we're already here late. I appreciate the applause, but I'd rather not extend the meeting any longer than we have to. I know that we have another discussion coming up on training issues. The other thing I learned at my meeting with staff at the airport was that a lot of the training schools are sublessees and not directly controlled by the city. And that's concerning to me, because if we want to enforce some different things with these flight schools as far as terms and conditions of operation in our community, I'm a little concerned from a legal standpoint what we can possibly do to enforce that, since our master leaseholders are the ones that develop and maintain the leases with the training schools. So it's an issue I think is going to require a little digging. But I really do think that there's a lot of things that I think we need to do. Certainly, I am opposed, and I don't know how the rest of my colleagues feel, to the significant increase in training flights, benefiting the pilots and benefiting the training schools at the detriment of our residents. And just like everything we try to do in our city, I think we need to find a balance, and I think we've tipped way over. And whether it's the landing fees that might solve this problem, although the problem I have with landing fees is it creates another level of bureaucracy that I'm not super thrilled about, or put restrictions on how many training operations can be conducted. And right now we have training operations that seem to be going both in the south pattern and the north pattern. And it seems like those patterns aren't clearly defined, because if they're flying over Hickory Park, then they're clearly doing training patterns outside of where I think they're supposed to be. And so I don't know how we can manage and control that. But clearly it's an issue that we need to be working with, and I would like to recommend a meeting with the flight schools, with staff, and maybe the council committee should take this issue up with the flight schools in an effort to try to figure out how we can work together harmoniously in our community, and how they can work to tighten up their training in a way that it's not so disturbing to our communities, and to get their involvement in the discussion, because they're not here tonight as far as I'm aware. And I think it's important that we have those discussions, and obviously listen to my colleagues for additional guidance, because it's not only up to me. Certainly the fly-friendly signage, we requested that, and it was approved by council back in March of this year, and here it is November, and there's no signage changes. I know staff's super busy. This is a really important issue based on the volume of emails that we get on this continuously. Let's get some signs up. And you know, I don't know what the issue is and why it's taking so long to do that. And I know that there's a document here that staff provided me about Torrance Airport noise rules and regulations and monitoring information with our new system. I think that's great, but I don't know if this is in the hands of anybody. It's available at the airport, but does any pilot have this? That's not the document. Does it have the instructions on the back how to fly? I don't think it does. But this document that is provided at the airport does have extensive details providing how we would like aircraft to behave in our community within the safety. issues. And I'm just, it was one of the things that I think we did ask for back in March is, to do better education of what we expect from those who fly in our community and in and out of our airport. And another thing I want to just throw out there for discussion is that more and more, as you mentioned, Ms. Martinez, in your report, that outside airports are sending their training to our airport for touch and go landings. Is there a way that we can prevent that from happening? I understand from speaking with staff that Long Beach can make a comment that, well, our staff isn't capable of handling the amount of traffic, so we're going to stop all training at Long Beach Airport and direct it to other airports. So they're pushing all their training over to us. Well, that's great for Long Beach, but it's not great for Torrance. And so if Long Beach can make statements like that, why can't we make statements like, we're not going to allow outside flight schools to train in Torrance? So there's a lot of things that I think we need to be talking about that are important to help reduce the impact on our community, and we need to get back to the balance that our airport and our residents should be living in, and we're not there now.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Griffiths and Councilwoman Kalani. Took a lot of questions. My only question, to be brief, is that if there are any violators, are we going to penalize them? Will there be any penalty or something to that nature?
The municipal code does have a section that outlines penalties for violation. So generally, somebody who violates, and they could violate for noise, they could violate for curfew, they could, and the curfew could either be a training curfew or it could be a curfew where they're taking off at a time when they're not allowed to, as the General Services Director had mentioned. So they normally get first they get a warning letter from us. We put them on notice. If it happens again with that same pilot, they get a second warning letter from us and we meet with them. If it happens a third time, then we take them to a hearing board. And the hearing board will decide if they've actually violated and are given kind of a violation against them. 3 violations within 3 years, then they would no longer have access to use our airport for 3 years.
Are we considering any kind of monetary violator if they do any?
The code actually lays out what the penalties are, and that's what the penalties would be. I think some of because that is actually in our airport section of our code, any changes to that could potentially then invalidate the entire code section. So I think we have to, and I think that's one of the things we are checking with our, outside legal counsel to see, can we make changes without it voiding the entire code? But it's something, if we're able to do that, we could look at adding that. But I think we would just have to examine that.
My only thing is that, yes, you're going to warn somebody and it comes again. I know it's a third, fourth time, it's a higher penalty, but something should be in the first violation too. Some monetary so they don't do it again. Just a request. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ramirez, I think I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we did institute landing fees, it wouldn't be an impact to our staff, but we would contract with a third-party vendor to collect those fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in speaking about transient, I understand that idea, but would the based also include the flight schools?
So I believe the 2 options were, there's an option where you can include both the base as well as transient, or just transient flight.
Right, so my question is, so the pilot schools, they would fall under the based category because they have an existing lease with the airport?
The ones that are currently at our airport, correct.
Okay, and then all of that would still be handled by the third-party vendor?
That's correct. Not to say that there wouldn't be some costs associated with staff. Obviously, they do have to, watch that third-party vendor.
Sure.
But for the majority, it would be through a third-party vendor. I'm speaking on behalf of
I see
let
him,
him speak.
I'm sure you guys trust each other to make those judgments. And then how long would it take? We'd have to put out an RFP, so we're thinking maybe mid-February-ish?
So I'll jump in on this one, Sean McAdeech in General Services. So should your honorable body give staff direction at this meeting, whether it be option 1, 2, or 3, option 1 being, implement landing fees for transient aircraft only, option 2 being implement landing fees for all based aircraft and transient, or option 3, status quo and do nothing. If staff is given direction for landing fees, then yes, we would develop an RFP and issue that. And what we would see is that we would issue that RFP and say basically to those vendors out there, we'd like to institute landing fees. Here's the demographic of our airport and the makeup of our aircraft essentially and our most common type of use. Show us what you can do as far as what types of landing fees would you implement, what types of costs based on weight of the aircraft, size of the aircraft, et cetera. We'd evaluate that as a city team and then bring that back to your honorable body for an award of contract or approval for that particular vendor and that strategy. So the information you have tonight is just, it's one vendor, and frankly, it's Santa Monica's vendor. It's based on information from 2020 and 21 statistics. We didn't provide the full 2022 statistics because we haven't had a full year yet, but it could be an increase of what the numbers say in the item, or it could be a decrease depending on if landing fees are implemented. We could see a decrease in traffic. We just don't know. But that would be something that we would develop in the RFP.
Have we studied another city that has implemented landing fees to see what type of impact on the flight schools after?
We haven't asked about the flight schools. We know about what other airports, how they charge. Some charge based on only after a certain amount of weight of an aircraft, some based kind of a flat fee, but we haven't done a full exploration of how it's affected any of their flight schools. We have had some preliminary discussions with our flight schools, and the consensus was, or the sentiment was, if landing fees are implemented for based aircraft and transient, they'd essentially pass that cost on to their user, which is their student base.
Okay, I think I agree with Council Member Griffiths, who said earlier this might be something that we might want to bring up before the Transportation Committee for City Council. And then my last statement is a disclosure that I took a field trip this weekend. And my field trip was actually to sit at Zamperini Field out on the patio on a Saturday. It was really interesting. And I think I almost got somebody in trouble because a pilot who landed thought I actually worked at the airport. So sorry if he called on me because I wouldn't let him in the airport. I didn't know who he was.
Good job.
The second thing is I went to Rocket Ship Park and I tried to read a book and was not successful at doing so. And the third field trip that I took today was just to go and talk to our airport operations folks. So I am in 110% support of trying to figure out a viable solution, if that is in landing fees or restricting the sublease of flight schools, then that's something that we have to do. But I only had to sit there for 40 minutes, and I felt like that I couldn't take it anymore. I can't imagine what it would be actually living under that path. And I don't know if it's us looking at options for insulation, kind of what like Inglewood and those areas did for LAX to help some of our residents to lower the impact of noise, whether that is something that we can put in the plans for I know some airports install water features to impact the sound of planes, or whether that is we don't have refueling options at Torrance that involve leaded fuel. But something needs to be done, because if I had to live in that, I don't know what I would do. So thank you for answering those questions.
So Sean, maybe this is a question to you. For example, you look at your table on page 5. We'll just pick option 1, transient only. That the annual net to airport. I think you wrote net, the 281K-ish. That means the cost to the contractor has already been deducted out of there, right?
That's correct. That would be, again, that's an estimate based on the billings from a vendor minus any of their service fees, equipment leases, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I'm thinking about these landing fees, and I would like us to consider maybe 3 different landing fees. Transient, which it's my understanding is a little bit hard to enforce, right? If they land there and they take off and they don't pay, there's not a whole lot you can do. Is that correct?
So that is through, again, this is an example from one particular vendor. They capture any aircraft, whether it's based or transient, and then they'll extrapolate the data based on, okay, which ones are transient. We'll go ahead and they have their billing services directly to those pilots registered to those aircraft. Whether or not they're 100% successful, that's something that we've briefly spoken with Santa Monica about. They see about a 76% success rate. That is including the 10% fee for their vendor. So it's not 100%, but the amount of operations that Santa Monica has, which is roughly about half of ours right now, their revenue is approximately $350,000 a year.
I see. Well, the third party I was thinking of, you got transient, you have school, which I think the schools are part of the contributors to the noise and the extra planes in the air. But then you've got the private pilots that pay hangar fees, that are doing things right, that I don't think should be penalized with landing fees. So I don't know if there's a way to have three different sets of fees or tracking.
We'd have to probably look into see if we include based aircraft, if we could exclude certain portions of the airport, in essence. We need to look at that.
Okay, if we could, well, I'd like to see us do that. And then finally, is there a way to work with the flight schools? And my copy of that document's back in the back room, but the document about using the airport correctly, is there a way to make sure this is like day one of the curriculum of the pilots, of the students? And also make sure that the hangar owners or private pilots all get a copy?
Yes, as I had mentioned in my staff report, we've already done that with Sling and Pacific Skies Association. We also met with our Torrance Airport Association. In fact, I just gave out a large stack of those this evening to our Torrance Airport Association, but we still need to continue to work with our other tenants.
Okay, thank you. I guess I didn't hear all that. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I have to say that the noise generated by the airport doesn't bother me in North Torrance. The reason why is because of all the noise coming off the 405 freeway. But having resided in South Torrance before, I understand how bad the noise gets. And in looking at this massive petition that I received, and plus all the other supplementals, we do have a problem. I am also looking at this long term. It's been 80 years since the airport was first established, and back in 1943, our city was full of oil rigs and Harvey aluminum and steel plants and farms. So of course, we all know that as our city has grown and become more urbanized, we have more residents who are now impacted by the airport. So I'm just speaking out loud now. I don't know at what point an airport use becomes problematic to maintaining our quality of life here. I'm also concerned and very much interested in how much revenue, net revenue, is generated through airport operations, not just at the airport, but also benefits to the surrounding businesses and both large and small. So it may be that as we look at the city's future plans, especially as it pertains to land use, I'm keeping all this information. I now know more about the airport operations than I ever did before, so thank you, residents and staff. But I do want to place a finer focus on the future of the airport, especially in reference to the city's future financial standing, but also keeping in mind that we do have a major business, Robinson Helicopter, and also helicopter services to Torrance Memorial Hospital are also vital to bringing in organs and, maintaining life-saving services to our Torrance residents. So I just want to share that openly, and thank you, staff, for your input.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is that the leases that are in place currently with the schools and also some of the other tenants, those can't be terminated unilaterally, right?
So the flight schools typically are tenants of our master tenants. Our two major tenants, or master tenants, are Torrance Flight Park and Great American. Our flight schools typically reside inside of those hangars. They have agreements, individual agreements with those master tenants. Within those agreements are the leases between, again, a said flight school and the master tenant. From the city standpoint, it's a matter of approving a business license to operate on the airport. We don't set the terms and condition of their hangar rents or things of that nature. Some of the flight schools do rent tie-downs directly from the city of Torrance, so we'll lease the tie-downs. But as far as their operations, it's simply a business license approval that gets routed through the city internally. And unless there's a reason to deny them, we would most likely approve their use. To my knowledge, there's not any limit on the amount of flight schools. I know that we're going to be bringing an item forward for a temporary moratorium on allowing any more flight schools. Right now, I can't think of any that are kind of knocking at our door to operate at the airport. So I think we're holding steady at the 7 for quite a while, but that's typically how it works.
Councilman Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. Essentially, it would require a restructuring of the existing ground lease with the master tenant, should the council want to pursue that option.
Okay, so even though, let's say they hypothetically sign a 5-year term, we're able to change.
Not without their consent, to reopen the terms of the agreement.
Yeah, see, that's where it gets sticky.
Councilman, Adam Chaparro, City Manager, we do have a long-standing relationship with these master ground tenants. And we can engage in a conversation because there are opportunities where we're approached with certain requests to either modify a term or use or some sort of an update, an upgrade. We do have some leverage because it is city-owned land. And it's in the best interest of all parties to work through this issue. So we could reach out, should it be council's direction, to our existing tenants and tell them city's experiencing concerns, obviously, great concern from our neighborhoods about the noise that's generated. And to the extent possible, we'd like to engage you and your tenants in ways we can alleviate that noise. The challenging part will be the more outside of Torrance, and we can explore opportunities. If I may, the goal tonight was to bring you an update on the installation of the noise monitors and to get some policy direction on a more broader level. Do you want us to pursue some sort of landing fee concept in any other direction that you want to provide? But we'll be able to, depending on your direction tonight, to engage in much more proactive discussion with our tenants.
And just.
And sorry,
So-
even outside area schools, in a manner of the city is considering mitigating measures to alleviate the noise. It's in your best interest to be good neighbors and work with us, and then we can bring you what that would look like.
Yeah, my understanding is that we've already done that, is that we've already, talked to them, and it just seems to me that unless we actually put it down on paper, it almost seems like it's not mandatory, so we'll do it sometimes, might not do it some other times. I'm in the flight path, and, I guess I'm not home enough to where it bothers me, but I do hear it. I mean, it gets pretty loud. And I guess, I'd be curious to see what we can do, to what extent, regulate the amount of flights that they can do. Obviously, the hours of operations. Is there some peak hours to where we do need to say, hey, at this point, we're going to close off whatever the south runway, whatever that might be. I like to explore all options. And as far as the fees goes, is that are we trying to stay at the same rate as other places like
We
Santa
can bring you
Monica.
options. Should you want us to explore the fee concept as far as landing, we can do a survey of comparable airports.
Yeah.
Either it's a revenue generation or a deterrence factor. And I think this consensus tonight is we want to reduce airport noise. So
Yeah, I
that-
mean, ultimately, that's what you want to do, but of course, if it's a couple bucks, it may not deter
Well,
anybody.
that's the issue. At
you
what
know.
point, because the numbers, the projected numbers based on the flights, as General Service Director Mogadish mentioned, there may be a propensity to cost and pass down to a degree where it's not feasible anymore to do those trainings out of Torrance. In that case, we're achieving an objective of reducing flights. It may not be appreciated by the pilot community, but it's one of the objectives.
Yeah.
And that's where I think your direction will be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, even though the amount of flights might be lower than, maybe in the 90s, but here in 2022, it's loud, it's frequent, and, I think that people have, have spoken. I mean, when the residents come out in such numbers, there's something real there. It's not just a couple
And
people
also
in town,
excuse me, Council, in a post-pandemic world, we do have more individuals working from home. So the traditional go to work in the morning and come back home.
No, absolutely.
So
I mean,
there's
yeah,
more
there's-
home-based businesses, there's more work from home, and so I think the general population awareness is amplified.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I talk to a few pilots when I go get coffee sometimes in the morning, and of course, what are you guys going to bring fees, or there's always that other side of it, to where well, the FAA tells us what to do, not you guys, that kind of argument, and I can understand that to a certain extent, but when you're flying a plane or driving a car, you have to respect the environment that you're in. Even though the Department of Transportation might say one thing, the FAA might say one thing, you still have to be respectful towards the people you impact. And noise is an impact. Also, okay, so another question. Are we required to keep that piece of land as an airport? I know that's a big question.
No.
No. Big question with a short answer.
We own the airport. We don't take any federal funds, so we could essentially, besides that, we have long-term leases there, shut the airport if the council chose to do so.
I mean, I'd like to explore, I think as Councilman Kaji said, long-term outlook on it, I mean, as much as I love planes and I love the fact that it's there, sometimes things kind of outlive their use, so I'm definitely open to even having that discussion in the future as well. But, and as far as the fees, I'm not, not thinking, at least not for myself, thinking about gouging anybody, but it has to be an amount that people say, yeah, maybe we'll take our flights, our little test flights from, from Long Beach to maybe Hawthorne or somewhere else, because it's excessive.
We will bring you a chart that'll show the spectrum of fees, and we'll seek your direction as far as A, do you want to implement fees, and B, to which groups, and C, what amount.
Okay.
And we can always come back and adjust those fees, I imagine, based on data over a 6 months or a year period.
Yeah, but I think we reached the point where we need to stop talking to the schools and the pilots and, we need to be nice, good neighbors, and actually starts putting some policy down that actually puts some guidelines that they need to follow as far as we can go within the laws, of course. Thank you.
Noted.
Councilwoman Lewis?
Just a couple of things just to add on. I do agree with Councilmember Kaylani for those people who are leasing hangars. For us, maybe there's some type of variance we can do in their fees, since this third party can identify the planes flying in and out, and maybe that is we don't charge them fees for those people that are doing long-term leases in our hangars. The second thing that I also want to mention is that there's a big difference between Torrance Airport and Long Beach Airport, as Long Beach is a regional airport, so they're actually flying commercial jets in and out of Long Beach, which and they're flying public safety flights out of there as well for several agencies, including military agencies out of Long Beach. So that's the difference of what they can do operationally versus what we can do operationally here in Torrance. The third thing that I also want to add in there is we want to be mindful of Robinson and their business venture as well, just to make sure that we're not, making long-term plans without keeping those folks in mind that have been long-term Torrance aviation business places who have done good with Torrance. My assumption is it's not, Robinson and those places that we're talking about. We're talking about the excessive flights of pilots who are transients and don't respect the airport and some of the flight schools. And my last point is, I do think that we should do another round with the Transportation Committee with the flight schools and the pilots. And the question is, in our current leases, do we have any wording in there for pilot conduct that makes them their company sign on the dotted line that these are our rules if you're flying in and out of Torrance Airport that you must abide by for this lease, that would give us some severability clause if they continue to violate it?
The leases that the pilots have directly with the city of Torrance, whether it be a tie-down or a hangar lease, pertains to the use of that tie-down or hangar lease. The operation of the airport is identified in the municipal code, so we would have to look at the municipal code, and it basically talks about how to operate on the airport, the uses of the airport, obviously the noise abatement sections in the municipal code. But as far as individual rental agreements with the city of Torrance, it doesn't say like, you have to be a good tenant and abide by everything or we'll kick you out. It does say you have to abide by all the airport rules, but it doesn't list specifically. It just basically says that, this is the use of your hangar, you're allowed to do X, Y, Z, and abide by any and all the airport rules.
We could
So
stipulate in the future, or we can go back and view our lease. There's always a mutual termination clause or no cause termination clause. We can explore our existing leases and see if there's any sort of opportunity. Not that it's our intent, but just to know to the extent the city's able to modify the leases. And we can also, through the Transportation Committee meeting and to direct the discussions with them, engage and put them on notice that
Yes.
if you don't comply with the city's demands, not wishes anymore, you will potentially be jeopardizing your master lease.
Yeah.
Up to a point where we may stipulate additional requirements at a time when the contract is up for renewal or fair market value or some other modification.
Okay, and so we're not breaking new ground here in Torrance when we're researching landing fees at other airports. Could we also research how they handle their noise abatement and their penalties thereof? I think that will help us guide in this, because, we do have to give our residents that are surrounding the airport some type of relief. I almost had a nervous breakdown after an hour and a half, so I can't even imagine living there. Thank you, sir.
You might need to take a field trip to China Lake. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I apologize to the public for making you stay here so long, and I appreciate your diligence, and we do want to hear from you, and hopefully it will be very, very soon. I have two more quick questions, hopefully. I realize it might be difficult for us to put like a restriction on how many flights a training school can do based on their lease agreements or things like that. But we do have control over the hours of training. In fact, there's a sign on the runway that spells out what the hours are allowed for training. Do we have the right, and maybe this is a question for city attorney, do we have the right to change the hours of training and reduce the number of hours to effectively reduce the amount of training operations?
That'd be probably a more appropriate question for outside counsel, but I can take that to her. We're supposed to meet with her in the next day or two.
Don't you have an even remote idea legally?
I am not an aviation lawyer, but most likely if we have the ability to restrict it, then yes. But I'm not an aviation lawyer, so it's a very conditional yes.
And to piggyback on that, I believe the hours are also in our ordinance. And so that's going back to making changes to our ordinance, and how does that affect the rest of it? And then we would then follow under just the federal aviation and cannot no longer have our own local ordinance. So I think that that's also the reasons why we need to speak to the outside legal counsel.
Certainly want to have that as an option for us to consider, is that if we can't restrict the number of operations that a training flight school can offer, is that we can restrict their hours and at least minimize the damage to the residents, at least for during a restricted amount of hours. Because right now the hours, as I see it on the current sign, are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Monday through Friday, and from 10 a.m. to looks like 5 p.m. on Saturday, and no training on Sunday is the current sign that if I read the sign correctly. And I don't, is that what we enforce, or do we even enforce that?
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
10 p.m. That's
8
different
a.m.
than
to
what the
10
sign
p.m.
shows.
Monday through Friday, and then 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, prohibited training on Saturdays, holidays, and all other hours. I mean Sundays, excuse me. It's late. I apologize. Sundays. Thank you.
And then the other question I had is that back to the noise monitoring system, the new system that we put into place. Since that was installed and turned on, do you have the stats again on how many noise violations have been cited since that went into service?
Yes, so through the noise lab itself, we've received 782 complaints so far. Of those, we have sent 44 fly-friendly letters for the early left, 5 noise violations, 3 training, curfew violations, and 4 curfew hour violations.
And do you have any sense of how that compares to flight operations under the old noise system?
I do not.
That would be helpful to know. I'm curious to know if this system is more sensitive, less sensitive. I mean, it just seems like the current system seems to be triggered less than the previous system did. I mean, that's just the sense I get, and I'm sure the residents can probably speak better to that than I can. But it would be helpful to know, is our current new system more or less sensitive than the old? But obviously, we don't have that answer tonight. That's all for now. Looking forward to the public.
I was just waiting to see if Michelle was about to say something.
I was just checking to see if the hours were actually in the ordinance. It does have the days of the week. I'm just looking for the hours, just so I can confirm that with you. And I can do that while somebody else
Okay,
is.
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, no, I just forgot to, state that I really do feel that it's sad that it's gotten to this point, and the fact that, there are a lot of companies that are at our airport and pilots that are respectful and do things right. But unfortunately, we kind of have to catch this problem with a big white net. We can't just sit there and pinpoint, well, you fly okay, so you're okay, you don't have to pay a fee and such. So it is unfortunate, but I do want to acknowledge that there are a lot of great pilots out there, and they do things the right way. But unfortunately, it's the many disrespectful or bad ones, or whatever you want to call it, that are really pushing us to have these types of meetings and discuss measures that we need to take. So, thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, the question I have is, do we have the data that you just read earlier, the violators? Do we know how many are repeat violators, or do we have any information?
None of them were repeat violators.
Oh, for the wide range of different, okay.
Oh, are you talking about the 782?
Yes.
Oh, well, the 782 complaints, yes, there could potentially be some repeat violators. I do not have that information. I thought you meant the ones that actually were found in violation, so I apologize.
No, I'm interested in knowing if, how many pilots keep on making the same violation.
No, the 782 is how many complaints we received. That
Oh,
doesn't mean that
okay.
they were in violation. So the violators where we only had 5 that were actually violated the noise ordinance. They were not repeat violators.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just a question towards Councilmember Sheikh. Actually, a number that's more interesting to me is of the 782, how many individuals made those 782 complaints?
That is, that is true. We do find that there's the same number of complaints that we receive from the same people.
Did you have anything else? Okay,
That's it, thank you.
all right. Anyone else from the council before we go to the public? Let's go to the public.
Michael Lyon.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, when does the frequency of flights overhead reach a point that leaves many, if not most, affected residents unhappy? Some answers rely on statistical measurements or legal interpretations. However, based on the conversations I've been having with my neighbors, for the majority of us without backgrounds in law or statistics, there's simply no escaping the realization over time, especially the last couple of years, that there has been a dramatic increase in air traffic overhead. This pervasive noise regularly wakes you up in the morning, accompanies you throughout the day, and at peak times becomes the kind of constant distraction that you simply cannot put out of your mind and ignore. Whatever the case in the past, here at the end of 2022, it's unusual not to be conscious of the maddening drumbeat of airplane engines overhead, not just from time to time, but more often than not at all times. I would hope that our elected representatives on the City Council are able to address this increasingly urgent quality of life issue for my wife, myself, and countless other members of the Torrance community. Thank you.
Rebecca, you want to just give the names of the next three so they could get into the queue?
Charles Costello, John Deering, Jeff Hughes.
Thank you. First of all, I don't want you to think of landing fees as any kind of a penalty. What you're doing now is subsidizing use of a public airport by giving free ride, and that includes all airplanes using our airport. You should approve landing fees now, tonight, and just settle on how much they should be later. Secondly, 60% of the traffic at the airport comes from the 7 flight schools. That is way too much traffic, creating way too much noise for the residents who have to put up with it. Why does Torrance feel that commercial flight training operations can operate, as council members have said, in
I think it was John Deering. Is John Deering still here? It was after John Deering is Jeff Heath, and then Judy Brunetti.
Good morning. 57-year resident of Torrance, no stranger of air flight in Torrance. Hasn't been a problem since the past year with all the flight schools. Had bought a house about 20 years ago, which is now in the flight path of the airport, and hasn't been a problem since the past year with the amount of traffic from the flight schools. And it's become a huge problem with the family and operating business and general communication within the house. The motor noise is in the house, it's on the outside, it's everywhere. And appreciate something to be done regarding this matter. Thank you.
Was Jeff Keith still around? I think. Okay. All right. I think it's Judy Bernetti.
Good evening, Judy Brunetti, Riviera homeowners. Residents in the Riviera and South Torrance are most impacted by training flights now permitted to make repeated loud flights over home in the south pattern. We submitted a petition from almost 900 people asking you to reduce all airport impacts. As of today, the number of names on that petition is 905. For solutions, landing fees are a good start, but they won't fix the problem, and neither will limiting the number of flight schools. Pilots and schools will pay the fees and continued loud, repetitive flights over homes. We are asking you to consider all options. 1, enforce the municipal code and the no left turn law for all planes, including training flights. 2, have training flights use the north pattern. 3, close the south runway. 4, ban the sale of leaded fuel. Consider other measures in our letter to you. We urge the council to direct staff to evaluate the airport impacts and report back to council on all the available options.
Catherine Modisette, Heidi Ong, Elise Klein.
Catherine left. Heidi left. It was too late.
Is there Elise Klein? Let's go down the list, Rebecca.
Russ Beccaria, Eric Weiss, Wayne Toden, Ethan Kang.
Hi there, I'm Wayne Todden from Sling Pilot Academy. I just want to be really clear about something. We don't operate for free in Torrance. We don't operate for free at the airport. We spend $250,000 a year on our rent to have our hangars and offices. We employ 55 local staff. We bring hundreds of students in from out of state. They all have accommodation locally. They're all renting. We have 17 rooms of our own. So, you know, if we added that up, that must be at least another $250,000 in rent just for the student accommodation. We spend millions of dollars a year here in Torrance, training local staff, training local people. You know, we do really important work with educating our youth, with reaching out to the community, putting on STEM events for our local high schools. We provide some of our trainees and our graduates to the US military. The military is short 2,800 pilots right now and having a tough time. I don't have time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, Joe Coster.
Oops. I think this gentleman is probably one of the person on the list.
Right after Wayne? Thank you. So hi, my name is Ethan Kang. I'm 20 years old and from Torrance, California. And during my time at South High School here in Torrance, I attended a program called Civil Air Patrol, which has a squadron here in the airport, Squadron 107 Knights. Through Civil Air Patrol, the official auxiliary of the United States Air Force, I was taught many things, such as the history of the Air Force and the remarkable story of Louis Zamperini, a World War II hero from Torrance. Through Civil Air Patrol, I was given the opportunity to fly a plane with an instructor at 14 years old. Implementing a landing fee will negatively impact the number of Civil Air Patrol flights, opportunities for its young cadets, and lower the number of aspiring pilots in the military and or civilian world. The benefits of appreciating the aviation community, I believe, has a greater impact towards the city and the country in innovation and economically. A landing fee will negatively impact the Zamperini name and the pride I have being from Torrance will fade because the fee will drive people away from loving Torrance's beautiful history. And that would be all. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead and read the names. If they're not there, we'll just
Russ,
let the next
Eric, Matt, Joel, Joshua.
Matt Nanetsky. Lipnitsky.
Hi, everyone. Matt Lipnitsky, one of the owners of Sling Pilot Academy. I'm a Torrance local resident right here in Walteria, right under the south downwind traffic pattern. I'm aware of the airplanes flying over my house. Of course, I love them. I do notice them, and we care deeply about the residents of Torrance and the impacts that our airplanes have on them. To that end, we have done many things to try to alleviate the noise. Of course, it's never enough, and we continue to try to do this. Some of them include, we have selected the quietest airplanes available. Our airplanes are far quieter than any other airplanes. We use unleaded gasoline. We're the only flight school on the field that uses unleaded gasoline to try to be more environmentally friendly. And we operate using non-standard traffic patterns to get us higher above the residents in the south pattern particularly, so that we have less of a noise footprint. We continue to do more, and we look forward to having more of an open discussion, because we think none of these
Mayor and Council, I live north of the airport, and like many others, I work fully from home, and the low-flying planes are loud, nonstop, from morning to evening. The touch-and-go flying above makes it near impossible to enjoy my home. Not before work, not during work, and not even after work. I can't enjoy a meal, I can't hold a conversation, and I can't spend my time with loved ones without interruption. I have dual-pane windows. Closing them doesn't help. The volume of activity from these schools has reached unacceptable levels. And what about the toxic leaded fuel that these low-circling planes are dropping from above? The city needs to help their communities, their constituents, rather than only favoring those that benefit from vested interests in the airport. We are suffering. You must take action now. Introduce a landing fee for all aircrafts, transient and based, and also regulate and restrict the touch-and-go planes from these schools.
Sarah, Ozzy, Daniel.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Ozzy Marriott. I'm currently 19 years old. I'm a local resident and a local property owner. And one of the first things I heard here was, quote, the well-being of Torrance first, end quote. And that's exactly what I want. I'm currently a pilot at Torrance Zamperini Field. I moved away from the South Bay for multiple jobs and to start my own business. And Sling Pilot Academy, a local business, brought me back into the area, which now brings all my work clients back into the area for meetings, which causes shopping and spending at all the local stores regularly from them. All the money I've made from outside areas before becoming a pilot is now being put into projects in the local area. Landing fees. When it comes to landing fees, this would massively hurt. The third parties would benefit the most.
Elizabeth, Steve, Jane, Natalie.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm very heartened by the discussions that I'm hearing tonight. My name is Elizabeth Spatz. Since 1965, when my family and I moved to Marble Estates, I've happily lived next to the Torrance Airport. My father was a pilot, Navy pilot, and CAP. And we spent many years flying out of the Torrance Airport, well aware of the guidelines in place for safe flying while maintaining a peaceful partnership with the community on the ground. When I purchased my home in the Hollywood Riviera in 2016, I did so with the understanding of what the airport rules were as stipulated in the municipal code. And Ms. Ramirez, you stole my thunder, but thank you for your information on the status of the code. Since this is a pre-ANCA status, stipulated in the September 20th, 2022 letter from the attorney Lori Balance to the FAA Assistant Chief Counsel Sarah Mikopolov, we know that we do have an enforceable city code.
Good morning. I'm Steve Giffen. I have to work early in the morning, but I'm here this late because it's important. I've lived near the airport for 10 years. For 9 years, it wasn't a problem. Now it is. I cannot enjoy my yard. I can't be outside and concentrate. I really can't even carry on a conversation with my family inside the house with the windows open. I have a website on my phone that tells me the owner of the plane and gives me the information about their altitude as they climb up the hill to turn around and go back and come do it again every 2 minutes for hours on end. Half the time, when I look at the identification of the plane, it says sling on the side, right there on the airplane. The flight schools are the problem. If I was learning to ride my motorcycle around your block, you'd ask me to stop and find a better way, and that's what I'm asking you to do with the flight schools. Thank you.
Go ahead. Just go.
I want to convey the seriousness. Staff reported 919 complaints, severely understating because not all complaints are included. A service called Air Noise has registered approximately 7,000 complaints in the last 30 days. 7,000. They are not auto-generated. They're initiated by a person who's disturbed by a plane, clicks a button or a website. It uses as reliable technology as Casper, and I'd like to know why the city doesn't accept it. I greatly appreciate you enforcing the code, but if it doesn't affect the student flights, it will make no improvement whatsoever. Please read every comment on the online petition. You will hear the desperation. The conditions are intolerable. It wasn't this way before. That means it doesn't have to be that way now. The longer this lasts, the more likely it will change that people will work to shut down the airport. Please consider all options to fix the problem quickly. Thank you.
Rebecca, I think we'll do this since we don't know who's here and who's not. Just start walking up and get yourself in the queue as efficient as possible. And this way we don't call names that aren't here. Is that okay?
Hello, James Pickard. I just wanted to say that I've been in my current residence in Torrance for over 20 years, and I've lived there in comparative peace and tranquility until this year when the left turn ordinance failed to be complied with and maintained. And I just want to I appreciate all the efforts that you're taking, but I want to just emphasize that a lot of times the Airport Commission and the noise abatement position kind of portray a rosy picture of their statistics and how things are improving. And I just wanted to go on record as saying it's not. It's affecting me, causing me mental anguish and distress. Thank you.
My name is Mark Hanna. I'm a Torrance resident. I'm also a student pilot at Sling Pilot Academy. Flight school is expensive as it is. Imposing landing fees are going to make it virtually impossible to get my training done. It's an accelerated program, so we're supposed to finish quickly anyways, go on to the airlines and transport all of you to see your friends and family across the country. Implementing the flight fees are going to hinder us from completing our flight school and going on to do these things. Yes, I understand the noise is an issue, but there are other ways. We could shut down one of the runways, only use one, as opposed to initiating or starting the fees. That way there's a compromise between students and residents.
Yes, the name is Lamb Chop. It's been a long time since we started this whole process with the airport. What's it been, 4 years, Aurelio? Something like that? Okay, and the smoke screen that's come out of community development has been absolutely bizarre, with all the denials of any authority to control things. And now you've got the ability to go and do landing fees, do it, or And also, maybe make it go up 5% a year plus, up to a 10% cap based on the CPI. Write that into your code. We need to control this thing. Other than that, I'm impressed that you have two versions of your flight tracking thing, one that's public and one that's private.
Hi, I'm Belgian Lori, and I live in Hollywood Riviera. I have one suggestion. If Sling Academy is the only one that's here, why not use them as the ombudsman for all the other flight schools? And since they have these incredibly talented pilots here that are being mentored by them and being taught, why not have them teach the other 5 training schools how to operate within the noise abatement, the noise levels and the height levels? So employ them to help out the city. Secondly, I think Torrance Airport could definitely just be gone. We could put in affordable housing, we could put in trailer, more, and then the city would get a lot more revenue from that than they are obviously from the flight schools. So there's many other ways, and you've got these incredible citizens that are willing to really fight for it. So we could shut down the airport pretty easily.
I'm Vic Laurie. I've lived at the same address in Hollywood Riviera for 48 years. I've got 45 years in aerospace. I've been a pilot, an A&P mechanic. I've run fleets. I've run fleets for Rockwell and Boeing, okay? And the noise at the airport has never been this bad at that location. And when I go out and I stand on my front porch and I watch, okay, it's the touch and goes. The touch and goes, and they're not following it, okay? Sling is all over the road out there, okay? I learned to fly out of LaGuardia Airport, okay, back in 1964, okay? They had high fees. We took off, we went over to Morristown, we went someplace else, we came back. It can be done. I got my little bitty money, put it in my pocket, went to flight school. They can do that. Okay?
I'm Kurt Robinson, president of Robinson Helicopter Company. We strongly oppose any landing or access fees at the airport. Our airport is a unique and valuable resource with a hospital located adjacent to it and the ability to provide disaster and emergency services. More importantly, that airport is homes to jobs. Okay, I always thought the duty of the city council is to encourage economic development in our city and to create jobs, not to try and eliminate them. Robinson is one of Torrance's largest employers. We have over 1,000 highly qualified, high-paying employees there that benefit the city and the Torrance community, and we're currently hiring and continue to hire a lot more. I don't know why you want to threaten this. Regarding noise, for over 40 years, we've worked with the homeowner groups, our neighbors, the city, the FAA, and all other organizations to make sure we don't cause any noise issues. Our record speaks for itself and shows what it can do when you want to work with other people. Finally, I'll just
We have anyone else from the public?
Hello there. My name is Michelle. I was born in Torrance, went to Bishop Montgomery High School, and I now own a home in Torrance. I just want to say when something is brought to somebody's attention, suddenly it's magnified for them, and then they start to recognize it more than they ever would have before. I live over under the flight pattern, part of the flight pattern, and I don't have a problem with it because when I bought my home, I knew that there was an airport nearby. And I don't see anybody in this room that is old enough to have purchased their home before 1943 when the airport started its operation. I am up here tonight as a mother. I want to say I have 3 children who have learned to fly at Zamperini Field.
My 21-year-old is now a commercial pilot. My 19-year-old has a private pilot's license, and my 14-year-old daughter is learning to fly now. And one more thing, if population increases, as it has increased, if 732
Ma'am, your time is up. Your time is up.
Good morning. My name is Jim Gates. I'm a 50-year resident of Torrance, and I'd like to add a little bit of data here. I heard that there were 5 violations in, I think, 2 months. Is that correct? With the new Casper system? Yes. With the previous system, just before it was shut down, there were 2 violations per week. And also, there was a lot of talk about Santa Monica's Vector Company and numbers involving billing. What's really important is how many of those billings turned into revenues, because I think you'll find they're much, much less than the billings. Most people, especially if they're transient, just don't pay. And also, has anybody ever looked at the 1981 report, Airport Noise Control and Land Use? They foresaw this problem 40 years ago and laid out a number of things that the city could do. None of them were done. So.
Anyone else from the public?
Hello, Porch of Time again. I just would like to add to this thing what nobody's talking about. We have officials here who gives out the business licenses. I bet you any money I couldn't get a business license in Torrance. But these guys, the 19 years old property owner, he can get. And then they can come about my house and violating every regulations. Rocket Ship Park is 400 feet. And they fly there eye level without mufflers. They are inconsiderate son of a bitches.
Did you want to speak now, or you want to wait till the public finish? Okay, just want to see, because this might be it. Anyone else from the public? Okay, come back to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to say that in no way do I feel the airport should be shut. I think it's a valuable asset to our city. And I also want to say how much I value Robinson Helicopter as a member of our community. And I would include them in the people that are residents of the airport, and they should not be subject to landing fees. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the idea tonight is to kind of brainstorm and get some ideas together. Doesn't mean we're going to do anything in particular. The young man brought up a good point about the runway being shut down. I think it was discussed temporarily shutting down. Under what circumstances are we allowed to shut down a particular runway? Example, the southern runway. I mean, I know that you mentioned repairs and stuff like that, but can we just say, whatever, from this time to this time, we can't use the south runway? Are we allowed to do that if it would alleviate some of the issues with the flight patterns?
So as far as closing the airport, if we wanted to close one particular runway, we could certainly look into how we can do that, whether we can do that for certain times of the day, certain days of the week, et cetera. Closing down both runways, I'm just saying as an example, if we close the airport for certain times of the day, we'd have to have a pretty significant reason to do that, only because that way we're limiting anybody from landing or making any emergency landings.
No. I'm asking just as far as the southern runway, because that seems to be that southern loop, the touch and go loop that I think a lot of people are complaining about. If now, I don't know exactly how they work. I'm not a pilot, I don't know. But if they were to use, let's say, the northern pattern, would that pattern go in the opposite direction? So instead of making a left turn over Palos Verdes Peninsula, they would go north? Normally, on a normal
On a normal
pattern?
pattern for the large runway, for the main runway, yes. So if we would close the short runway, the south runway for any length of time, that could potentially limit the amount of traffic flying in the south pattern over the residence. So that's
you know,
something we could certainly explore.
Yeah, and I want to say, I want to thank Sling and their pilots for showing up. I visited their facility a couple months ago. My son got to fly in one of those planes. I was actually surprised how quiet those particular planes are compared to a lot of the ones that were flying up and down. So, like I said earlier, we can't just, I hate to say, but, a lot of times when we throw out that big net, unfortunately, good companies and pilots that are, trying to do their best, get caught up in that net. But if we can find, I like what the young man said, about a compromise. If we can come up even with those compromises as far as what we can do with flight patterns and talk to them and see if there's ways that we can alleviate the southern pattern, because I think that's where the big issue is when my understanding, of course, because north. Okay, well, I mean, obviously there's an airport. There's going to be flights, but I think one of the biggest issues my understanding is that when they do that left turn, the terrain gets, the distance from the ground gets a lot shorter because of the height. So, anyways, bottom line is, I hope that we explore all options, all variables. We're not trying to do this as a punitive in any way. But we are just trying to minimize the impact to the residents in and around the airport area. So, anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Sir, I think you're already spoken unless one of the council member asks you a question. I just want to let you know that. Okay. Oh, did someone ask you a question?
Well, yeah, I would like to ask you a question. Okay. No, well, because I mentioned the company name, I think it's only right that he expresses.
So we'd like to just propose something. We agree that the FAA has the sole jurisdiction to govern airplanes in flight, and I think everyone recognizes that. The city's debating a lot about things that they can or cannot do to solve a problem. We are a part of the problem. We'd like to propose that we get together and come up. We're allowed to tell our pilots to do whatever we want them to do, and they must follow our rules, because our rules are company policy, and they must follow our rules. So the city is unable to tell us how to fly our airplanes, but we are able to tell our pilots how to fly our airplanes. And where there could be a reasonable compromise, we want to come to the table and we want to talk. We realize we're a big operator at Torrance, and we've been trying to solve this problem for quite some time now. We've tried many things. We've done noise testing. We've tried different exhaust mufflers, and we want to solve this problem. We want to have the lowest footprint we can have, and we'd like to talk to the city, and we'd like to talk to the residents, and we'd like to come up with a reasonable compromise, because if we can, we will make a company policy that might solve these legal hurdles.
Yeah, thank you. I guess when I was thinking about, only using one runway, I think earlier Councilman Griffith was saying his experience at Hickory Park, that probably just exacerbates that one multiple times. You're up, Councilman Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the public's comments tonight and your emails. We I hope you believe that we listen. And I also want to echo Councilwoman Kalani's comments about Robinson Helicopter. I was on this council while we worked extremely diligently with Robinson Helicopter to improve their flight operations to the point where I compliment their operations today. I think they're a model citizen for our airport, and I would never want to see us, after all the work that we've done, impose anything upon them that would detriment their business to our city. However, the other businesses However, the other businesses in our city, I think, can do a lot more to work with us to balance the needs of our residents with the needs of their own organizations. And so I think it's time for us to take some action. And if it's appropriate time, maybe I'll throw this out as a potential motion, and if we're ready for that, I'll make it a motion. But what I'd like to recommend is that we push this down to a council committee for hearings. It could be multiple hearings for the committee to work with the pilots, the training schools, and the residents to come up with recommendations that will help alleviate the problems and bring those recommendations back to council for ultimate decision. I'd like that to happen, as reasonably soon as possible, and I'm not sure which is the right council committee to do that, whether it's transportation or I'll leave that up to city manager to do that.
We have
But
several. There's citizen development, Richmond, community planning and
understand.
design, and transportation. So
you tell us what's the best one. I don't care which committee it goes to, but I think that's the appropriate place for it to be done, and it'd be done in this room. And then while that process is going on, I'd like to see about, if my colleagues would agree, to put some temporary restrictions in place immediately to restrict training hours. And I'm not sure what the restrictions should be, but I'd like to see those hours reduced by at least a third. And I know that's a hardship, but that'll give the flight school some incentive to participate and help us come up with some solutions. And I think that will make life a little bit more easier for our residents. I think we need to, and I would like to make this as part of the motion, is to do an RFP immediately to find out what it costs us to do landing fees, irregardless of whether we implement or not. So at least we're ahead of the game, and that we have an RFP in place and have some feedback on what that will cost to implement if that's ultimately what's decided. I'd also like to see if it's possible to prohibit training from outside flight schools happening at our airport. And the last thing I'd like to say is, and all of these are on a temporary basis until we come up with permanent recommendations. And the last item would be to shut the south runway temporarily, except for emergencies, while we determine how to proceed forward with the proper recommendations. I know that's a lot of stuff, potentially severe impact to some of the operations, but this is a severe problem that's been negatively impacting our residents for quite some time now, and we need to do something. That would be my motion, but I'll let council continue to discuss if there's further discussion.
I think Danny Santana has a comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. In reviewing the council committees, the city's transportation committee has jurisdiction over matters relating to ground and air transportation systems, street circulation, and environmental consequences thereof. So it appears that the committee chair, Matucci, along with council committee members, Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Lewis, that would be the appropriate entity if that were to be the council's direction.
Okay. I think we have a few more comments in. Councilwoman Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor Chan. Yes, I did mention that earlier for it to come down to the council committee, maybe a joint session between the Airport Commission and the Transportation Committee is something that we can consider. I also want to give my thanks to Mr. Robinson. I think I mentioned earlier that we don't want to adversely impact those businesses that have been long-standing Torrance Airport businesses and do follow the rules. I also want to, I know we need relief for the residents of the airport, but I want to be careful about jumping into even temporary fixes before we are able to flesh out some of the fees and some of the other solutions, because I don't think that the intent of the council is to negatively immediately impact anyone's business operation. So I think we need to lay this out quickly, but more strategically than just trying to get a couple of temporary measures in place without knowing the full impact of what that means to the existing businesses and flight schools at the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. I was thinking similar thoughts that you have, since we have some offers to work together. I was thinking give them a chance first, because you do an immediate thing to immediate restriction, then there are things that people are already scheduled probably a month down the road already. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for the representatives from Sling and also to all of us. Is it possible to give Sling an opportunity to come to us with some potential solutions that they can implement immediately that can make a difference? We've got another council meeting next week. We could rediscuss it potentially, if possible. What is everybody's thoughts? Sling? I'm asking a question, so can they answer? Okay.
So yeah, we'd be more than happy to come and discuss some potential solutions for sure.
Would that be in something that you can submit to Ms. Ramirez, or what are some thoughts?
It's fine because General Service, City Attorney, we all work together on this, so it can come through me and we can work on it.
Yeah, we'd love to submit ideas. The last thing we'd want is for some mitigation to be put in place that doesn't really change people's lives, that has a whole bunch of negative effects. Like, for example, if there's still a bunch of noisy itinerant airplanes flying over people's houses, and yet businesses on the field are decimated, the local residents are not going to be any happier, but there's going to be lots of, negative effects. So I think we should, I agree with the notion that the solutions need to be looked at strongly as to whether or not they'll actually have the benefits that we're looking for. And we'd gladly present some ideas that we have, and we do have ideas. And I think it's pretty clear that most of the people here are south of the airport. Am I correct? North and south, both. Okay. West, okay. Okay. Yeah, we would love to. We'd love to present some proposals, and we certainly have some.
Well, I think anything that you could implement right away would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I hear what are being proposed right now, because I think I would suggest we don't cook sausages in public in a council chamber meeting. But I think the recommendation of having at the committee level have that discussion and cook us, making sausages might be more fruitful. And then if that could be done like ASAP, when can we schedule one? Then they bring the recommendations here, because I think that's what I was hearing, but still ASAP.
My thought was it happened at the same time as a team.
Yeah. Oh, we could have the, people from Sling, even Robinson Helicopter, and representative, from community and pilots, in the transportation committee.
Mayor, I'm Torrance City Manager. We can aim for the committee meeting prior to our December 6th council meeting and come back with some updates regarding the discussion points raised and invite all the stakeholders to that meeting, should that be your direction.
That sounds like a good proposal on the table. Does that work with our colleagues here? Yeah, I think the sausage is better cooked, made elsewhere than here.
Not at just 2:31 right now, so I'm not sure anyone's making sausage anywhere, but.
Yeah, the sausage is already overcooked by now, but you're right. Okay. I think I still have some people clicked in. I'm going to go through it. Just, you may be called back up. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the implementation of something. I think if Sling, I wish the other schools were here as well to listen to the discussion, because it's important, and I think Sling acknowledged the fact that they know they're part of the issue, and that's, well, they might be the problem, but they could also be the solution. So let's hear what they have to say. They're the experts in the field. We're not. They're the ones that operate the school. We're not the experts here. But one I like that laundry list, Mr. Griffith. I think that cutting the hours of operation, though, it's just going to compress the schedule. I don't think it's going to eliminate flights. It might just compress them into a tighter schedule. That's one concern I have. Closing the south runway, I think it's just going to shift all that same exact traffic to the north runway, which I think is just going to we're just transferring the problem somewhere else. I mean, I like the idea where you're going with that. I don't want the solution to become a problem for a different neighborhood immediately, then we're going to get a lot of emails saying, oh my gosh, what's going on? All the planes are over my house now. But I do like the idea that Sling is willing to do something immediately, whatever that might be. Giving direction to your pilots, your students, that would be great. A great start, and also a good faith act, towards the community. Maybe we should call in, the stakeholders of the airport and the residents. I mean, we have to have patience. The airport's been there for a long time, but it's gotten to the point where it's become a problem for everyone, including us, because we're the ones getting the complaints. And it's our responsibility to make sure that the city operates, in a balanced way. So if the organizations, the residents, the stakeholders at the airport can come together and really look for solutions, we need to stay calm, be respectful. Like I said earlier, I don't like necessarily fees and gouging and everything else, but whatever it takes we need to try to lower that volume of planes over people's houses. How do we do that? How do we disperse it? Do we take different routes? I don't know. That's something that we need to consult with staff and the experts as to what can be done. And also, we have the FAA that we have to, keep in mind. That's one of the most important components here is the fact that we as a city don't control the airspace, but we can control everything else around it, at least on the ground. So I guess my suggestion would be that we maybe take your laundry list and take a few things off, in my opinion, just because I think it would create other issues, such as the hours and closing off the south runway immediately. But everything else on that long laundry list, I personally would be okay if we wanted to take immediate steps, but also make sure that we put it together a program for the committees to review.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I threw out some lists of things that I thought were worth consideration, and I did those because I feel it's important that we need to do something sooner rather than later. If we move this to a council committee, which was part of my suggestion, it's going to be months before we come back. And I think we need to do something before that time on a temporary basis. And I realize that there will be some imposition to businesses and pilots alike that this creates, but our residents have been imposed on now for quite a long time. And so I go back to the whole issue of balance and fairness, is that we need to get back to doing that. And I'm thrilled and thankful that our flight schools are willing to come and propose us their own suggestions. And the sooner they can do that, the better. And if we can have them come in next meeting next week to hear their suggestions, I'm all for adding an additional item onto our agenda next week to do that. But in lieu of knowing that that's going to happen, I want to do something now. And so I'm willing to reduce my list. But, reducing the hours of training, if I was a resident living in an area that was bombarded by planes constantly, I'd rather have a few extra hours of peace and quiet than a little extra noise in the operational hours. And that's why I suggested the restriction on the training hours, is just to give a little bit of peace and quiet from the training, the constant training operations that have been happening on a temporary basis. Again, the RFP for landing fees, it should be a no-brainer. We should do that, not impose it, and leave that for the council committee to decide if they want to do it, but at least cut our time frame down and having a RFP complete so that if that's a decision that they want to move forward, we're not going to have to wait another 3 months for an RFP to go out. And it doesn't, we don't, just because we put out an RFP doesn't mean we have to purchase that. And so that's something we've done in the past. The shut down the temporary south runway, yeah, I'm okay if we were to eliminate that as part of the temporary suggestion. So I still feel like we need to do something today and not wait another couple more months. Feel pretty strongly about that.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely agree with you, Councilman Griffiths, about we do need to do something. Where I diverge from that is it's I think we could gather the Transportation Committee sooner, like in the next couple of days from now, or whenever we need to post it, and open it up so the flight schools are here. I don't know when the next Airport Commission meeting is, or if it's even been scheduled yet.
It's this Thursday, the 10th.
Okay, so.
The agenda's been published, but.
Yeah, we wouldn't have time to do that because it's not a 72-hour notice, but I don't want to wait a couple of months to Council Member Griffith's suggestion. I don't want to wait a couple of months. So whatever we can do to gather the council committee along with the airport stakeholders together to come up out of that session with some temporary relief measures that do not impact business operations, because it's just not the flight schools flying out of the airport. You have Robinson, you have some other businesses that are there. I just don't want us to rush into doing something on a trigger that is going to impact their operation. And I understand the difference between the flight schools and the businesses. I just want to be careful of that. So the sooner that we can get our committee together to start having these discussions and bring to bear some of Council Member Griffith's suggestions for relief, and also just be thoughtful about how we're executing those, because we don't want to get ourselves in an area where now we are fighting the FAA and our decisions about the airport. So I just want to make sure that we're legally within our means of what we can do at the airport. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. This is a question for the city manager or the city attorney. Given the master leases or the sub leases, is there a notice provision if we were to restrict the hours or access to the south runway?
Mr. President, City Manager, Council, we can check our lease provisions and report back to you as far as the extent, as far as notice and termination and modification opportunities.
Yeah, I support Councilman Griffith's comments about seeking immediate relief for the residents, but just as a follow-on to Councilwoman Lewis's comments, that we do so within the limitations of our contractual obligations to the users. Thank you.
And if I could just follow up to the city manager's comment, I believe the training hours are in the code, so we'd have to do an amendment.
Oh, you did verify that?
Yes.
So that we'd have to bring back an ordinance. There's probably an argument for an urgency ordinance to do health, safety, and welfare, impact on the residents, noise, those kind of things. So we could probably do that. We could bring one back to do that if you needed, at the next meeting if need be.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, and I apologize for keeping chiming in, and my brain's not functioning in normal mode, but I forgot to ask earlier, one of the ideas that I had that I threw out was the prohibition of outside flight schools from training at our airport. What, if anything, can we do to stop that? Is that even possible?
And short answer, I don't know. That's something I think we'd probably have to speak with the FAA. If I had to guess right now, I would say no. The FAA dictates all the air traffic. I don't know if the city can dictate that to them, but it's something we can inquire about.
Like our own Torrance no-fly zone, sort of.
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't want to restrict planes from landing here if they have to, but if they're coming here just to train, I don't see why the FAA would even be involved in that. That's not a safety issue or an in-flight issue. It's a policy issue, and it's our airport and it's our residents, and we should be able to dictate what we allow.
Well, and I thought I heard someone say that Long Beach says no training there.
Yeah, that's what Sean told me.
Keep in mind that is dictated by the FAA, not the city of Long Beach. So that's the FAA tower at Long Beach dictating the traffic at Long Beach Airport, not the city. So it's kind of the same thing here. As the city of Torrance, I don't know if we could dictate the air traffic.
That is correct, yeah. The restriction from the airport itself or restricting the operation, it's dictated by the FAA, not really the airport. So the airspace is jurisdiction of the federal government, in this case the FAA. So us
But the use of our airport is under our jurisdiction, right?
Yeah, once the wheels touch the ground, yes. But in order to get to the, obviously to the ground of the airport, you would have to transition through the federal airspace.
Are our flight schools allowed to go to a neighboring airport to train?
That is correct, yes.
And are there any airports that you know that prohibit that?
No, not that I'm aware of. Yeah. There's curfews in place at other airports, but those
So
are
if-
usually grandfather clauses through ANCA prior to 1990.
So if we were to put a restriction on training hours, does that fall under your same explanation?
The airport itself?
No,
having a
training hours. We have a sign in our.
Yeah, we
runway.
have currently
And it's in our
restriction-
ordinance.
Right, it's in the municipal code for operating hours.
Right.
Restrictions
For
that
flight,
were
for training.
priorly grandfathered in through ANCA. And if we were to change that, that's for the legal minds in this room to explore with outside counsel see if that's even possible. But as it stands today, the answer is no, because that's where municipal code already dictates the times, and that will be changing the hours if we were to lessen to a different time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate one more time, Long Beach is different in the way they operate their airport. And I'm glad he came up to reiterate that we own the ground operation, but once wheels are up, it's the FAA, and they're difficult. They can be difficult at times. So I go back to my original point is we've all made some incredibly important points, and we do need to give our residents some relief. However, I don't want to get us caught up in a legal battle unnecessarily because we're just in a hurry to solve an issue. I want us to avoid that. I think we could convene the council committee sooner rather than later to talk about the relief, the various methods of relief, including with the flight schools, what they would be willing to do to help us make those decisions. And then, once we have those recommendations, implement those temporary restrictions immediately. But I just want us to be considerate of already existing leases, FAA regulations, which I deal a lot with federal regulations, so I know how those go, and making sure that we are not impacting our existing leases or our major businesses in the airport. So the sooner we can get this committee, this council committee meeting set, agendized, and noticed, the faster we'll be able to get some temporary relief in place for our residents around the airport. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, sorry, but the flight path, the pilot is able to ask the tower for a specific flight path, is that correct? So like, let's say the pilot gets in and says requesting, whatever to take off, and if you don't say anything, the tower will tell you, and this, I'm just trying to educate myself on this. The tower will tell you, okay, fly whatever, west, 750 feet, then turn left, turn right, whatever. They'll tell you where to go, right? Now, can the pilot say, okay, I'm going to be taking off on the north runway because the south runway is closed, okay? And I want to go all the way to the beach, then turn left, or then turn right, or whichever way. Can the pilot actually ask the tower for permission to go a certain direction?
Yes, a pilot can request to go a certain way, just like they can request to do an early left-hand turn.
But doesn't mean they'll get it.
Doesn't mean they'll get it.
Okay, they can request it.
They can request
according
it.
to Sling, they can instruct their pilots to do a certain thing, to try to be more respectful towards the neighborhoods, whatever. So that's a huge thing, by the way. I mean, if we just kind of start fixing the flight paths alone, or manipulating those flight paths as far as we can go through the ownership and through the cooperation of the pilots, and also the approval of the FAA, because it's a per flight approval. It's not like you can just have that flight path all the time. Then the hours of operation. I say that we don't even bother with the hours restrictions, because I'm telling you, if we have 100 flights a day, what we're trying to do is trying to minimize A, the number of flights, and B, the flight patterns that go right over people's houses, right? I mean, I think that's really what we're trying to get at. But compressing those hours, instead of having 7 hours worth of flight time, you give them 5. Now you're doing 100 flights. I'm just throwing numbers out there. 100 flights, instead of being spread out over 7 hours, they're just going to be spread out over 5 hours, which is really going to feel like you have a million planes over your head, because now you're flying more frequently. And to a certain extent, I would argue that might actually be more dangerous to do it that way, especially if we're eliminating one of the runways for whatever reason, if that's the path we go. So I don't know. I think we need to really talk to the experts, make sure that we are doing everything obviously legally, but ultimately we want to reduce the number of flights one way or another, and try to fix the patterns so that they're not flying 300 feet over somebody's roof, per se. I'm just saying. I don't know that for a fact. But so let's try to focus on that, instead of trying to just throw a bunch of stuff on the wall and see what sticks. But is that the rain? Really coming down. Is that rain I can hear? Wow, that's cool. Love the sound of the rain. All right. We beat in this one.
I think so. I think the experts are awaiting to help us solve the problem. We got ready for a motion?
We'll see.
All right, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to make an attempt here at a motion, and I listened to everything that all you said, and I understand that we have some obstacles to some of the things that I desire, and I want to make it clear to the public, I really want to do something immediately, but I'm sensing very strongly that our hands are tied tonight without some additional information. So what I'd like the motion to be is, first and foremost, that we convene the Transportation Council Committee for at least one, if not more, hearings to everything on the table to come up with solutions to reduce the noise and traffic over our residents, and bring back recommendations then that they believe are something that will work to come back to the council for final approval. Although I realize I fully expect that process is going to take months, but we have to do that. And I don't want personally, I don't want the Airport Commission involved. I think that just creates further confusion in the process. So let it be just the Transportation Council Committee to meet to come back with recommendations. Second part of that is to do the RFP for the landing fees, giving the option then to the committee to determine if they even want to do it, but at least we have RFP in the works. I would like the staff to investigate changes to our ordinance, to consider changes to the training hours. Not to implement tonight, but to include in the discussion with the committee and have that information ready from the get-go, not as a direction from that committee to take another month or two. I want that process to begin, but I also want, in that same vein, and I know this is getting a complicated motion, but I was recommending the restrictions on training hours because I think ultimately what really needs to happen is that we need to restrict the amount of training flights, but to do that I think is a much more difficult task. But certainly want the commission to, or the committee to look at that. I also want the council staff to investigate what, if any, options we have for prohibiting training flights from outside flight schools. And that's my motion.
No runway?
No closing the runway at this time, but that's open for discussion with the committee.
All right, I'll second that.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, council, for hanging in there. It's 2:54. We're on to, I think we're on the, no. Actually, we're on the item 12. You know what? Second reading of ordinances, item 12A. City Clerk, may we have the number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3906, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding a new section 76.2.26 to the Torrance Municipal Code, creating a process for collection of delinquent water usage fees.
I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation.
Move to adopt ordinance 3906.
I just want to check with the city attorney. Do we need to do public comments on this one? Second reading?
If the public would like to comment, they're able to.
Okay.
It's fairly unusual since it's already been introduced, but.
Do we have anyone in the public who wants to speak? Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Okay, just because I'm up and fit already, I don't have to go to sleep. This is just, I was for this because, you should get the money somehow. But I just want to remind you, passing this ordinance, it's the collecting the money. So if I did not pay my fees and then you put a lien on my house, you have to just wait any longer for me to die or sell my property or something. So this is a very useless ordinance. Good attention, but totally useless. Because if I put a lien on your house, you don't pay, I have to wait till you sell it or you die, or whichever, or transfer the property. So this is all good, but useless, just like the where to park your bicycle at City Hall.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
I already read it.
Oh.
Yeah, I move to adopt ordinance 3906.
Yeah, we had a motion already. Start voting, please.
Yeah, we got pork chopped.
That motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda under Ralph M. Brown Act. City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer item to staff. Speakers under orals are only limited to either oral communications 1 or oral communications 2. No longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phone. If you have copies, bring 10 copies. Do we have anyone from the public? It's 2:57.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I did feel bad with the Seaside overlay people, or no, I'm sorry, the Skyline people blaming you guys. The true blame goes to Sacramento and how they have just screwed this state up.
That's an item on the agenda, so you know.
Pardon?
You're commenting on an agenda item right now.
I thought you said it was orals.
Yes, but orals is not for things on the agenda.
I'm not. I'm just was commenting that
Got
about
it.
Sacramento,
All
but
right.
it's all right. I was trying to give you guys a little
Understand.
hat on the whatever.
Appreciate it.
Why do you try to pick a fight with me? You know I'm your buddy.
We just
want to
go home.
Good night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Anyone else from the public? If not, take it up to the council orals. First one is Councilman Matucci.
Just want to tell a long story. No, I got. It's almost 3 a.m. Good night, good morning, whatever. Let's go get some pancakes. All right, good night, everyone.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you. No comments. Let's go home.
Councilman Griffiths.
Nothing, thanks.
Councilman Kaji.
Good morning, good night.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Can I say something?
Of course. Of course.
Well, first of all, it's Veterans Day on Friday, and I think it's really important that we just thank everyone here in this room and everywhere for everything they've done for us. And I'm glad we're celebrating for a week as a city. And just a moment, I mean, there's so much unrest going on, you know, especially for my family, you know, just how suppressed my sister-in-law and niece have been, and we're really fortunate here. So I just wanted to take a moment for us all to be a little bit grateful. That's it, and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank my council colleagues and staff. Tonight was a very tough agenda, and as you can see, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I want each of you to know how much I appreciate us going through the issues and doing it with a whole lot of respect and gratitude toward each other. So, good morning.
Thank you. I have a script here, but I'm not going to read it. Happy Veterans Day to everyone. Thank you for your services, those who served in the past and who are still serving today. And thank you for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here next week, November 15th. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved at 3:01 a.m.
Second. I said second.
You don't want to adjourn, Councilmember Kaji?
Oh, sorry.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, morning-ish.